Hello and a very warm welcome along to King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in Riyadh. Welcome along to Saudi Arabia. You're listening and watching the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia's English-speaking channel ahead of meeting number 79 of the campaign here. It's Thursday, the 19th of January. 12 races to get through today, the first of 3 days racing here in the Kingdom. And we're joined by Tom Collins, back with us again. How are you, Tom? Nice to see you.
Yes, very good, thank you. It's nice to be back, isn't it? Lovely weather.
Amazing, closing 30 degrees today.
Yeah, it's very hot. I'm regretting the shacket. But yeah, we've got a good card coming up, mainly full of maidens, isn't it? We've got 8 maidens.
8 maiden races, yes. So someone who's never won before is going to be winning today.
Exactly, which is always great. It's great that they have so many maidens on offer. And race 11 is probably the most interesting. We've got a couple of big money purchases in there. We've also got a horse that was formerly owned by the Queen over in the UK, representing the Gosdens. So it'll be interesting to see how that race develops. But fingers crossed we get some winners today, Martin.
Yeah, well, 12 attempts to do that. If you want to get in touch, you can do so today on the comments page down the side of the screen. Cameron's also been in touch already. Good afternoon to you. So wherever you are in the world, do get your comments into the YouTube section there, and we'll read those out throughout the course of the afternoon. So 12 races to look forward to. Underway with the horses are won between 0 and 1 in a few minutes' time. Before we get to that, though, let's meet the other member of our team. Out in the paddock this afternoon, enjoying the lovely weather here in Riyadh, is Callum Helliwell. Good afternoon to you, Callum.
Good afternoon, Martin. Good afternoon, Tom. Good afternoon, everybody watching. I couldn't have timed it better, lads. I was in the studio, and now I'm back out here when the sun has come out. Poor Hannah had to battle the icy conditions, but it's 30 degrees and balmy here in the parade ring today. And in this parade ring, we have Marcelian Kolmakaj, the Albanian jockey who rides horse number 5, free in this contest. Now, Marcelian had a 100% strike rate since he's been here in Saudi Arabia. He had the one ride. He had the one win. It was very impressive. It was on a low-key Thursday like we have today, and he'll be looking to add to that strong start to his season here in Saudi Arabia, a jockey that's formerly been riding in Bahrain and other Middle Eastern Gulf nations, and hopefully he'll be looking forward to getting more success. And we know Marcelian has a huge Albanian following in the chat, so let's get lots of support from Marcelian, who rides number 5 in this opening contest. But as you can see, horses are already in the parade ring. So Stephen Powell, you can give us our runners and riders for race number 1.
Yeah, thank you very much. Looking forward to the first of our 12 races then today, and we kick off with an 18-strong field for this race restricted to horses who've won 1 race or less. Number 1 is Adhar, the mount of Camilo Ospina. 2, Al Rajay and Adel Al Faradi. 3, Bashir Al Anaya and Mohammed Al Hubail. 4 is Dinar Al Anaya and Khaled Al Mamoni. 5 is Fari and Marcelian Kolmakaj. 6 is Lamea Kafi, the mount of Muhammad Al Nasser. Over the page to 7, Macho Boy and Ayed Al Turisi. 8 is Moetazem and Fahed Al Faradi. 9 is Mosar, who's ridden by Muhammad Al Daham. 10 is Morib Al Daaya, who's ridden by Abdul Aziz Al Faradi. 11 is Nawa and Abdullah Al Lafi. 12 is Nasir Al Anaya and Alexis Moreno. Next is number 13, and that will be Yasalam Allah, who's the mount of Nawef Al Mudiani. 14 is Aishan Noura, who's ridden by Azuz Al Yaish. 15 is Alayem Radar, who's ridden by Osama Al Shurani. 16 is Amiri and Abdullah Al Kradis. 17, Bint Mastery and Asil Al Sahani. And the lineup completed by 18, Shamonia, who's the mount of Abdullah Al Sayedi. So 18 runners then for the first. We're going over 1,200 metres on the dirt. So let's go back to the paddock and rejoin Callum.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yes, in the paddock here ahead of our first race. It is a non-winners of 2 contest for the 4-year-old horses and older. And we start with Moetazam, who's the 8, getting a little bit warm in the prelims team. Looks in good shape, but I'd be slightly concerned about the sweat on the neck and the shoulder. Let's drop back just a couple to horse number 10, who the next one we'll see. This is probably the biggest paddock eye catcher so far. This is Marib Aldareya. Absolutely gorgeous individual here. A winner last time out. Looks in really good shape, doesn't doesn't he? Really looking forward to seeing how this 4-year-old colt gets on. Looking forward to seeing what he can do going forward. We've got Nowhere just in behind. That's the 11. Very different build, very top-heavy Nowhere. A winner last time out. Horse number 11, just pulling back one more, Mustafa. Just make sure we get this one in shot. This is the 11 here, Nowhere. He's a big, strong type. Look at the neck and shoulders on him. He's a powerful individual. Not quite, I'd say he's still going to grow into this frame a little bit. He's quite a chunky sort, but you can still see there's a bit of growing to do in behind him. So we'll look forward to see how he gets on. And we'll pull back one more to number 12, Nasir Al-Anai, who's been turned out impeccably well for connections who know what they're doing at this sort of grade. Alex Moreno in the plate. He's looking forward to getting a good week started. He's on board now, but lads, the Paddock eye catcher has to be Mareep Alderea.
In action as well. 5 runs so far and off the mark. Tom dropped in trip last time in a local bred horse's maiden.
Yeah, this horse is a rapid improver. Obviously a 4-year-old, but still unexposed, only had the 5 outings. You can see him loom up large on the outside here in the green and white with the big white blaze on his face. He doesn't switch leads immediately, but once he does, just about now, he kicks clear of his rivals. And you know, this is a horse with plenty of upside. I'm quite surprised to see him at around 12 to 1 in the international market. I think that's way too big. He's drawn relatively well inside in stall 5, and I think he's going to be tough to hold in this spot.
But he's been backed as well. The 12s that he was before is now down to 8 to 1, so there has been money for him.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think that'll probably tighten up a little bit more as well, maybe even 6 to 1 by the off.
OK, well, he's the winner of one of his 5 starts so far. The horse we can now have a look at is also the winner of one of its 5 starts as well. This is Nowhere.
Yeah, he's 8 to 1 in the international market. He's a 5-year-old. He still had the same amount of runs as Mareep Alderea, the 5 starts, and was successful this day. But I think the key to him on this occasion was to step up in trip. That's what kind of saw him bring out some more improvement.
That was the 1800, wasn't it?
It was 1800, and now they're cutting back to 1200 again, which feels like the wrong move. It feels like you've gone 2 steps forward and now you're going 3 steps back.
Like doing the salsa.
Exactly. But I don't think it's really going to work for Nowhere today. He does represent leading connections, though, and you always have to respect red stable runners.
OK, I went through it. I thought the 10 was interesting at sort of 12 and even 8 to 1 still.
Yeah.
With that real upward profile.
Yeah, it really does. He's the horse to beat, I think, in this spot. He just needs to break well from the inside gate because obviously it's a maximum field here going the 1,200 metres, and that first turn comes up very quickly. So if you even slightly miss the kick, you can find yourself behind horses. That being said, he showed natural early speed in the VT we just saw a couple of moments ago, and that should stand him in good stead. If he can just sit in that second flight, then hopefully he can pounce in the home straight.
And you can, of course, get in touch on the comment section of the YouTube channel. Greg, thanks for your input. Always good to hear from you. And cup of tea. Wouldn't mind. Anyway, cup of tea says, who wins?
Who wins? Well, I think Mareep Alderea does win, the horse number 10, who is taking some money right now. It's a big price. But this is a very wide open race. A non-winners of 2 event. This is generally the type of contest where we see shocks. I'll mention a couple of others that I think have got good chances. Maybe if you don't fancy the 10 like I do. Nowhere, who we've talked about there, cutting back in trip, I had 3rd on my shortlist. Just ahead of him, but behind Mareep Alderea, the second in, the last off my shortlist was horse number 8, Mawatazem, who was very impressive over a course of distance in the Maiden company back in November. He backed that up with a respectable 3rd on the penultimate outing as well, in a similar race to this. Last time up, he had plenty of excuses. He suffered a terrible trip, but again, that could be the problem here because he's drawn out wide in 13. Nevertheless, I do think Mawatazem is a player, and he was my kind of second selection. One other horse I want to mention is horse number 1, Adhar, who's a relatively big price as well at 10 to 1 in the international market, largely due to the recent efforts, which, if you're just going by form figures, aren't overly enticing. He was 12th last time. That came in a 0 to 70 handicap, but it was over 1,800. I love the cut back in trip for him, and he's got a good jockey on board in Camilo Ospina as well. So I don't think you can write off the 1 or the 8, but my selection, Martin, will be the 10, Mareep Alderea. OK, well, the 8 was over the 1,400 last time. He did win over the course and distance previously with today's rider on board. Joint top rated, Tom, alongside the 14 who won the international markets. Is the favourite, Ashen Nora, but it's been off the track since March. Yeah, 10-month absence. That's got to be a huge problem. We haven't seen too many horses win off the layoff so far this whole Riyadh season, actually. It seems very difficult to do over here. I don't know whether it's their training regime or routine or what it is, but to win off the layoff is tough. So I wouldn't be with the 14. I understand that the success for this mare last time up was quite impressive, but
Just
yeah.
just over 3 lengths?
Yeah, but look, it was a career best performance, but how do you know that the mare's going to produce exactly the same display 10 months on? She could have had an issue, her training may not have gone to plan. There are lots of question marks about her, and therefore I wouldn't want to take a short price.
Okay, well, that is the around 4-1 market leader on the international markets. Number 2, Al Raji, second best at just over 5-1. In fact, now also money for the 8 as well. That's into around 5-1. The 3 is 6 and a bit to 1. And the 10 continues to be backed. You've spoken, Tom, the markets have moved.
They have moved. Let's talk about the 2 and the 3 then. You've mentioned them being high up in the market. We'll start with the 2, Al Raji, who gets Adel Al Faradi on board, which is obviously a great jockey booking. He's currently leading the way in the jockey's title race, and that's overall with Ty from Riyadh. But in Riyadh alone, he is joint top with Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on 38 winners. Al Raji's drawn well. If you go back to the penultimate effort and he repeats that today, he will win. But wasn't that just a fluke? I mean, the displays before
Given the overall profile,
yeah, the displays before that were shocking, and the recent run was poor. So, I don't know, Al Raji could easily bolt up, or equally could be tailed off. And quickly, horse number 3, Bashir Al Anaya, 1 from 12 so far, gets Mohammed Al Hubayl on, draws inside, so has to break well. My main issue with this horse is that his best efforts have generally come over further.
Okay, well, they are now down at the start. Big gamble developing on the horse that we mentioned at the very top of the programme, number 10. The first horse that we saw on the inserts, the horse that Callum mentioned, the Paddock, the horse that Tom replied to Cup of Tea saying would win. Moharib Al Duraya now into 13-2 from 12-1, halving in price from what he was earlier on. Off the mark last time out, dropped in trip, and that's the fact that Callum was talking about his size in the Paddock. You could almost see that backed up by what we saw in the video as well. He's a big horse.
Yeah, he's a big horse. He's still pretty raw as well. He's not the finished article by any means. He's only had the 5 outings, so I suppose you wouldn't expect that to be the case. But considering his improvement, which you can not only see from the form figures, but just by watching any replays of this horse, you would expect that he can take another step forward. And albeit he does have weight to find with the likes of Moatazem. He's rated 73 compared to Moharib Al Duraya's 63. It's highly likely that he's going to take that jump up again, and from a good draw, he's definitely one of the leading players here.
Okay, we are down at the start. Do keep your comments coming in on the YouTube channel. Just confirming to Cup of Tea that I'm with you as well, Tom. I'm with the 10.
Yep, 10 for both of us then in the studio. Was it Callum's Paddock pick as well?
I think it was. Let's nip back and just double check. Was this 10 horse your Paddock pick? It doesn't argue well for connections if all 3 of us have gone for the same horse in the first race.
Yeah, I'm sticking with Moharib Al Duraya team. Just a little bit of an update from the parade ring here. I spoke to connections of the 5 who will be ridden by Marcellian Colmacaz. They said he'll be here for the rest of the season. He is their jockey, and they're looking forward to the rest of the season with him. So we will see more of Marcellian Colmacaz. The real question that should be asked is, does Marcellian want to speak any English to me whatsoever? Hopefully, when he has a winner, we will find out, and I will pin him down to the ground if they do continue circling down at the start. But yeah, I thought the real eye catcher was the 10. Looked a streets ahead of these. The 11 Nawir, the big, strong, robust type. And keep an eye out on Nasser Al Anaya as well, who will be dropping back in class after getting no chance last time out. So they're the ones that really caught my eye. The one with pretty eye-catching, the jockey booking Camillo Ospina with an outside ride, always one to keep an eye on, because when Camillo's riding for another stable, not the white stable, it's worth watching. So Adhar, who will be looking for a second career win on 15th start. They're probably the main players in this run. But yes, team, I'm going to be sticking with the 10, Moharib Al Duraya. They are loading, though. So Stephen Powell, it's over to you for race number 1.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Callum. Well, 10, Moharib Al Duraya's got a lot riding on the shoulders here, hasn't he? The selection of all 3 of the team as they load up for our first race. 4-year-olds and upwards, 1,200 metres, non-winners of 2. All 18 horses have won the one race. Obviously, some more recently than others, as you heard. The likes of Moharib Al Duraya won last time out. So too did 11 Nawa and 14 Asian Nora, but that was several months ago, coming back from the long break. As we continue to load, is the favourite at 4-1 on the international markets. Aishan Nora, 5-1. Moatazam, number 8. Al Raji is 11-2 and 13-2 for Bashir Al Anaya. That's 6.5 to 1, along with Moharib Al Duraya. That's the big move. At 12's down to 6.5 to 1. 15-2 Nawa. Adhar's being nibbled as well. The top one is 15-2 from 10s. 12-1 bar those. So getting ready The last 2 or 3 about to come forward. Looks as though Bint Mastery there in the red and black, and Nawa going towards the outside, stall 15. We'll complete our lineup. Race 1. First race of the week, ready to go. And they're off. They're off and racing then. A little bit of a tardy start from Marib Aldaraya. Also, Nawa towards the outside wasn't the fastest away. Bint Mastery showing good early pace, and so too towards the inside is Mohata as they go through the first 200 metres. Arda's not far off them, and down towards the inside, Nasir Alanai, yellow and black colours, racing in company as they turn the corner there with Motar. Then came Dina Alanaya. A little bit further back in the field at this stage is Amiri, who's racing alongside Yazlam Allah. Further back at this stage is number 16, Amiri, just losing 2 or 3 places now because Marib Aldaraya is on the move. Macho Boys in behind them, and they're coming to the top of the straight now, and it's Adhar who's moving up on the outside of Bint Mastery. Alam Radar's against that far rail. 2 or 3 lengths away in the 4th place is Nasir Alanaya, and then in behind those trying to pick up from the back, Nawa. Marib Aldaraya still got plenty on, and it's Bint Mastery who's striding out at the moment, has gone on 2 lengths to Adhar in 2nd place. Keeping on is Alem Radar, and against the far rail running on Nasir Alanaya from a long way back, but Bint Mastery, having always been prominent, is going to be driven out to go on and win the opener. Bint Mastery beat in 2nd place Nasir Alanaya. Then it was close for 3rd with Adhar, and further back Moatazam running on in behind them. So number 17 has won Bint Mastery, the mountaineer of Asil Al-Sahani. It only had 4 races before today with the 1 success. It's now 2 wins from 5 for this daughter of Mastery, who's stayed on well in the closing stages, having always been prominent to double her tally in this opening race on the programme today. Has come home clear of 12. Nasir Alanar in 2nd place, 3 lengths between them. 1 Adhar kept on to be 3rd, and 8 Moatazam was back in 4th place. 3 lengths and 1 1/4 lengths were the distances there, with Bint Mastery winning for the 2nd time, and adding to that first success which came here at Riyadh back in October when she won a maiden over this 1200 metre trip.
Goes the way of Bint Mastery. Horse number 17 has won, beating to 2nd place number 12, Nasir Alanaya, and 3rd goes the way of Adhar. with a good late headway coming from the 8 as well. But the winner, number 17, Tom, unexposed coming into this and ran well at a similar race last time.
Yeah, we didn't really get to touch on her pre-race, but I did write some positive stuff down in my notes, which was that she produced a good effort last time in a conditions event, so a similar event to this.
Over further,
and she had a wide trip throughout, so you could mark up her performance. We're going to go back to Callum, but I'll talk about this horse after.
Thank you very much, guys. With winning trainer Naif Wanas, congratulations. Lovely horse.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for everybody. Thank you. I say congratulations for Prince Mohammed bin Saifuddin. It's honored the filly. And we're happy today we win the race. And I wish we can make more than that in the future, inshallah.
She has won 2 races from her last 5 starts.
Yes.
She's quite upward. She's going forward.
Yeah, I try, keep this filly away from the race, like 3 weeks. Try fix the filly because we travel, we change our place. And we're back again. Alhamdulillah, we win the race.
Do you now feel settled and at home now you are back at the right place?
Yeah, I'm feeling good and I'm feeling happy. And inshallah, for future, we can make better than that, inshallah. She's good filly, not the special one, but she's good. We try, inshallah, next time we try, try to make the filly growing more in that, inshallah.
Well, perfect. Thank you very much and very well done.
Thank you for everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
well, she's gone in again, Bint Mastery, as we were touching before, that course and distance win a couple of runs back, and she's seen out the 1200 well. I mean, that's maybe given why they've tried the further distance last time.
Yeah, her pedigree does suggest that she will stay further, being by Mastery. Last time she had a wide trip, and it wasn't that she didn't get home, it was just that she wasted too much energy around the home turn. Today she was drawn a lot better, close to the inside in stall 6, and she was drastically helped by the slow start from our selection, Marie Balderea. When we watch the full replay, which hopefully will come up in just a second, we'll see that the 10 horse, here we go, from the inside in the green and white, just briefly misses it. Kind of the slowest away actually inside. And
it was worse than I thought watching it back.
Yeah, and it allows Bint Mastery to really be ridden aggressively, go straight to the rail. You can already see Asil Al-Sahani's out in front, able to get a lovely spot, and from there she was able to save ground and really be ridden efficiently.
And just going back through the season overall, Tom, has there been a pace balance? Has it generally paid to be up on the speed?
Yeah, definitely over 1,200 metres. You need to be up in that, either the first or the second flight. So as we're watching this, maybe in the top 7 or 8 horses. If you're too far back over this distance, it's very, very difficult to make up that much ground. And when a horse does make up significant ground over this trip, they are ones to follow for next time up. So in this race, you can't see the horse in the shot right now, but horse number 8, Moatazem, is the only one to make up significant ground from the back of the pack. He eventually finishes 4th, and I would be taking him next time in a similar contest. Obviously, if you're ridden prominently, because that bend comes straight away, you're able to get into a nice rhythm, you're able to get a clear run, and from there you can just kick off the home turn. Whereas the horses in behind not only have traffic to deal with, but also have to kind of quicken into a quickening pace, which is super difficult.
And is the 8, Moatazem, who we touched on, course and distance winner, went over further last time. On this evidence, probably worth going over the 1400 again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they go up in trip. Moatazem's right at the back, the horse we're talking about, white cap, green and yellow silks, literally probably 2 from the back with the white blinkers and noseband. Jockey Farhad Al-Faradi is looking for a run at this stage and just can't find it, but he finishes off with real aplomb to take 4th. He is the one I would take out of the contest, aside from the winner, who's obviously done it very nicely. But look, if you look at all the other horses in behind the top 3 here, who are always prominently positioned, nothing else closes off, whereas Moatazem does right down the outside. So you've got to mark him up, and he's got a race in him. He'll either need to break better or he needs to go up and trip though.
And he's had to be really hooked wide to make sure he gets a clear run at it.
Yeah, exactly. That's not normally a bad thing here, but obviously you waste a little bit of ground covering more distance, especially if you do it on the home turn. He was ridden relatively efficiently there. He kicked wide coming off the turn rather than on it. So next time, Moatazem is the horse that we'll be picking, I'm sure, but a nice victory there for Bint Mastery.
You'd certainly keep her on side going forward, wouldn't you?
Yeah, why not? I mean, she's only had 5 starts. She's a relatively unexposed filly, and the connections obviously think she's pretty good, so she'll be interesting.
OK, well, a slow start, but we've got a long time to recover.
Exactly, loads more races to come.
We have indeed. Second up then of the day is a maiden race. This, Stephen, for the 4-year-olds over the 1,200 metres.
Yes, thank you, Martin. It is indeed 1,200 metres again for 4-year-olds and upwards. Number 1 is Abu Zaid, the mount of Alexis Moreno. 2 is Al Mowareb and the mount of Ali Al Mamoni. 3 is Bartarik, who's ridden by Abdullah Al Saeed. 5 is Dr. Amro and Marcelian Colmacaj. 6 is Gaspar Gabrielli and Adel Al-Faredi. 7 is Hartzay and Ayed Al-Turisi. Over to 8, Hassan, who's ridden by the young jockey Al-Khamis in this one. That's Abdullah Al-Khamis. 9 is Lama and Naif Al-Nazi. 10 is Mischieving, the amount of Eddie Castro. 11 is Cardi and Khalid Al-Mamoni. Scratch the 12. 13 is Transferred and Muhammad Al-Madam. 14 is Jury and Abdullah Al-Fayruz. Next is 15, that is Lana Allah and Mohammed Al-Khabail. 16 is Mayana Al-Khair and Abdul Aziz Al-Musa. 17 is Katouf and Camilo Ospina. And then we have 18, Rizar and Rakan Al-Abaid. And 21, the reserve gets in, Firing Squad, who will be ridden by Nawaf Al-Mudiani. So those are the runners and riders. Then race number 2 on the programme is a maiden. And Tom and Martin getting ready to cast their eyes over this big field once again.
And it's an interesting race. I thought looking through the card today overall, if there's one jockey to follow, it may well have been Camilo Ospina. I thought he had a good book of rides today. That's highlighted by the fact he's got the international favourite in this, in number 17, Katouf.
Yeah, exactly. He's obviously always got good rides. He rides for the White Stable, so he picks up some of the best young horses around and some of the better older horses too. But he has picked up some good spares today. Obviously not in this race, but later on. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he had a good afternoon. Katouf is an interesting runner. She's by Magna Grecia, but she's a 4-year-old making her debut here. So something must have gone amiss in her prep. I think she's probably going to want 1,600 metres. So this 1,200 metre trip is very much on the sharp side, but we do see these White Stable horses generally come out firing first time up. She's drawn inside, gate 1. Camilo's going to have to be at his very best to make the front, but if he can make the front, or at least have her in a prominent role from the inside gate, I think she's got a good chance.
And well bred as well by Magna Grecia, out of Vital Statistics, who was a listed winner for David Ellsworth back in the UK, so the pedigree's there. Yeah,
the pedigree's definitely there, and connections as well, a big tick in the box. This probably isn't the best of maidens either. There are a couple of interesting horses in here. It's no egg and spoon race, but Katouf has probably leading claims. My one issue with her is that the traders obviously always put these White Stable horses in at very short prices first time up. We don't know her full ability. We haven't been able to see any of her work. She's a 4-year-old making a debut. Do I want to take 15 to 8 in the international market? Probably not, but I think she'll be in the first 3 or 4.
And then you've also got the danger as well, first time up, stall 1. If she gets behind on a debut, not going to be ideal.
No, you can't miss it. You can't miss the kick from stall 1 because all the horses will congregate across, as we've already seen in race number 1 and already discussed. If you miss the kick, that first turn comes up very quickly. You can be shuffled right back in the pack. Fortunately for White Stable horses, they have a lot of training in the stalls, so they generally jump very well. You would expect Katouf to not miss too much ground, but first time up, you never know.
Well, Jimmy Jerkins, news emerging in recent days that he's going to be heading back to the United States after a couple of seasons here in Saudi Arabia. He's got Firing Squad in lineup here. Second best on the international markets at around 2.5 to 1. Firing Squad, formerly trained in the UK by Carl Burke. 1 start so far for Jimmy.
Yeah, it's an interesting horse coming into this race. He's obviously a reserve getting in, so it isn't on my shortlist purely because I didn't know if he'd make the final field. That being said, the 4 runs so far have been solid. 1,400 metres seemed to be the trip of choice when with Carl Burke. I liked his run last time. Maybe he's a big player in this race. He's 5 to 2 on the international market. It would be great to see Jimmy have another winner, and obviously sad news about the fact that this will be his final season. Yeah,
and would you expect, from what you know of Jimmy's training, this horse to improve when it ran 3rd on its debut here a couple of weeks ago? Does Jimmy sort of prep them to come on for that first run?
Absolutely, yeah. He's a trainer with long-term in mind. He's never the guy that wants to strike first time up. So, yeah, I expect him to improve. Though I do think the horse will be seen to better effect over 1,600 metres in time. So maybe this is just yet another stepping stone. We've
got to get back to Callum, but one of his stable favourites runs on Saturday, Honky
Tonk
Man on Saturday. You'll see that if you tune in on Saturday afternoon. But back to you, Callum.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, looking at Gaspari Gabrielli here, the 6th in this contest here. This is this maiden contest. It's over the 1,200 metres. And this was the horse that caught my eye. Just a nice, well put together individual. Has been given plenty of chances now. This is start number 6. But hopefully we will see a little bit more of an improvement from what we've seen before. Let's pull all the way back through. Let's go back to, actually now 10's come in late. We'll have a look at 10. He's having a big old shout and a scream. This is Mischieving, which is living up to the name here. Horse number 10, who we're just looking at now. He's having a big old shout around his parade ring, making debut today. Big connections here. Obviously, we know about Prince Sultan bin Mashal bin Abdulaziz. Always have their horses turned out well. Tend to be expensive purchases too, so looking forward to seeing how this horse gets on. Still has a lot of growing to do. It's just a frame of a horse at the moment. Needs to grow into that frame. Drop back to the FMQ runners. More big name stables. KD is this next one we'll have a look at. This is the 11. A bit more strongly built in behind, but again, still carrying quite a bit of condition. I think this horse needs the run, and I'd be looking at other options. Let's pull our way back to 13, who's another one who's misbehaving in here. This is transferred here, having the third career start at this point, but transferred just being a little bit difficult in the parading, just shying away from everything, having a good old look around. Now this goes for Samar Al-Dahani, who's having such a good season, and Mohammed Al-Daham in the saddle. I'd be looking elsewhere, personally, for me. Don't think 13 is going to be where I want to go. Let's pull our way back and see if we can find Jimmy Jerkins. We're going to head over across the parade ring and find Jimmy Jerkins, who runs one more in this contest. He saddles Firing Squad here on Saudi debut. He's going to try and run away from me because that's what he does best. But he's just in front of me now. Jimmy, before you try and run from me, firstly, how you doing? Very good, very good. Lovely to see you. Let's firstly talk about your horse Firing Squad in this race, Saudi debut today.
Well, it surprised us. We found out he got in yesterday afternoon. They had a bunch of scratches, so he drew in. I don't know, he ran decent first time. 1400, and he might have hung just a little bit at the end. So there's two ways of looking at it when you're cutting back to 6 furlongs. I don't usually crazy about doing that, but because you usually have to, you think, well, if he hung a little bit last time, if he hung going 7, he'll be better going 6. But usually when the races are 6, you got to run a little faster earlier to stay in contention. So you know what you saved going in the 1400 race, you probably can't go in 1200. But I like him though. I think he's acting good and sharp, and I think with the same effort, he should get a piece of it.
A bit of breaking news last night from the Pulick report saying that this will be your final season out here in Saudi Arabia. Firstly, how have you find this 2-year stint that you've been here?
Oh, it was great. I'm glad I came. You know, it's but I don't know. I just I'm having trouble figuring out what the stable's intentions are. You haven't really enlightened me on anything, and just got a little impatient. And I just decided, well, instead of waiting it out to find out what everybody's thinking, I'll just try to make some plans when I get home of what I'm going to do.
And that means you will be heading back to the United States of America. Obviously, friends and family over there. I imagine you've missed them quite dearly.
Oh yeah. Well, I knew that was going to happen, but you know, I would have. I wasn't against staying a little longer. I don't know about 2 more years, but I would have. If we could have negotiated something for an extra year, I would have been probably on board, but it just hasn't arisen, and it just hasn't come to light, and hasn't really been talked about. So I don't know. Maybe maybe I'm not in the plans. I don't know. I don't know how to take it, but I had to make a decision because, you know, if March rolls around and I'm not going to stay, then, you know, I got to work on doing something back home. So I had to make a decision, and I decided to. Well, I think you know, I did my 2 years contracts up, and I enjoyed it. I thought we did very well, and I liked. I made a lot of friends, and like I said, I'm glad I came.
Yeah, we've had an absolute pleasure speaking to you and enjoying your company and seeing the success that you've had here as well. So it's going to be a big hole with you not here next season, but we're going to enjoy it while it lasts this season. And also from everyone on the channel and everyone watching at home, best of luck with the next step heading back home.
Yeah, and I hope we can close out the meet here. And you know, we got some live horses. That Music Critic, I'm not sure exactly where we're going to run, but we're probably leaning towards saving them a little bit for next season, which probably won't help me much, but but I'll feel good going home. I'll feel good going home knowing I did right by him anyway. So, but I wish everybody all the best of luck. And like I said, I think we should, with any luck, we should close out the meet in good fashion.
Well, hopefully we end with a few more winners. Thank you very much, Jimmy, and best of luck here in this one.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Jimmy's been a great addition to the racing scene here in Saudi Arabia. And we're here on this English-speaking worldwide channel, and it's people like Jimmy, if you're tuning in from a different jurisdiction, that make this accessible, or help to make it accessible for you.
Absolutely, and he never declines an interview. Every single day we're here, we basically interview Jimmy when he has a runner, and he always is willing to talk and talk in great detail about his horses.
And honestly as well, from listening to what he was saying there.
That's the best thing about him. He's always honest. He always says exactly what's going on. There's no PR with Jimmy. It's just what he feels he wants to say, he says. And that's kind of the best kind of interview that anyone could ask for. Just honesty, informative, and he's given a good shout here for his own horse, Firing Squad. But it was interesting to me that he mentioned Music Critic as the one horse that he was looking forward to throughout the end of the year. I watched a piece of footage. I think it related to a horse today. I'm going to have to go back and find out. But Music Critic beat a horse who finished second, who runs over the next couple of days, either today or tomorrow. And he obviously holds Music Critic in very high regard.
Yeah, well, he's got this Firing Squad. He touched on the fact he's coming back in distance, something that he doesn't like to do, he said.
Yeah, I was that's what I was saying prior to the interview that we got there. It's very kind of abnormal for Jimmy to do that. Jimmy's a type of guy that, with his training structure, he always pitches horses in it at sprinting trips or mile distance to start with, and then slowly progresses and goes up in distance. He generally trains horses that are stayers, and it's very abnormal for him to drop a horse back. But if he feels that's the option for Firing Squad, then it's probably the right choice.
But you go back to the run at Wolverhampton towards its end of its career for Carl Burke. That was over the 1400. Shorter rumour at the start, came wide, but still saw out the 1400 well.
Yeah, he's going to be a longer term prospect, I think.
Yeah.
Over 1600 would be ideal. He is one of two horses in here that were formerly trained in the UK that are interesting. Horse number 13 is the other one, Transferred, who was 10-1 in the international market. I think could be a little bit shorter now. But Tharmer Al-Dahani's had the season of all seasons. He's been virtually unstoppable this year. This horse was unraced for trainer Kevin Philippart de Foy in England prior to being sold for 24,000. Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malak Al-Sabah had plenty of horses with Kevin over in the UK. He didn't own this one, but he purchased a horse, so maybe he had a bit of inside info from Kevin that this one had plenty of ability. Came over here, clear non-stayer over 2 longer distances, and now cuts back from a good draw with a great jockey on board. I think Transferred is super interesting here, and he's likely to be my pick. There are a couple of others I'll briefly talk about, as we haven't got too much time.
Well, before you do that, just on the back of Transferred, they were runs over 1600. He showed plenty of pace last time and led off the bend and just got collared.
Exactly. So the cutback is surely in his favour. He just needs to break well and get into that prominent position so that he doesn't cover ground. But I love the distance for him. 2 other horses briefly to mention. Horse number 10, Mischieving. Interesting runner, son of Inter Mischief, ridden by Eddie Castro for Prince Sultan bin Mishal. This horse cost $350,000 as a yearling, but that was back in 2021. Something's obviously gone amiss again with this horse in the interim, but the pedigree is beautiful and he's drawn well in 6. So I'll be interested to see how Mischieving gets on. He's around 10-1 in the international market. And the other one is horse number 9, Lama, who's 7-1 in the international market, a son of No Nay Never. Had the one outing, finished 4th. He's a scopy sort, big individual. And I wouldn't be surprised if he played a role. The only negative for me is his trainer's not had a winner in 2 years. So it would take a bit of a...
And from a decent sample size?
Yeah, quite decent. I think it's around 30 or 40. He's not got the biggest string, but still, it's been 2 years without success, and that would be a negative. But don't discount the 9 and the 10 in here. Both interesting runners. However, I will be siding with Transferred, horse 13. Obviously, we've already talked about the favourite, Katouf, horse number 17, who we expect to be there or thereabouts, but on debut has to break very well from the inside post.
Yeah, Katouf on debut. We've got the Jimmy horse coming back down in distance. They are pretty much joint favourites on the international markets at around the 2-1 mark. It's around 6-1 for the 9, Lama. Batterick number 3's at 12-1, Mischieving at 10s. But as you get down, Transferred is the one that's been back from 10-1 earlier into around 7-1 at the moment. Jose's been in touch as well. He is with Jimmy here to have a winner as he counts down these days towards the final end of the season. He says if he doesn't encounter the same problems he had the other day, I believe Firing Squad will win. That's Jose. So Firing Squad coming from... what's the draw for Firing Squad?
We're not sure.
I don't know where he's got into.
I think he'll take the place of horse number 4, so drawn in 15, but it's always a little bit confusing when there's numerous non-runners.
That's meant to look for the draw. Obviously, it's a reserve, but...
Yeah, I think he'll either be in gate 7 or 15. We'll have to find out.
OK, back to Callum.
Thanks very much, team. Yeah, going to stick with Katouf here. The 17, Camilo Spina, still 1, White Stable, in. Stephen Powell, it's all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Callum. Down to the last handful to come forward then for this maiden over the 1,200-metre trip. And on the international markets, Katouf is the favourite at 2-1. Firing Squad in at 9-4, and it's 15-2 bar those two in the second race on the programme. Going forward there is 6 Gasper Gabrielli in the black and red. 10 Mischieving in the black, stepping forward, and here's Katouf. Look out for those white blinkers going into stall number 1 on the inside. Looks as though the last two to come forward will be Transferred and Lama to complete the lineup. Transferred just kicking out there in those green, white and gold colours of Sheikh Abdullah Hamid Al Malek Al Sabah. But he's now in. Stand by, we're ready. And they're off and racing. For the second on the programme, they jump away with right on the outside, very slow to begin, was Dr. Amro. Another one taking a few strides to warm up is Mischieving as well, and so too is Hassan. Going fast though, Transferred, green sleeves and cap, Firing Squad right up there, and also handy in the early strides as well is Almoa Areb, who's got the noseband as they swing the corner. Parked out deep on the track is Razar, widest of all the grey, that one, and he's racing in company with Abu Zaid. These 5 are about 2 lengths up as they swing the corner on Lama. Another couple of lengths further back to Jury, and then a break back to the rest headed by Cardi. They're well strung out and Transferred. He's skipping along 2 to 3 lengths clear. Firing Squad alongside Alma Reb, Abu Zaid, Razar on the outside going off in pursuit of this clear leader. They're well clear. Well clear. Razar, number 18, I think came across the line in second place. He's run a very good race because he was caught out deep for the vast majority of it. He was 5 wide on the turn, leaving the back straight. Razar has managed to come on and win the race for second. 12.5 lengths was the distance. 11 Cardi got third, and 14 Jury finished in 4th place. So 13, 18, 11 and 14. And a whopping winning margin for Transferred. 12.5 lengths. Might well be the easiest winner we have all day.
Samir Al-Dahani, winning trainer, joins me now after the victory here in this race with Transferred. I thought he looked a little bit green and nervous in the parade ring, but on the racetrack, very comfortable.
Yeah, he's a good horse. He ran the first time in his life, he come third here. And we take him to long distance. I don't like the long distance with Dark Angel. I tell the Prince, is not fair to run him long distance. And he ran really good until the last 2 furlong. Then I stopped him for 3 weeks. I won the 6 furlong, and he do it perfect.
Tom Collins is in the studio, your biggest fan, and he said this horse would win, and he was absolutely right.
Yeah. He's a good horse, really. And he will go for 6 furlong. He will be much better next season.
You think 6 furlongs is definitely going to be his distance going forward?
Yeah. I will not change it. 6 furlong is the best for him.
Showing plenty of speed. Mohammed Al-Daham in the saddle as well. He's flying along.
Yeah, he's a good horse. Really, he's a good horse. I hope he progresses more and more because he's a fast horse.
Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you.
Enjoy it. Let's have a look at this winning horse. This was Transferred in the parade ring. I was a little bit nervy about this one, I must admit. He was a bit of a Paddock negative. He was very spooky, having a big old look around, but he's clearly quite easy and simple to ride here. Got a very minimalistic bridle. The ball has the ring bit on too, which shouldn't be too much of a concern. Just gives Mohammed a little bit more extra control in the saddle. We'll grab Mohammed and grab a word with him after this race. But this is a smart horse and clearly thrived over the drop-in trip here. Had a little bit of racecourse experience as well. So everything has worked well today. There will be tougher challenges ahead, and there is a serious race to be champion jockey here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's not just Adel Al-Faradi and Camille Ospina. Mohammed Al-Daham is slowly but surely beginning to stamp his mark on this competition as well, and I'm so looking forward to be able to catch up with him, because Mohammed is one of my favourite riders here in the Kingdom and has been very good to us all season. Well done, Mohammed. Congratulations.
Thank you, alhamdulillah. Thanks. First, thanks God and honor and the trainer.
He looks a nice horse at this distance. He showed plenty of speed and relaxed nice into this race.
Yeah, mashallah, this is very good horse. He ran before 2 times, but first time mile, second time 9 furlong, and now come back here. Mashallah, very good. I think this horse for 6 furlong, 7 furlong, if more, 8. Very good horse.
There we go. That's very, very exciting. Last week was a very, very good week for you. Multiple winners. Are you looking to have 3, 4, 5 winners this week?
I hope this, inshallah. I hope, inshallah, and all joke, inshallah, will be this week very good. All the season, not just for this week.
And maybe champion jockey, because you're beginning to close that gap to Adel Al-Faradi at the top, and you're really getting involved now.
I hope, inshallah. If I take, alhamdulillah.
You'll be very happy if you do. Congratulations, and hopefully we'll get to talk to you again throughout the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice performance. Well, it's more than a nice performance, actually. It's a devastating performance. Got up there from his draw, got the rail, and they just didn't see which way he went.
Well, we've done our job for the day. That's a nice price winner.
Should we go home?
Yeah, we might as well. We've got leave the
Just leave Callum to it.
Yeah, Callum can do it all. Yeah, look, this is a nice price winner for both of us. He's shown plenty of promise on both of his outings. Last time up, his form figure doesn't suggest he ran very well, but he had notable excuses. We talked about how the cutback in trip was going to be perfect for him, and that proved to be the case. It was crucial that in the early stages, Mohammed Al-Daham got the horse out, broke well, and got to the fence. You can see the horses drawn inside of him in 1, 2, 3, and 4. Especially in gate 1, they all missed a kick, and Mohammed broke beautifully on transfer. That allowed the horse to show the early speed that he had previously showcased in his 2 outings here, and Mohammed was able to get to the rail. Saving ground over 1,200 metres, especially if you're on the front, is key.
Well, that was the race-winning move there, wasn't it?
It was. You can win races at the start over this trip, or just in Riyadh in general, to be honest, over these shorter distances. And look, he's already got an advantage. He's covering the least amount of ground. He's cruising within himself at this stage of the race. And it was just a matter of, is there a better horse in the field than him? And there wasn't.
And this is where the website here is so good. If you go to the Saudi Cup website, go and look at the form of the runners and riders. You can watch these videos back, and you look back at this horse last time out over the longer trip. It was, 1,600 metres last time out. He's done this last time and just not got it. As Thomas said, by Dark Angel.
Yeah.
Over the short trip, you were hopeful that he'd be able to put in this sort of display.
Yeah, the key thing is when you watch a horse over further, you need, and then they cut back in trip, you need to see them show some early speed, and he had that. You can just see he's whitewashed.
He zips away, doesn't he?
Whitewashed his field. He's won by 12 and a quarter, I think it was, 12
and a half.
Absolutely dotted up. He shouldn't have been a 10-to-1 shot. This is a case in the international market where the traders have got lazy, as they do in these maidens, so they put the white stable horse in as the short price favourite. He didn't break. You can see he's way out the back on the fence with the white blinkers. And they've just thought, well, the others are much of a muchness, so we'll price them up how we think, and they've got it wrong. Transferred is way better than what we've seen so far, or saw so far prior to today. And he's a horse with high potential. I wouldn't be surprised if they, went down the open route next time up rather than
It's worth a try, isn't he?
I think so, yeah. He shows early speed. He quite clearly stays well. He's got a turn of foot. He's a nice-looking horse as well. I don't really see a negative about him, and yeah, Tharma's the best around when it comes to placing horses, and I'm sure he'll have a plan in mind.
And I thought he was going to say you're a good judge when Callum asked him about you, but he just said you was a good horse.
So he always says I'm a good judge when I'm not here. When I'm here, he says I'm a good horse, yeah. Crazy scenes. But look, it won't be the last time Callum speaks to Mr. Al-Dahani. He's had a great year. So is Mohammed Al-Daham. He's now one off Adel Al-Faradi and Ricardo Souza Ferreira when it comes to the Riyadh table. Not overall, because he didn't have as successful a type as Adel, but he's had the year of all years, Mohammed Al-Daham, and he's obviously helped by the backing of Tharma Al-Dahani and Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah, who are just dominating right now.
And a nice performance in second from Rizar. Takes second today, got a bump early, was trapped out wide, had a couple of runs here last season, not been seen since Taif back in September as well. So there's got to be, hopefully, an upward tick for her going forward. Yeah,
interesting horse because she hadn't shown much so far. In the 2 runs this season, she barely beat a rival. So it was really a case of what's this horse got in her locker anymore. But this was a big step forward, and she's bifrosted, which suggests that longer trips will be her forte.
And Jimmy's horse Firing Squad got up there and got onto the box seat, or got into the box seat behind the leaders, but just hasn't seen out. A return to further, maybe?
Yeah, I think too much too soon for Firing Squad. Showed that early speed and just couldn't sustain the effort. With these horses sometimes, especially ones that want longer distances, if they show early speed, they can just peter out early. They want to be ridden more efficiently, save that kick for the latter stages of the race, and that's just not the case with Firing Squad today. I wouldn't be surprised if he bounced back when going over 1,600. Today was just too short for him.
And the winner, you think we might see again this season in better company, or is it going to be a project for next year?
I think they'll go again this year in open company in maybe February or March time.
Okay, well, that's a winner for Mohammed Al Daham, the jockey on board. Let's have a look at how he sits in the jockey's table at the moment.
He's up there in third place right now. Yeah, he's flying. 60 winners. Camilo in second with 62, and Adel Al-Faradi right on top and 72. Last time I was here, which was 3 weeks ago, Adel had a 10-winner advantage, and that has basically stayed consistent throughout the whole time. It wouldn't be surprising to me if Mohammed Al Daham does move up into second at some point this weekend, maybe. He's got loads of opportunities for Tharma, but these three have been the dominant jocks all season long.
Okay, and about 2 months of the season left as well. And as regards the Trainers' Championship?
Yeah, right now Tharma Al Dahani is 16 winners clear. He's just had, 17. This was not updated just after the last race. He's had a great season. He's been dominant. It's been a good year for several different trainers, Ahmed Mahmoud being one of them for the White Stable. But Tharma Al Dahani is the guy that we're all talking about right now, and he's just proved in that last race why he's so good.
Okay. Well, a couple of weeks, well, it's a couple of months of the season left, and of course the best part of the season still to come. We've got a massive weekend here next weekend, trials for the Saudi Cup, and the Saudi Cup itself around 5 weeks away. More imminently, we've got race 3 coming up, which, Stephen, is a local bred fillies maiden. Over to you for the runners and riders.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. We're on the dirt again over 1,200 metres for race number 3. Number 1 is Artea Al-Manan, the mount of Muhammad Al-Mulkaya and Abdullah Al-Sayedi. 3 is Al-Sheikha Sarah and Abdul Aziz Al-Faradi. 4 is Dahamat Alays and Muhammad Al-Daham. 5 is Ghazal Al-Arab and Asil Al-Sahani. 6 is Haifa Al-Daraya, the mount of Muhammad Al-Nefsi. Over to number 7, that is Halat and Adal Al-Faradi. 8 is Hakwat Al-Asail and Abdullah Al-Kradis. 9 is Iftikhariya and Abdullah Al-Orfi. 10, Sanabik, the mount of Osama Al-Shirani. 11 is TNT and Abdullah Al-Hussein. And 12 is Twatik, who's the mount of Mohammed Al-Yami. We've got a dozen fillies then for this third race, due off local time at 4:05. They're in the parade ring, so let's rejoin Callum.
The first horse we're going to look at in this local bred fillies maiden over the 1,200 metres. She's not your typical local bred. She's got a bit of size and scope about her. She was third last time out. That was a career best effort so far. She'll be looking to build on that. Yes, physically she can come on a little bit more, but she's certainly a horse that you have to put on the short list here. You can see she's got the tongue strap on just to keep that tongue down so she can breathe a little easier. But aside from that, a very basic tack setup, and she walks out fairly well as well. So certainly a horse you'd want to be keeping on your short list for sure. Artea Al-Manan, the 1. Let's drop back to the 3. Al-Sheikha Sarah, who we're going to have a look at now. This is the 3, ridden by Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. We'll talk about him later on. He's got a ban coming up for his ride in that big purebred Arabian race last Friday. We'll talk to him and the stewards about that later on today. But this horse looks great in the coat, doesn't he? Doesn't she, I should say. This daughter of Equal Miller. She's walking out really nicely as well. She comes here on racecourse debut. She's got some beautiful dappling on the body. She looks in really good shape. Physically, she might be able to take another step forward. She may just need this run. She's a little bit petite, but hopefully she can run a big race on debut. Let's drop all the way back now to the 7, who is Halat. And while we drop to the 7, we'll talk. I'll just mention, I thought the 5 was quite interesting on paper, but looks very, very weak in the parade ring. The complete opposite can be said for the 7 here. Halat, another on debut here. What a big, strong, scopy filly she is. She's just all power. Look at the back end of her. She's got a butt like Beyonce and a shoulder like Rob Gronkowski. She really is powerful. Look at her. She's gorgeous. I can't wait to see her making her racecourse debut today. Daughter of Macho, who has plenty of success here in Saudi Arabia. She looks in great nick as well. And I'm sure the booking of Adel Al-Faradi will not have gone unnoticed either. Talking about her walk, I've got no concern. She's walking really well. She's covering the ground nicely. She looks immaculate in these warm conditions, and she certainly is the paddock pick so far. we'll just drop back to the final one we'll look at, which is 10. Complete opposite end of the spectrum. This is Sanarbik. This is a horse who's a maiden after 20 starts, looking to make it 21st time lucky. She's a really light-framed individual, very typical local bred looker, famous for her short tail, which seems to never ever grow, but she looks in fairly good shape today. She's not carrying a lick of condition. She's walking out really powerfully. Both her handlers are just getting a little grip on her. She's got the tongue strap on too. She certainly looks good enough to be a place player in a race like this, because it's not the strongest affair, but lads, I can't see anything beating Halat here after just taking my eye in the parade ring.
So smaller field then for race 3. Local bred fillies, Maiden for the 4-year-olds only. They're on the dirt here over the 1,200 metres. And we can have a look at a bit of form in the lineup here as well, Tom. Horse number 1, Taya Al Manan, who has had 4 runs so far and was third here last week.
Yeah, it was a respectable third. It was a big field, as you can see, much bigger than she's going to face today. She flashed early speed, but you can just see she didn't sustain her run coming off the home turn. She finishes off very one-paced, and okay, she plugs on past a couple of the horses that are level with her right now, but she gets beaten a wide margin. If she was to win Sire, but Macho Macho gets plenty of winners out here with his progeny, so that wouldn't put me off. He's out of an unraced, he's out of an unraced Irish-bred mare as well in Packing Fizz. There's a lot there to like about her for the Red Stable, who've had a fantastic year, especially in Riyadh. There are a few negatives, including the price and also the draw out in gate 10. She's going to have to be well away in the early stages. We've seen in the last 2 races over this distance, if you missed a kick and you're too far back, it is very difficult to make up ground. That being said, her rivals are generally rated between 49 and 65. If she's not better than 65, I think Connections will be a touch disappointed.
Well, the second favourite taken on Halat is number 5, Ghazal Al Arab. And this horse had 4 goes so far, Tom. And it's like they're trying to work out where to go with the 1,200, 1,400, back to 12, up to 18, and back down in distance again.
Yeah, I had this filly in as second best as well, so the market, in my opinion, has come down on the right 2 here. And my race comments for this horse basically say that she weakened late in a 1,800 metre maiden last time. That came in December. Returns to sprinting, which is obviously a positive. However, she's going to come from way off the speed. And over this 1,200 metre trip, as already talked about, we've said that 1,200 metres is too difficult to come from way back to deep close into the race. It's likely she's going to stay on past most of her rivals, but is she going to be able to pass them all? I don't know. Asil Al-Sahani has obviously already had a winner today. He's going to need to be at his very best on this filly to come from virtually last to first, but she has the form claims and she's top rated with a mark of 65.
The one that I like, Tom, against the favourite, who's got that unpacked potential, the favourite could be much better than the rest of these, was the 6 horse as well. Disappointing last time, but a couple of good runs twice before that, and joint second top rated in the field.
Yeah, I had her in as my third selection, Haifa Al Daraya. Draws better in stall 7. She's a front-running filly, so unlike Ghazal Al Arab, who's going to come from way back, and Halat, who we don't know how she's going to break and what position she's going to get, we know that Haifa Al Daraya is going to be forwardly placed, and from there she's going to be hard to pass. There might be 1 or 2 that are better in terms of talent, but she should be in the top 3.
And she was drawn wide when she was posted second in a handicap, having just been caught late in the day. Right. We can head back out to head of race 3 to Callum.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, just a quick update here about one of the jockeys in the parade ring for this race. Now, Abdulaziz Al Faradi partners horse number 3 in this contest. Now, those of you who watch the channel will remember Abdulaziz was aboard Talal Al Khaladiya, who passed the post in front in that massive Arabian clash with the Afsan Al Khaladiya on Friday last week. Now, after the race, we came off air, but the result was amended. Abdulaziz was dropped into second place. His rider, Talal, he created some interference down the straight and was dropped to second place. Now, there's been some additional fallout from that race. Abdulaziz has been banned for 3 days. Now, that ban starts tomorrow, goes to Saturday, and then continues to Thursday next week. So we won't see Abdulaziz Al Faradi for a while. Had a quick chat with him off camera. Obviously, his English isn't the best, so I used my wonderful cameraman Mustafa as the translator. He totally respects the steward's decisions. He understands why he's got the ban for 3 days, and he's looking forward to making the most out of the rides he's had today. Now, remember, he was able to ride on Saturday last week as well, so he's trying to make the most of the quick turnaround he's had and an opportunity to have a winner here. But we will not see Abdulaziz Al Faradi for the next 3 meetings after he finishes riding today.
That'll be a big blow to him, Tom, with what's to come next weekend with the custodian of the two holy mosques.
Exactly, yeah. He's obviously the younger brother of Adel and Farhad. And he doesn't necessarily have as good a rides, but Abdulaziz has been pitching himself in with the big boys over the last few weeks, and he's been doing very well. So, yeah, that'll be a blow. It was the correct decision by the stewards, we have to admit. It was a ludicrous last-minute kind of dive to the right-hand side, but, you know, it was everything that he could possibly do to win that race, and unfortunately the stewards caught him out.
Yep, and he's ended up taking the correct punishment in the end. That was the concluding race on the back end of the card last week. They are heading out onto the track and heading to post for race 3 here. We'll also have qualifiers for the Arabian races next weekend as part of that custodian card.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's much better. Look, the racing this week's good, but it's not great. Next weekend is great. We get proper horses, some of the best horses actually in Saudi Arabia come out, and yeah, there'll be some proper showdowns, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, qualifiers for the Al Manifa, for the Saudi Cup, for the sprint races, all coming up on Saudi Cup weekends towards the back end of February. And there's been good money, Tom, since we were talking as well, for the 6. Haifa Al Khaladia has been backed from 10 to 1 down to around 7 to 1, proving popular on the international markets.
Yeah, unsurprising that Haifa Al Rayya's taken some money, drawn well, as we talked about. And the forward-going nature of this horse makes her the bet for plenty, I'm sure, because we've seen 2 1,200 metres races so far. Both of them have been won by front runners. She's going to be on the front. So, look, if you're following the trend of prominent races, then you're going to be taking the 6. And there's no surprise that she's receiving a lot of support right now. I will be with the 7 Halat at a short price, but as I say, not from a punting perspective, but more just from a logical winner point of view.
Yeah, not Al Khaladia, Al Rayya.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. You were too focused
caught
on the Al
last
Manifa.
weekend, still couldn't believe it. I was watching you guys, and it was so late in the evening, you disappeared off air as soon as it happened, and we sort of caught up the following day with a bit of reflection on that final race.
It was madness, wasn't it? It was like when you watch a film and you see the ending, and it's such a shocking ending, and then suddenly the film ends. You're like, what's going on? We need a second one. So yeah, it was an interesting race. Obviously, used as a prep for next week, I imagine, for both of those horses and some of the others in behind. But yeah, it was one that we probably should show again at some point because the ending was so dramatic.
Okay, maybe you will get a chance to have a look at that at some stage. The third in on the international markets, or the original third in, because that's now number 6, was number 4, Damat Aliez, who is also joint second top rated with horse number 6. A horse who's had plenty of chances, hasn't managed to break through though after 17 starts. Yeah,
she was hampered last time up on several occasions, so you can put a line through that. And the fact she actually ran 3rd was kind of to her testament, really. But that was a clear career best. I don't really know why she performed better, considering what happened during the race. Maybe she's a type that likes a bit of trouble, and that kind of keeps her interested. But it's hard to support a horse that's 0 from 17, especially when there are some unexposed types that have winning credentials in this race. I did have the 4 Dahamat Alays. That's my 4th selection. If you want a, if you're looking at multiple kind of bets, exotics, trifectas, forecasts, whatever you want to call them. I had 7 to beat 5 to beat 6 to beat 4. I think those 4 are the clear standouts in this race, and it's very hard to make a case for any of the rags, the outsiders.
The only one you could really sort of throw into the mix was the one we talked about initially, which is the top horse.
Yeah, horse number 1, I suppose, Ataya Al-Manan, just purely because she finished 3rd last time, but even then she's more of a plodder, and her official rating of 49 doesn't give her much of a chance. I mean, just briefly mentioning a couple of the others as to why I don't think they'll kind of feature. Horse number 2, Al-Morkaya, has just been unplaced in all 3 outings, twice at Taif, once here.
10th every start?
Yeah, just impossible to fancy, really. Good apprentice on board. Horse number 8, Hakwa Al-Sayal, just no ability so far, draws wide. And the 4 at the bottom of the weight, Sanabix had way too many chances, as has TNT, with 20 and 14 starts respectively. Horse number 9, who I'm not going to try and pronounce because it is a tough name, has no chance either. And the 12,
Iftik Hariyah.
Yeah, difficult name. Stephen Powell's going to struggle there.
Come on, Stephen, prove us wrong.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Iftikaria, I think I was going to go with for number 9, Iftikaria, the amount of Abdullah Alofi in this filly's maiden. 1,200 metres, and they are loading up there in shot. We see number 4, Dahamat Alays, and is one of about 3 or 4 left to go forward. 3, Al Sheikha Sarah is out the back at the moment, and so too is number 4, Damat Alays. 12, Twatik is also not yet in. Might be one of the last. Looking at the back, that is Jcsa, the one who's being a little bit unruly at the moment. And here of Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Stepping forward is for 12. That's Twatik who goes in. And here comes Jcsa into stall 9. Nearly there. Just backs away again. And we'll have another go at coming forward. And the handlers this time seem to have won the battle. That's it. We're ready. Race 3. And they're off racing away for the third. The one that missed the break was Halat, the newcomer, leaving the starting stalls very slow to begin. Also, Iftikhariya has taken a few strides to get going. One who was out fast and is leading them towards the inside is Twatik, going forward with Haifa Al-Dorea. They're being followed in third by Ataya Al-Manan, and then fourth wider out on the course goes Hakwat Al-Sayal. Following these through, Dahamat Al-Ayez against the rail with the noseband, 2 lengths in advance then of TNT. Closely followed through by Jcsa. There's a break of 2 to 3 lengths further back then to Sanabik, who's racing with Ghazal Al-Arab, and Halat, who's trying to pick up from the back, having missed the break. Into the home straight they come, and it is Twatik who has the lead, clear by 3. From in second, Haifa Al-Dorea, who's under pressure. Dahamat Al-Ayez against the rail. Now down the outside, Jcsa trying to come on, and so too from the back is TNT. Inside the final 250 now, and it is Twatik in front, but he's getting tired and hanging towards the middle of the course. TNT the far side, trying to run on in between the pair is Jcsa, and here's Halat from a mile back, right over the top inside the final 50, and Halat from last to first, and a storm through in the end to win a Sheikh Ghazali. Has come through to win well. Close with TNT, and then came Twatik, and they were followed by Ataya Al-Manan. So number 7, Halat, Maiden Al Faradi, completely blew the start on this racecourse debut, but has stormed through with a pace collapse up top to win, and win pretty well in the end, it has to be said. A son of Macho, another winner for Tom and Callum as well. Both gave Halat a big thumbs up here, and she's come through to win and win pretty comfortably at the line. The battle on for second went to number 11, TNT, who had got the better of 12, Twatik. That was the one who cut out the gallop, number 12. Just began to wonder late in the day, and the grey number 1, Ataya Al-Manan, stayed on to be fourth. So that was 7, 11, 12 and 1 as the result of race number 3. 1 3/4 and half a length, the winning distance for Halat, who's come from the rear of the field and stormed past all of her 11 rivals to win going away.
That was a performance and a half, wasn't it? I mean, Halat fell out the gates, She looked like she spat the dummy out at the top of the home straight, but then she absolutely rolls under Adele Al-Faradi to take victory here in this local bred fillies maiden. I think this is one for the Saudi notebook, ladies and gentlemen. This is a really, really good performance considering everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong. Abdullah Mishraf Al-Khatani is your winning trainer as well, ladies and gentlemen. Just coming toward the horse now, just putting his hand on the horse. Oh, he's making sure that everyone gets involved, and they'll be very, very happy with this performance. And so will the jockey, Adele Al-Faradi. Has had a couple of quiet weeks, really, in it for Adele's high standards, and has noticed the gap has been closed with the likes of Mohamed Aldaham and Camille Ospina churning in the winners, and it doesn't help when you've got Ricardo Sosa Ferreira doing the same thing too. But this will be a nice winner for him, a welcome winner for the Red Stable as well, and you can see all the tack getting put on and all the glorious sheets being put on with all the signatures.
With her necessarily, look, she's obviously done the job well. It looked like it was unlikely turning for home. She was way back. She had a wide trip. She didn't break very well, but the pace has quite clearly collapsed. The front runners are walking. She's just continued at the one speed, and she's managed to pick them off. It does look like she changes her speed. Look, quickly at the start, sorry. She
green out the gate, wasn't she?
Yeah, misses the kick badly, loses 3 or 4 lengths, breaks to the right slightly, and that puts her on the back foot. From there, she has a wide trip. It looks like she really picks up in the latter stages from a visual perspective, but I don't think that was the case. I think if you were to look at the sectionals, the front runners have really just stopped, and she's continued at the one speed and just gone on by. Look, if you took the short price in the international market, then you're happy. And obviously, I'm happy for putting her up as the pick. But I don't think she's that good, if I'm being honest. I think this was just a really bad race. And she's managed to kind of get the job done first up. Maybe she'll progress. She's likely to break better next time. She's potentially going to show some more early speed. But she's going to have to beat some previous winners.
You've got that whole cluster of horses in the mid-pack there. Torthig's got off hard up front, but if the pace had really collapsed, would you have expected Torthig to have gone right through the field and still managed to finish third? Or is that just maybe just a sign that the race wasn't very good?
I don't think that's that group in behind are making up any ground either, to be honest. I think they're kind of staying on at the one speed. Half of them are really tired.
Torthig's now getting tired.
Yeah, but so are the ones that are coming on the inside, and she's just stayed on at the one pace down the outside. I think, anyway, look, I could be proven wrong, but from my first initial viewing, I think she's a future stayer. She's going to run over 1600 based on her pedigree. I think she's just galloped all the way to the line, whereas the others have either shirked the issue or got very tired up top.
And she looks to be struggling there off the bend.
She does. She's outpaced, and I think that's mainly because she's 5 wide as well. She's obviously covering way more ground than some of the horses up front. From this point of view, at this stage, you would never say she's going to win.
No.
But if you look at the horses in the second flight, their stride is dramatically shortening right now. The horse who eventually finishes second is TNT in the white and blue silks. At this stage, it's hanging badly. There is no stride at all on the 11, yet she sticks on for second. I just think she's devoured the ground halat, whereas the others have really got tired and fatigued late on.
And the second's rated, what, just 49? Was
Exactly.
a 14 race maiden coming into this?
Yeah, exactly. There's not really much form in behind.
The fourth was rated 49?
Yeah, and they both ran in the same race last time up, so that kind of shows that it was an average race. The pace has completely collapsed. This is nothing against the winner, of course. She can only beat what's put in front of her. But I think it was a weak renewal, and if she goes into a conditions event or an open next time, she may struggle against better horses.
I mean, purely on the figures, you're probably looking at a 60-odd rated horse, aren't you, as opposed to 80 or 90?
Exactly that. So she might be okay, but I don't think she's great. Or she hasn't proven that as of yet anyway.
Okay, well, the international market's got it right. She was a shade of odds against into odds on in race 3. We move on to race 4 of this meeting 79. It's a handicap this time, and it's for the apprentice jockeys. Stephen, furnish us with the details of this.
Yes, thank you, Martin. Apprentice riders indeed. Hands and heels only as well for a handicap over 1,400 metres. 3-year-olds only as well. Number 1 is Sahab Al-Motagar, who's the mount of Abdullah Al-Saidi. 2 is Fal Al-Damraya and Rakan Al-Abaid. 3 is Al-Komandan and the mount of Abdullah Al-Kridis. 4, Al-Hajoun and Muhammad Al-Nasser. 15 is Al-Rodki and Mohammed Al-Yami. 6 is Akramah and Tariq Al-Mansour. And the 7 runners completed by number 7, Edabat Al-Majd and Abdullah Al-Khamis. So a small but select field of 3-year-olds then for the apprentice jockeys. Hands and heels only. We're going up to 1,400 metres here. So let's rejoin Tom and Martin.
Thank you, Stephen. You furnished us very well with these 7 runners. And of them, Tom, I think there's only one of them who's had a start in a handicap. They've all had different exposure limits in different fields, but 6 of them make a handicap debut.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? We don't see too many trainers or connections in general go to these handicaps, but obviously these are relatively limited horses. They're not going to win maidens, the ones that are still maidens, and Sahab Al-Mukhtar, who's won twice up top, is obviously trying to find a nice winning spot. The one deserves to be favourite here for the Red Stable, and hopefully we'll see some form from that horse right now. Sahab Al-Mukhtar.
Very short, just a shade of odds on for the international markets.
Yeah, she deserves to be favourite based on this. Look, she travels into the race lovely in the white cap, the second silks of the Red Stable, Prince Faisal bin Khaled, and she just gets the race done virtually on the bridle. However, she got a lovely toe into this contest on the rail. They went hard up front. The horses who eventually finished 3rd, 4th and 5th all pay for going quickly, and the runner-up, the 3rd place finisher, Caper, on the inside in the blue with the red saddlecloth. That was the only horse that was way out the back in the early part of the race. Basically, the pace collapsed and Sahab Al-Mukhtar was in the right spot to take advantage. Quick return to the track today, that's a question mark for me. I prefer this horse, which is Al Komdan. Now, on this evidence, maybe you're going to say, well, he's not as visually impressive as Sahab Al-Mukhtar. Why would he manage to beat that horse today? And it's a fair point. Maybe he's not capable of beating her. However, he's a forward-going type over a trip that suits forward-going horses, ran well in an open company and a maiden over longer distances, now drops down in trip. These connections are very interesting with this type of horse, and I wouldn't be surprised if he, Al Komdan, beats Sahab Al-Mukhtar here.
Well, he's 7-1 on the international markets. Sahab Al-Mukhtar coming up in distance, your horse coming down in distance. Those 3 runs has had been over 1,600.
And if you go back and watch Sahab Al-Mukhtar, I think she ran over 1,600 on debut, or she definitely ran over further on debut. And
she was, on debut 1,600, yeah.
Didn't stay at all, not even close to staying. Now, over the 1,200, she's not been a super strong finisher. She has won twice, so she gets that trip, and that trip's no problem. But stepping up to 1,400 may be a slight issue for her. I feel like she's going to travel into the race beautifully. I think maybe turning for home, she'll look like the most obvious winner. But will she manage to hold on? That's my question. And I'm happy to take a chance, given the prices. Obviously, she's a very short price at 4 to 5. I'm happy to take a chance on the 7-1 with Al Komdan.
And she's the only horse in the field, it's a small field, admittedly, who's not wearing any kind of headgear, no tongue strap, no cheek pieces, no hood or anything. So would that maybe suggest she's the most straightforward of them?
Yeah, probably. Obviously, tongue tie is an outlier here. That's just for a breathing operation or horses with breathing problems. But yeah, you would say that she's very straightforward, given she's got no headgear, and some of the others may need some kind of aid to help them concentrate. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to put it all in. Obviously, now they've got the headgear, you'd suggest now they're going to be 100% reliable on course. But with some horses, that is the case, and some it's not.
Well, on the international markets, Sahab Al-Mukhtar is the odds-on favourite. 2 and 4, the next best in at around the 5-1 mark. Horse number 2, also on a handicap debut today, has had 3 runs so far. This is Fal Al-Dahaya.
Yeah, look, had the 3 outings. The second start was pretty good, finishing 3rd, and that's why he's rated 60. But those first 2 starts both came in Taif, and you never really know whether a horse is going to repeat the Taif form over here in Riyadh. Taif track is a lot deeper. It's a lot smaller in terms of circumference, and you know, on this Riyadh track you need a little bit more speed, and he didn't show much of it last time. That was in Cup company, and he's dropping way back into handicaps now, so maybe he gets some class relief, but it's tricky to suggest he's going to win today.
Okay, horses in the paddock. The jockey is coming through too as well, so let's head back out to Callum and see what clues we can get ahead of race 4.
Thank you very much, team. Yeah, let's start from the top, work our way down. Sahab Al-Mukhtar is the first one we're looking at. Now, this is a horse who only ran last week, with a good winner last week, but the reason why this horse was a good winner was because she settled. As you can see, she's not settling here at the moment. She's certainly on her toes. She's getting very warm between the hindquarters. This would be a massive negative for me. The jockey said after the win last time that she settled. She looks almost like she's blowing up already before she even gets down to the track. A highly anxious filly. Let's go back to Fal Al-Dahaya. This is the 2, not quite as jig-joggy, but still a little bit on her toes. She's keeping herself to herself here. She was well beaten last time out, but put together 2 half-decent runs before that. I've been looking forward to see how he gets on in this contest. Al Mokhtar is the next one. Now, this horse is handling things very well and is a real eye-catcher in the parade ring. A big, strong, scopy type. Really a nice individual. Got those cheek pieces on. I wouldn't leave that too much of a concern. Only a 3-year-old with the 3 starts. This will be a first time in handicap company and might be a little bit dangerous off his current mark of 58. In behind is Al Hajun. Now, this horse has been an absolute nightmare in the parade ring so far. Very difficult to get into the parade ring, and as you can see, is still really getting quite worked up here. Career best run last time out, but as you can see, still very, very weak in behind here. Not carrying too much condition, but I'd be looking elsewhere. Almost just a little bit too keen here. In behind, we've got Al Rodkey here. This is probably one of the Paddock shortlisted ones. Look at this individual. Just a really well put together type. Had a bit more experience in these. 5th place effort last time, but just looks in really good shape. Big, strong type. Really like the shoulder and the back end of this. Completely different to what we've seen before. Dropping back here to the 6, this is Ekrama. Won that 2-runner race last time out. He did that for a rating of 38, I think it was. Now has a rating of 45 on this occasion. This is a tougher contest than last time out, but that win would have given this individual some confidence. That was a 7th career start, looking for win number 2 on start number 8. Could still be underrated by the handicapper. And finally, we go to Arabat Al-Majd. This is the last horse we're looking at. Probably has a lot to find here in this contest. You can just see he's clipped his hip, or maybe a stable door or something as he's come through and been a bit of a pain. He's just got a little bit of a scar there, but that won't hold him back. The thing that will hold him back is his rating of 44, and I imagine he might find this all a bit too tough. Team, the paddock pick for this one is the 5, Al Rodkey.
Okay, thanks to Callum for a closer look at these runners in the paddock. So we've looked at some of the main players. We looked at the favourite. We looked at Tom's selection as well. The other horse who was the joint favourite on the international markets, Tom, was number 4. Al Hujun has been maiden company, open company, and winners of 2.
Yeah, so I have Al Komdan on top, Sahab Al Mokhtar in 2nd, and I put Al Hujun as my 3rd in this contest. Rated 54, so get some weight from those towards the top of the race card. Didn't raise a leg on the first 2 outings, just was super slow, didn't look like he had much ability at all. But the worst sign of life last time up, and now that he enters handicap company, we could see something better from Al Hujun. But again, it would take a leap of faith to suggest that this mark is kind of lenient, whereas Al Komdan looks like he's well treated, whereas Sahab Al Mokhtar is the proven quantity. Those 2 are the real standouts. Of the others, you're kind of guessing a little bit, and that's the case with Al Hujun.
Well, let's have a look through the remaining 4 down the bottom. Number 5, Al Rodkey, who's had a go in a handicap and finished 5th.
Yeah, 6th race maiden, finished 5th last time, as you say. Draws well today, picks up gate 1, carries the minimum weight as well with a mark of 49. And I suppose you can make a case for Al Rodkey in here, but hasn't shown enough for my money to warrant some support in this contest against the likes of Sahab Al Mokhtar and Al Komdan.
Okay, number 6 is Ark Rama, who's had 7 goes and got off the mark last time out in the local bred open last time out. That was over the 1,200, 1,400 metres today, though.
Absolutely hacked up that day, but it was a 2-runner race against a debutant who showed nothing, absolutely nothing. I think this was won by 30-odd lengths, but literally was a match race with a debutant who showed no ability. So I think that victory last time comes with big concerns about what on earth this colt beat. However, his previous form when 5th was okay. He races from out the handicap here. He's only rated 45, so he's technically £4 out the handicap, and therefore is very hard to put up as a selection. But he's probably the 4th best selection, 4th best horse in this race, I think, behind the 2 that we've already put as our selections and Al Hujun. I suppose you've got to give him a chance, but he's tough to fancy prior to that victory last time.
And Arabat Al-Majd is the rank outside, the least fancied horse on the international market. It's been held in a variety of trips in 7 starts. Pedigree's
actually pretty good. She's by American Pharaoh, she's out of a dam called Holiday Magic. Pedigree suggests she wants 1,600 metres or further, but she's only rated 44. She's shown very little on the track so far. For my money, she's going to finish last in here, and the market kind of agrees.
Well, there's been one horse been backed against the favourite, Tom.
Is it Al Komdan?
It is.
Yeah, good. I think that's right, to be honest. I do think 7-1 was way too big. I would have the 3 in a second favourite behind Sahab Al Mokhtar, and then the others are, much for muchness. The 2 and the 4 have similar claims, and the others are out of their depth really against this field. But it should be an interesting contest. These 0 to 65 races, we should point out, are always hands and heels events. So the jockeys are going to really come under scrutiny here. And that could be more important with the one, Sahab Al-Mukhtar, who is stepping up in distance. Does she need more force in the saddle over this trip? Is she going to get super tired? She has got the best apprentice on board, in my opinion, Abdullah Al-Saidi, but he's going to have to work, I think, late on the day.
Is she more likely to stay, given it's a small field? You're not sort of potentially faced,
as we've already said. But yeah, she has to give weight away, and the trip is the one concern. The trip is the one concern. Al Qamdan, if I am Abdullah Al Kredis, I'm going forward. I'm going to try and dictate matters up front, because this horse obviously has run over 1,600 metres recently, now drops down to 1,400. You've got to make use of that stamina, especially when you're against a quicker horse in Sahab Al-Mukhtar. If Al Qamdan is behind the one in the early part of the race, there's a very limited chance he's going to be able to out-sprint her. So you need to be ridden aggressively on the 3, try and dictate and hope that Sahab Al-Mukhtar doesn't have what it takes to stay. But we'll find out, I'm sure. The final 200 metres will be interesting here.
Well, if you're just joining us, welcome along to the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia's English-speaking channel. It's January the 18th, and it's meeting number 79 of the season, the first of 3 days racing here.
Definitely January 16th, by the way.
What did I say? 18th?
Yeah, you're in the future.
It is the 16th. I was thinking because Friday was the 19th, and that's why it does. Okay, what does that say?
That does say 16th.
It does say 16th, but I was thinking, no, tomorrow's Friday, it's the 19th, so that was something else. But no, it's the 16th. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're with me.
It's okay.
And if you want to get involved and correct the date or the time, you can do so on the comment section on YouTube. Thanks to Jose for his continued input. And of course, we're back again tomorrow. Got some races on the turf here tomorrow.
We do, yeah, 3 turf races. A very interesting one as well. Obviously, I won't spoil too much because hopefully everyone will tune in tomorrow. But there's a turf race over 3,000 metres. I've never seen one here. They're not super rare. There was one just after Christmas, I think, when I wasn't here. But 3,000 metres, yeah, they have to go round the turf course twice. It's a real proper test.
Would that be the same distance as the Red Sea Turf?
I think so, yeah. But during the early part of the turf campaign, you usually get the 1,200 metre turf races, 1351 and 2100. So, these stamina sapping contests are not really custom over here. And on dirt, obviously the maximum trip on dirt is 2400. So, it's a completely different thing. But turf racing tomorrow will be very fun.
Okay, selection time, Tom.
Horse number 3, Al Qamdan for me.
Okay, I'm going to go Sahab Al-Mukhtar after that tidy win last time. I think she should stay. What about you, Callum? Will this the top horse for the Red Stable get home?
I have my doubts, Martin. Like I said, when I saw her in the parade ring, I just think she's getting really worked up. And the thing that the winning jockey said last time that she didn't do the time before on her penultimate start was she settled. She settled really well last time out with another small field contest. I think she's been really, really well placed by connections, but she's not the pick for me. Al Rodkey is the pick. Stephen, it's all yours.
Yeah, thanks, Callum. Last 2 or 3 are coming forward then for our 4th race. These apprentice jockeys, hands and heels only as well here. 7 runners, and the last 2 or 3 are just about to come in. It won't be long before we are ready to go for the 4th race on the card. Sahab Al-Mukhtar, 10 to 11 favoured on the international markets as the last one. Al Hajun goes forward to complete the line. Ready. And racing. Off they go, and came out in a fairly good line as well. Sahab Al-Mukhtar on the outside did break very well. Down on the inside, Al Rodkey is just struggling to go forward in the first 200 metres or so as they begin their journey down the back straight over the 1,400 metres. And it's Sahab Al-Mukhtar with the lead and has got out and across to bag the rail and takes them along from in second place. On the inside is Erbat Al-Majd. Yellow headgear between runners is Ekramar, and out deep from the track, red, white and blue of Al Qamdan. Those a wave of 3, 2 lengths away to the red noseband of Fal Al Dorea. Another length and a half, El Hajoun, and last of all, struggling at the back is Al Rodki as they swing the turn and come to the top of the home straight. And Abdullah Al Sayedi and Sahab Al Mokhtar are moving well, coming inside the final 400 metres, going on by 3 to 4 lengths. In second place is Akramar against the rail, alongside Al Kamundan. They're about 2 lengths in front of Fel Alderer, who's trying to pick up as well. And the other 6 have got 4 or 5 lengths to find now on Sahab Al Mokhtar, who coasts on down into the closing stages, clear from Al Komandan, and then came Fal Al Dareya, keeping on down the outside. From the back is Al Rodki, having been outpaced early doors, but Sahab Al Mokhtar still on the bridle, now just driven out to make sure for the final 50 metres, and Sahab Al Mokhtar wins again. Now 3 from 5, and made all to do so. Beats in second place Fal Al Dareya, keeping on was Al Rodki in third, and Al Komandan was back in fourth place. So a win in race number 4 for number 1, Sahab Al Mokhtar, follows up that win last week, as I mentioned in the race itself. Now 3 wins from 5 career starts for this daughter of Requinto. Winner for Martin as well in the studio, confident that she would follow up, and she's done so, having broken well out from stall 7, managed to move across the field to back the rail, and never looked back thereafter for a 3.5 length victory. Beat Fal Al Dareya into second place, 5 Al Rodki was third, and 4 Al Komandan was back in fourth. So 1, 2, 5 and 3, 3.5 lengths and a neck, and another winner on the card for the red stable as well, as Sahab Al Mokhtar and Abdullah Al Sayedi do the business in race number 4.
Al Mokhtar makes it 3 wins from 5 career starts now, with an authoritative victory here in race number 4. This a local bred horses handicap 0.65 hands and heels event. I'll just see if I can get Mustafa. Mustafa, let's get a little bit closer into her, just to show how much sweat she's put on here at this stage. She is unbelievably sweaty, and she got warm in the prelims and warm throughout, and as you can see, she's really exerted herself here. We've got a winning trainer, Abdul Manif Al-Khatani. That's a double for him today, and a double for the red stable too. He'll be happy with that. I'll talk to him off camera. He's not too keen to be interviewed on camera, a little bit concerned about his English, but I'll get a line from him about this horse going forward. For me, I'm really impressed with this because, like I said, it was an easier contest than she ran in last time, but the fact that she's managed to win despite getting incredibly warm is only a good thing. And young jockey Abdullah Al Sayedi, he won't have that 1 kilo claim for long, got a real positive attitude, riding full of confidence. And lads, it's a win for you, Martin. Well done.
So race 4, another winner for the red stable. Sahab Al-Mokhtar gets away well, gets up on the front. And look at that, jockey looking around, non-existent dangers are behind, Tom.
Yeah, she's just way the best. I think this was a very good ride as well from Abdullah Al-Saidi, getting to the front, keeping it simple. As we've already talked about, being on the speed has been advantageous so far today, and usually is in these sprint contests. There was a chance that one of the stayers may go forward and test her stamina late in the day, but that just wasn't the case. She won the race on the home turn. The others in behind were too tired to get close to her. And then it didn't really matter if she stayed or not. We'll see from the outset. She breaks from stall 7 in the red silks. Right
Gets
out
away
wide,
best.
Already a length clear after 4 strides. And, you know, that allows Abdullah to just get across to the rail and dictate from there. In behind, I was a little bit disappointed with the ride on Al-Qamdan. I thought Abdullah Al-Qadis should have, 1, gone forward, and 2, not been 3 wide in a 7-runner race. That made no sense. But he ran okay to a point and then weakened. Falad Araya stayed on okay into second, but a distant second, and our Rodkey was always kind of up with was always out the back, and picked off the horses that got tired just in the second flight. The winner's just way the best today.
And you touched on a second ago, they've got a race on the turf tomorrow over 3,000 metres, quite a rare thing. She stayed so well today, they could have made a double entry, put her in there tomorrow, and she could win that as well.
Absolutely disagree. Absolutely disagree. I don't think she stayed at all, but she's just so far clear that it didn't matter. Look, coming off the home turn, she's already, 2 lengths clear at this stage, and it's going to grow to the middle part of the straight. Once stamina comes into question, she's still 5 lengths clear, and the others in behind are super tired. It's basically like she faced no kind of challenge today. It was a piece of work, really.
But she's had to use petrol early to get to that position.
Sure, but she stays 1,200 metres. We know that. She can race like she did today over the 1,200 and then crawl home over the final 200. There's no problem. If you watch the final 50 metres, and we can't see it from this drone footage, but I'll say it anyway. Look, from here onwards, the horse in second and third and fourth, they are closing, and Abdullah Al-Saidi is asking for effort, and there's little response.
But it's only hands and heels. These are all out in behind.
Yeah.
They're getting the kitchen sink thrown at them to get there.
They are tired in behind, and they're still making up ground on her. I don't think she stays 1,400, but they found just a great spot where she's obviously got way more talent than the horses in behind her. At this part of the race, look, the race is already won. Those in behind are scrubbed along. The ones in the second flight are not making up any ground, and Abdullah Al-Saidi's not even touched the leader at this point. Looks under the shoulder.
She's just cantering, and she's in third gear here.
Exactly, yeah, won the race at this point. But then when he asked for effort, he realises the tank's empty, and then the horses in behind suddenly start to close.
He just got mad asking for effort. It's, they're starting to make a bit more of a move there.
Okay, but my point is, say next time, say she runs in 1,400 metre race and she's against a horse that can challenge her around the turn, she will weaken and she won't.
But maybe
finish.
they won't be so forceful next time. She's been able to dictate today over this trip.
I hope she runs again when we're both here, because I'll be dead against her over this distance. I genuinely think she doesn't stay 1,400 metres. She didn't need to today. It was a non-plus point. You didn't need to stay. She was just too good for them.
But she has stayed to win.
No, she hasn't. You don't need to stay if you're that much superior. Say we had a race, yeah, and I was, say I'm Usain Bolt and you're Mo Farah.
Yeah.
We run over 200 metres, 400 metres, okay, so Usain Bolt, 200 metre runner. Usain's ahead after 200 metres. He's way clear because he's much quicker than Mo. And then Mo stays on at his one speed, but Mo's already, Usain's so far clear that he can just kind of limp home over a slower kind of speed and still win the race. You don't have to necessarily stay to win. She had such an advantage, and the ones in behind just weren't running home quick enough.
I can't
Agree to disagree?
I think given the way she's ran, if she had crawled around earlier and sprinted away from them, but she's had to use petrol from outside to get there.
Two ways of running,
She's burned them off, and she's stayed to win.
She's burnt them off, doesn't stay, but got home. She's not just going to stop. These are horses. They're going to keep running, just at a slower pace. If we had sectionals, that would say slow for her final 200 metres. It would. It would say slow, I promise you.
Well, okay, I do hope we're in together.
Yeah.
I know I'll be proved right.
Okay, we'll see. We will see.
And she would win over 3,000 metres tomorrow.
Well, she definitely won't do that. I'll tell you that. I'll be right on that one.
Only because she's not entered.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Anything we can take from encouragement of those in behind?
No, I think they're very limited. Al-Qamdan just didn't really produce today. Farlad Array, I suppose, ran okay, and our Rodkey stayed on, maybe once a longer trip, but they're all much for much, and Sahab Al-Mokhtar is definitely the most classy.
Well, you say not stay. Callum probably says not stay. I said stay because it wins. Stephen, did she stay?
I thought she was paddling in the last 100 metres, to be honest. Oh dear. Well, right, let's move on, shall we? Will they stay 1400 for this 3-year-old only local bred maiden for colts and geldings? Number 1 is Alil, the Mount of Mohammed Al Habib. 2 is Al Amar and Osama Al Shirani. 3 Al Baz Al Ashhab and Abdullah Al Farouz. 4 is Al Wawa and Khalid Al Mamoni. 5 is Anshtain and Ahmed Al Taya. 6 is Fatah Al Hajaja and Al Abaid. 17 is Ta'i and Mohammed Al Yami, and 18 to complete the lineup is Yofins. It will be ridden by Adel Al Farani.
Horses in the parade ring ahead of this contest here. Race number 5, it's a maiden for the 3-year-olds, but remember these are really 2-year-olds, which is why I'm going to have a good old look at horse number 1 here, Ailil, who we're just going to have a look at. Now makes 3rd career start, has shown very little on first 2 efforts, but just look at the coat, look at the muscle definition, a little bit keen, has got those earplugs in that I don't think are doing the best of jobs. It's basically just some cotton stuffed in the ear there, which he's just having a good old think about. I imagine he's going to have a better effort once those come out down towards the start. But yeah, I like the look of the 1 and think he's going to have a decent chance here to make it 3rd time lucky. We're going to have to drop back all the way to Alwa, who is the 4 here, goes for the FMQ team. Another one who's just getting a bit jig-jog. I'll just make sure Mustafa keeps enough distance because I want to keep my cameraman as safe as possible, as he is my translator and all other options here in Saudi Arabia. Make sure he doesn't get kicked. But again, another horse showing lovely muscle definition. This is a son of Commissioner. Obviously, these connections had Commissioner King, who won a Saudi Derby a couple of years ago, and certainly this son of Commissioner, they'll be hoping goes the very same way. A nice mover, just walking with a nice swing to the hips as well. This is a horse that makes debut here today. You can understand that these are not the most precocious types because those debutants are long gone. They were running at the beginning of the season. This horse has certainly got the body and the shape to suggest he wants to go over a little bit further. I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes on debut. Pulling back to the 6th, this is an interesting one just because we'll talk about the horse that ran in our last race that won a 2-runner race off a rating of 38 by 30 lengths. This is the horse he beat, and he's actually handling things much, much better today. Stable lads are over the moon because last time out he was horrible. Absolutely horrible. He didn't handle the occasion at all. He's clearly learnt from that and is handling things much, much better today. Connections will be keeping an eye on him and seeing how he goes. I wouldn't be looking to him as a horse to follow in this particular race, but maybe going forward he might get a criminally low rating, and in a handicap he might be very, very dangerous. We'll pull back a couple more now. It's the next horse we're going to look at is the number 13. Now that's on the wrong side of the parade ring for us. We're going to have to take a little bit of time to get to him. Just coming towards us now. We're going to have to skate past a couple of others. No one really crazy catching the eye here. We'll just wait for the 9 to come past so we don't get kicked. And now we'll head round to the 13. This is probably the real talking horse here. Mujfaf. Here, this goes for the white stable. Typical connections that you have to keep an eye on here. There's the reason why. But again, this is the one by Latam. I've mentioned plenty of times on this show already this season. They are changing their breeding patterns. Not seeing so much premium tap now. They're experimenting. They're going to different stallions. So this is by Latam. He's a lovely looking individual. 4th on debut. Needs to take a big step forward from that. But this looks like a race where we'll have the opportunity to do that. But for me, the eye catch and the horse that I'm going to put up is going to be the newcomer for FMQ. I really like Al-Wahar here. Horse number 4. Oh, we've all kicked off here, and it's typical. It was the 6th. It was the 6th horse who we've just mentioned before. Fatah Al-Hajar is just a real cheeky monkey here who's just got everyone set off a little bit there. So keep an eye on the 6th, ladies and gentlemen. He's a tricky, tricky customer.
Do you think a tricky customer, Tom, or he's taken one look at Callum and just thought, whoa?
Definitely the latter, 100% the latter.
I think he's the good judge.
Yeah, of course. Can I quickly say this? I think it's the most important actual part of this from a betting perspective, if anyone's looking at the international market. That horse that Callum's talking about, and we've just mentioned, horse number 6, Fatah Al-Hajar, is the worst price horse today. 5-1 on this horse is ludicrous. This was the horse that finished 31 lengths behind.
I was going to say, if you looked at the form, you'd look at it and think, it was second. That must have been all right.
Exactly. And this is why the price is wrong, because the traders haven't gone to look at the actual form. They've just seen the form figure and they've gone 5-1. No. He got beat 31 lengths. He showed absolutely nothing, no early speed whatsoever, and never featured in a 2-runner race won by a horse rated 45, who was just running that previous contest and not finishing the first 4.
Which, if you do sort of mathematical calculations, makes the horse rated about -20.
Exactly. It's crazy scenes. No way the 6 should be 5-1. It should be 50-1.
Okay, well, the market leader is number 13 for the White Stable. Camilla Ospino is on board. Just a 1 run so far for this fella. Finished 4th of 19. And I said shaped okay. You were more favourable with the debut run.
Yeah, I thought the debut run was actually pretty good. He eventually finishes 4th. We're going to watch it right now. This is Muthaf, horse number 13 in the White Stable Silks, as we pick it up right about now, and you'll get the little caption. And yeah, he's up the inside at this stage. I thought he shaped nicely because he broke slowly on his debut. He showed real kind of middle gears in the middle part of the race to get into a prominent position. He was in the 3rd or 4th flight and then moved up just behind the leaders. He actually gained 2nd place, turning for home, as we saw at the start of this footage, and then weakened late. He raced very inefficiently, broke slowly, rushed up, middle gears, weakened. I think if they ride him a little bit more efficiently today, try and get to the front, brake better, he'll be seen to better effect.
Okay, well, he's on his 2nd start today, and he's at top of the international markets at 15-8. There was a horse behind him that day, who we can see again, turned out a couple of weeks later.
Yeah, there's steady improvement here from Novikov, who is also on the inside in the green and yellow. But you can see he gets super tired late in the piece. Eventually fades from 3rd into 5th by the line as we get him out of shot just now. He needs to improve a great deal to win, and he's 16-1 for a reason. I much prefer the first footage there of Muthaf than Novikov that we've just seen.
You could almost question the producer and wonder why he's put that insert in, really.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not a player.
It's a crazy decision. Right, Callum, back to you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Joined by Ahmed Al-Shaya here, who trains the horse number 4 in this race, Al-Huahua. They're trying to get the pronunciation as correct as possible. He makes his debut today. He looked magnificent in the parade ring.
Thank you. Yes, Al-Huahua, correct name. First time race. You know, today no have time for King Abdulaziz Cup is next week, and my horse, he need time. I like send him race before 1 month, and you know, before transfer from Janadriya and here, because I give him time. Well, alhamdulillah, today he will come in good. Inshallah, I send him today 1,400, and I think my horse, he need more distant, but in the program now have race for him 1,600, but alhamdulillah, inshallah, today he will doing good, inshallah.
The FMQ stable had so much success with Commissioner King, obviously winning a Saudi Derby 2 years ago. Is he a similar type of horse to Commissioner King, a big, strong horse who needs some distance?
Good stallion, Commissioner, and only we have 1 horse, Commissioner, this year. Only this horse. Yes, inshallah, next year we have only one horse, same. You know, Commissioner is nice stallion, and all stable, he need some horse from like this, and he will buy from sales. Alhamdulillah, he doing good.
Well, best of luck, and thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
Trainer there of Al-Huahua. Can you take any encouragement from that?
Well, I actually have this horse 4th in anyway on my race comments and my shortlist. I'm surprised he's 33-1 in their market. Look, he wouldn't be my play. I do fancy the White Stable horse number 13, Muthaf, instead. But there's a good pedigree here with Al-Huahua. Callum talked about Commissioner being a sire, and this horse wants further, but he's drawn well inside. He may be running home strongly. This is a weak race aside from the 2 market leaders. I wouldn't be surprised if Al-Huahua managed to pick up some pieces and finish maybe 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, we'll have to put up a big performance on debut. I thought there was maybe improvement to come from the 9 here, Milton. He ran 4th of 18 on debut over the 1,200, comes up in distance today.
Yeah, very small horse though, lacks size. Showed speed that day over the 1,200, then faltered. I have a question mark surrounding the trip, though the pedigree, being by Frosted, would suggest that it should be fine.
Okay, Milton is currently 7-1 on international market, same price as the 6. Eufontis is a 5-2 chance. That's the 2nd best. I think we haven't talked about Eufontis, have we?
No. Horse number 18 gets Sadel Al-Faradi on board, seeking a 2nd winner today for Gaith Al-Gaith. This horse, I suppose, sets the standard. Had 4 solid displays, 2nd twice, 5th and 6th on the other 2 occasions. Finished runner-up on one of those starts over the 1,200 metres. It just looks a danger to all of these. And, in these kind of maidens, you always need a horse with form where you can judge how strong a race is. I think if Eufontis finishes maybe in the top 4, you can make a a strong enough case to suggest the official ratings of the horses that either beat him or finish around him. I think he'll probably finish second here behind the White Stable horse, but it wouldn't be a surprise if he got the job done.
Yeah, Yo Fint's right down the bottom there, horse number 18. And just as we started the conversation with this, talking about the 6 horse, I mean, you think the guys who are drawing up the price on the international markets have just looked purely at as we go back to saying it was second, but how on earth is it 7-1 third best in the markets? It should be 33.
Yeah, well, he was 5-1 originally. I mean, it's crazy scenes. It's just a mistake, isn't it? Fatah Al Hajja should be 50s, honestly 50-1. Probably one of the worst pieces of form actually in this race, worst effort. So, look, the connections aren't bad. Naif Al-Anazi, you know, decent enough rider. Doesn't ride many winners here though. I would be very shocked if the 6 finished in the top half of the field, to be honest, based on that evidence. He could easily improve. These are all lightly raced types, but that first run was bleak.
Okay, well, Yo Fint and Muthaf getting very tight at the top of the international market. Milton now the clear second best. Fatah Elijah drifting out, was 5-1, now out to 8-1. There's a lot of dead wood in here.
Yes, there is. There's a lot of dead wood in here. Big prices, as you say, and I think this is generally 13 horse Muthaf versus 18 Yo Fint. I think it's a match between those two. And then I'd be looking at some first-time starters to maybe fill out the frame if you're looking for a bigger price each way play. We've already talked about horse number 4, Al Wawa, who was 33-1. What about horse number 16, Safi Al Anaya, for Tariq Anaya, who does very well, an owner breeder, very well with these young horses. First time up, son of Premium Tap. Wouldn't be surprising if Safi Al Anaya played a role, but again, you would suggest that it would likely be for 3rd or 4th rather than winning. The likes of Muthaf and Yo Fint just have a real stranglehold on this race, and it's basically, do you rather the potential of Muthaf, who could easily take a big step forward, or would you rather the proven quantity in Yo Fint, who we know is about a 60 rated horse? I'm going to go with potential. I'd always veer on that side.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're with the right one. I put Shaped OK when I was going through the race, but I'd only got down to that stage to number 13.
Right.
Like by the time I've got down to 18 and looked at it all again, I'm going to improve it, say definite potential.
Exactly. Yeah, it's very difficult to make a case for more than 2 on form, and the others are very much, dead wood or first-time starters. So, yeah, it looks like we're coming down on the same horse again. Horse number 13, Muthaf. And
we made the point earlier on that Camilo Ospina had a decent book of rides. Okay, just as you say, ride for the White Stella, but this could be the first of a couple I thought that could go well for him.
Yeah, definitely. He's got good chances today, tomorrow. Haven't yet looked at Saturday's card, but I'm sure he's got some good runners there as well. It'd be nice for Camilo to have a good week. He's 11 behind Adele Alfredi now in the jockey title race, so he needs a couple of winners, and Adele's obviously already on the board today, so it's key if he can get a winner here.
Well, Caberni's got a good chance then in race 7 as well, but they're loading the stalls then. Back to you, Stephen. Let's hope we can get horse number 13 home in front here.
Well, they are loading up here, Martin, for this 5th race, the local bred Colton Geldings Maiden, 1,400 metres, 3-year-olds. A handful of newcomers, touched on 4 Al Wawa, and also 7 Hasnan, 8 Macafil, and 16 Safi Al Anaya, all racing for the first time. Then number 3, Abaz Al Ashhab, and Abdullah Al Farouz just had 1 run, finished 6th on debut, alongside number 4 Al Wawa and Khalid Al Mamoni. Those 2 lining up to go in. 18's out the back as well there. Yo Fint, who's ridden by Adele Al Faredi, has had 4 runs, run up twice from those 4 runs. Yo Fint, as the last handful come forward then. 3 and 4, the 2 we're waiting on. Albaz Al Ashhab, the one that's proving most tricky at the moment. And on the international markets for this 5th race on the card, it is Muthaf who's favoured at 15-8 over Yo Fint at 5-2. Fatah Al Hajja is at 5-1. Milton 7-1 and 10-1 bar those. That includes this one, Albaz Al Ashhab. They're still trying to put forward. Al Wawa's not quite there yet either, who goes into stall 8. And Albaz Al Ashhab will go into 11. Well, Al Wawa's just backed away again, so the hunters have to regroup, just get back behind him and heave him forward, and this time he's there. So the last one to come in to complete our 18 strong field, race 5 on today's card, and Albaz Al Ashhab. At the end of the back straight is Safi Al Anaya. Moving through is Fataj Al-Haji towards the inside, and also moving through there as well is Novikov. So Novikov has come through to join Mostre, and also their line of three, Albaz Al-Ashab. Fourth on the outside as they go around the turn, but just being squeezed is Safi Al-Anaya. Then came Yofins, just tucked in behind them. Under pressure, Al-Wawa, but has made a lot of ground after a slow start. Milton's widest of all the black and red, and is being tracked through at this stage by Macafil, A-Lil, and then further back to Morowek Al-Bal, top of the home straight. Albaz Al-Ashab has taken it up and has moved on now from Mosre in second place. Milton moves into third from Yofins in 4. Running on further back in the field is Montac from the rear of the field, but Albaz Al-Ashab has begun to draw clear here. He's gone on by 5 lengths now. Milton running on the outside to challenge for second and having a battle with Mosre, but they won't catch Albaz Al-Ashab, who's going to get off the mark here at the second attempt. Another wide margin winner, and gallops on strongly to the line. 1 by 7, I reckon. In second place was Mosre. Third across the line was Milton, and they were followed by Montac, who was running on further back. So the winner there, number 3, Albaz Al-Ashab and Abdullah Al-Fayrouz. And this horse was always fairly prominent, which is generally the case as we see here regularly, and has then stayed on very strongly all the way to the line. It's son of Destan. Had 1 run, that was at Taif back in August when he'd finished in 6th of 18. That was over this trip. But for a little break and coming here to Riyadh, has come home a clear winner. Indeed. Fairly prominent throughout. 9 Milton was third, and fourth was number 10 Montac. The winning distance 7.5 lengths for Albaz Al-Ashab, 1 3/4 back to the third, with 3, 12, 9 and 10 confirmed as the order in race number 5.
Very rarely that you see a horse coming back off a break here, win first time up in Riyadh, but Albaz Al-Ashab has done just that. 6 in Taif on debut, not seen since, and wins here for Ahmed Al Musa, and has done it in very good style underneath Abdullah Al-Fayrouz in the saddle. Abdullah's had quite a quiet time with things of late, so he'll be very happy with that success, and so will Connections. In fact, the owner has done well here with this runner. Don't see many of these colours, not to get confused with the colours of the 6 in this race. So similar but not identical. So a good win for them. Look, honestly, if I'm to give this horse a future, it's probably going to be in handicaps, maybe in the 0 to 60s, 0 to 70s. I don't think we've seen a world beater, but what we have seen is a horse that's won off a break, which is always very good to see, and lovely to see Abdullah Al Farouz with a winner as well. He's been ticking along nicely this season, often rides a second string for the White Stable, has an outside ride today and has taken full advantage. Lads, a couple of disappointing runs, but the winner, probably one to keep an eye on.
You're not been seen since that run at Taif a few months ago now, but has put 7.5 lengths between himself and the rest of the field here, Tom.
Yeah, he's done it nicely. This was obviously the first string of Connections. They also had that Fatah Al Hajj, which is the one thing we did get right in the race, saying that horse at 5-1 was the worst price ever. He did cross the line in last, beating around 50 lengths. But we didn't get the right...
Just almost regressed from last time when we'd beaten 31.
Yeah, legitimately. It's just got no ability, that 6, Fatah Al Hajj. Yeah, I didn't get the winner right, I have to admit. But the run in Taif was solid enough. It's just you never know with a horse coming from Taif to Riyadh whether they're going to improve, whether they're going to be able to repeat the effort or not.
Out wide there, the green cap.
Yeah, completely missed the kick. That was our selection. Horse number 13, Muthaf. Missed the kick, was rousted up, but didn't find his stride, and then got tightened up on the bend. Basically everything went wrong, but he equally didn't really help himself either. Slowly away, never really looked interested, and he's not the leading light for the White Stable, that's for sure. I do think Camilo Ospina should have gone inside here to try and grab the rail rather than
He's got that gap there that he's aiming for, hasn't he?
Yeah, but surely you just try and cover less ground. But anyway, he's about to get tight for room anyway. You can just see at the bottom of your screen, White Silks. He's about to get tightened up by the horse on his inside and outside, and Camilo has to extricate himself from that gap there.
And I remember somebody once saying that horses often get tightened up like that because they've not got the speed to hold their position.
Exactly, 100%. He didn't have the speed, he just wasn't good enough today, and yeah, he's quite clearly regressed from that debut run. You'd feel that with Mustafa not running his race, it was there for the taking for Yo Fince, who's currently in third right now and unable to get to the eventual leader, who is Albaz Al-Ashhab. And he put the race to bed off the home turn. He was 10-1 on the international market. The Taif run was solid, but this is a big step forward, and maybe he has a bit of a bright future. The ones in behind, I'm not so sure.
Okay, well, I had Muthaf down as shape okay for debut. I might just put then run terribly.
Yeah, that would be an accurate description.
It would indeed. But a nice winner coming back from that Sol run in Taif, and goes on to win on the back of a layoff. Beats into second place Mothray, who'd also just had the one start so far. Another one that was unexposed coming into this, that was a run over the 1200. Stepped up to the 14 today, comes off second best.
Yeah, he's another horse that came from Taif, having that one outing, plugged on at Taif for 7th, and today he just showed much better. Look, Blinkers won for the first time, so maybe that's why the 12 improved a touch, but I don't really know what his ability is. I think he's probably around a 50 rated horse, which wouldn't really stand much of these in good stead if that's the case, but I do think the winner has at least some upside, whereas the ones in behind are pretty disappointing. I do want to point out the horse in Silver Silks, FMQ, just gone out of shot at the top of screen, probably finished about 8th. That was Al Wawa. He has at least some future. He showed some early speed, he got tightened up coming into the turn, and then from there on he just plodded home at the 1 speed, but Connections did say he wants further, and I wouldn't be surprised if he took a step forward next time. But of the others, Martin, it's very difficult to really come out of this race with positive comments.
Yeah, local bred Maiden then. That was race number 5. Moving on to race number 6. We're getting nearly halfway through the card. It's flying by today.
Yeah, it's flying by. We're about to get into the 30-minute gap, so we'll see if that continues. But yeah, we've got plenty more maidens to talk about, a couple of handicaps, and conditions race too.
And this next race, Arabian Horses Maiden, there are 4 of them on debut, but between the rest of them, they've had 84 goes between them.
Yeah, they're not much cop. They really aren't much cop. I'm going to take a shot on a horse at a bigger price, but there is one clear favourite who's ridden by Alex Moreno in here, Sunrise Alashai, and I'm sure that Connections are hopefully going to give Callum an interview pre-race or maybe even post-race.
OK, well, let's check out the contenders then for our next race 6 here on the card. The racing here over the 1,400 metres on the dirt. 4-year-olds in action for this Arabian Horses Maiden. Post times just around 15 minutes from now. And horse number 1, who's one of the bigger prices in the field, Stephen, is...
Let's have a look at the runners then for this Arabian Horses Maiden, as Martin was outlining there, over 1,400 metres, starting with number 1, Afdal Mughia and Ziyad Al Jabri. 2 is Al Wazir and Abdulaziz Al Furedi. 3, Amir Al Bashir and Muhammad Al Daham. 4 is Bara Al Sham and Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 5 is Iyas Naham and Nafwaf Al Fayruz. 6 is Haydar Al Wasba and Salman Al Rashid. On to 7, Hammam Judar and Ahmed Al Shra. 8 is Miatar and Abdul Ella Al Saidi. 9 is Seeb, who is the mountaineer of Muhammad Al Nefsi. 10 is Raja Al Kar and Tariq Al Mansour. 11 is Samad, who will be ridden in this field by Abdul Aziz Al Musa. 12 is Sunrise Al Ashai and Alexis Moreno. 13 is Apache, and Apache is the mount of one of the Alorfis here, Abdullah Alorfi. 14 is Baada Al-Khalidi and Osama Al-Shirani. 15 is Bin Mu'azzaz and Khalid Al-Mamoni. 16 is Nail Hamas, who is the mount of Rakan Al-Abaid. And 17 is Obid Al-Shahania and Adel Al-Furedi. 17 of them then for this Arabian bred Horses Maiden, and they're in the paddock, so let's go and join Callum, shall we?
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yeah, a couple of horses trained from the Al Shamri team here, and we'll talk about one of them here. This is Al Wazir, horse number 2 in short. I just think this horse looks in really good shape. Very well turned out, walks nicely, looks a well put together sort, still relatively unexposed and is improving with each start. Career best effort when finishing 4th last time. Has the ring bit on just to give the jockey a little bit more control. Small saddle as well, so Abdulaziz Al Furedi, one of the taller jockeys in the weighing room, will have to be right down at a bottom weight to get on board this horse who carries 60 kilos. Let's pull back to 5, and the reason we pull back to 5 is because it's Naham, and we love Naham, who seems to be at his best in this sort of company. It's very hard to kind of find a race for this horse to win, but if he does get loose on the lead, he can be quite a dangerous one. So keep an eye on Naham early. Breaks from stall 6, should have enough speed to lie up there early as well, and certainly will be a danger. Never going to blow you away in the parade ring, but it's always worth a follow. Got a clear poverty line in the hindquarters there, so there's plenty to like. Now, we have to pull all the way back. Pull my stuff, and we've got to run across the parade ring here to get to horse number 12. This is the talking horse of the race. This is the one that was given a brief mention earlier. Look at my stuff, we're already running. Look at the commitment from this team. Let's talk about Sunrise Al-Ashai. Coming towards us now, the chestnut with the flare strip on, just seeing having a good old look around, still a little bit babyish. Saw this horse come down to the stabling area earlier on before racing and certainly blew me away. Just a very athletic type with connections that know what they're doing here. Trainer that's definitely a trainer to follow, owners that have horses to keep an eye on. 5th on debut, Alex Moreno in the saddle, plenty to like, and will have every chance here, but he's not the paddock pick for me, because the paddock pick for Callum is a few horses back. Horse number 15, Bin Mu'azzaz. Here we're just going to see come into shot here. Look at this absolute beast. Now he's carrying a bit of condition and will probably need the run, and I might be coming out of completely left field with this selection, but only a 4-year-old gets plenty of weight from all of these, and maybe, just maybe, should have a decent chance in this contest, because we've seen a couple of 4-year-olds take advantage of the weight for age in these purebred Arabian races over the last couple of weeks, and this Bin Mu'azzaz certainly probably will need this run. Just carrying a wee bit of condition there. But if Bin Mu'azzaz is feeling as good as he's looking, may have every chance getting plenty of weight. So he's one that I keep an eye on too in this maiden contest. But yep, the 12, if you like the favourite, looks great. The 15 is the pick for me.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, we can see them in the paddock. Quite a big field for the Baada Al-Khalidi. 2 runs so far, one over 1,600, one over 2,000, drops in trip.
Yeah, unplaced in both of those maidens over longer distances, has early speed, so maybe the drop in trip helps, but seems to lose interest, like we can see with Arabian race horses. She's not for me. She's only had the 2 outings as a 6-year-old as well. You'd suggest that something's probably gone amiss prior. And
then just behind we can see the jockey on board, horse number 15, debutant run today from Bin Muazzaz, who is quite well found in the market, though, with around 10 to 1 chance on the international markets.
Joined by Kayo, who's got the horse number 12 in here, Sunrise Alashai. Go for the Alashai runners here, typical of the type. Looked quite nice on debut, finished 5th on that occasion. Comes here now. It's a favourite in this with Alex Moreno on board. How excited are you, and do you think this is a winning chance?
Good afternoon, everybody. In the first race, he not have a good start, and after this, the jockey tried him put in a good position, and he got tired very easy. He did a very good workout last week, so we are very happy. We decreased the distance to see how he goes. It's his second race, so we expect a very good race. We don't know if we have a lot of chances of winning, but we believe in a good race today.
The trainer also has horse number 2 in this race, who I thought looked very good in the parade ring as well. You'll be hoping for a 1st and 2nd here.
Yes. Now, the second horse, I really don't know, because the trainer, I didn't work with that horse, but the trainer now is a new trainer working for us in the last 3 weeks. The training system changed a lot, and I see a big improvement in these horses. And also the other horses from his stable, I saw is beautiful horses and in a good shape. So yes, hopefully my horse win, and the other horse from his stable second, I will be very happy.
We'll be very happy indeed. And last week was a massive weekend for the purebred Arabians, and a really exciting weekend of racing the Thursday and Friday, and successful enough for you as well.
Yes. Thank you everybody, and tomorrow we also have Nami racing. Nami, it's a very good horse. He came from 1 year stop, and he coming back right now. And Saturday, a very good horse called Sari. Sari, we hope very good race for Sari.
This is very exciting. So a busy weekend for you. Best of luck today, and best of luck tomorrow and Saturday.
Thank you everybody, and good luck for all.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, the runners are now on the way down to the start. Just to pick up on a bit of a form line as well, we had a couple of these run 3rd and 4th last time, didn't we, in a handicap here. The 5 Naham and the 2 Al Wazir, they were 3rd and 4th in a race, and the 5th from that goes in the final race tonight. So that could be a good clue for Bin Talam a little bit later.
Yeah, it could be. I think Naham and Al Wazir are both much for muchness. As you say, they ran in that race, not much separated the two. Only £2 separates them on official figures, and wherever one finishes, I think the other will finish close. That's probably going to be around 3rd, 4th, 5th kind of position for both of them, I think. There are a couple more obvious contenders in here.
Would you be looking towards the likes of the market, Sunrise Al-Shahi, to step forward, given the connections, given the jockey booking, given the unexposed profile against the likes of Naham, who've had 20 goes to shed the Maiden?
Definitely, yeah. Sunrise Alashai was when I was doing the comments and obviously pre-prices being put up, was the horse I expected to be favourite, and he is. That run where he finished 5th was solid enough. He tired, as Connections just said there, over the 1,800 metres. They go back to the well, shorter distance, they book Alex Moreno. There's a lot going the way of the 12, and I understand anyone who sides with him. I think he's probably the most likely winner. However, I'm going to take a shot on one. Horse number 17, the Qatari bred, Obeid Al-Shahania, under Adel Al-Faradi. I have an issue with this horse, and that is that he's very slowly away. And we've seen several times so far today and in the past that if a horse is slowly away, they struggle, especially over these kind of trips. However, I thought he shaped well on a couple of occasions. There were definite promise last time, over the 1,200 metres. First time up, he was just very green and raw. But over 1,200 last time, he shaped well for a long way and finishing 6th. I love that Adele stays on board. He was on board last time, and he keeps the ride. He doesn't have to ride in this race. It's a small Arabian horse maiden. Adele could sit in the weighing room. He doesn't need to ride here. But he's decided to partner the 17 again. And I'm hopeful that Adele can get Obeid Al-Shahania out quickly and in a prominent position. It is unlikely that's to be the case because he's a super slow breaker, and from there he finds it tough. But if he breaks well, the 17 has leading claims, and he was 7-1 in the international market, which is too big.
You say he doesn't need to ride, but he's obviously quite loyal to this horse. He's ridden on both starts.
He has, and the fact that he's keeping that alliance, to me, suggests one of two things. One, he thinks the horse is capable of winning, or two, he has a connection with the owner or trainer. It might be the latter, but he hasn't ridden too much around Nasser, and I don't know much about the owner either. He doesn't have too many horses, so I'm presuming Adele thinks this horse has a victory in him, and hopefully it's today.
That's 6-1 on the international markets. Sunrise Al Arshi at 7-4. Naham at 6-1 alongside Ubaid Al Shahanaya. Al Wazir's 15-2. That's the 4-man that ties in with Naham. 9-1 for Musib, which is horse number 9. 4 goes so far, rated just 55.
Yeah, I don't know why this horse is so short in the market. Official figures suggest he just has an average chance. The draw's not great. Last time up, he trailed home. He was tailed off last of 6. Not for me, Musib.
The 12 horse, it probably is the right favourite.
Definitely.
Just could be a lot better than these.
Yeah, and these connections are very good as well. You know, they've got outside help. We just spoke to a Brazilian counterpart for the connections, and they do very well at getting these young Arabians ready. They focus purely on Arabian horses. They've booked one of the leading riders. Sunrise Al Ashai deserves to be favourite. There's no doubt about that. And again, it would be no surprise if he was to win. But at the prices, there shouldn't be such a discrepancy between the 12 and the 17. So I'll take the 17 here. I do want to quickly talk about horse number 3, Miatab. No, horse number 8, sorry, Miatab, who I have third in. Abdullah Al Saidi rides. The draw's not great, and the official rating suggests he doesn't have much of a chance. But
nor the fact it's a 9-year-old who's had 19 starts.
Exactly. I don't think he'll win by any means, but I think he'll plug on. He's a strong stayer over the distance, and he'll pass the tired rivals. But my pick is going to be horse number 17, Obeid Al Shahania.
He's been back to Miatab at bigger prices, 16s into 10s on the international market, so he's been favoured by some of the viewers.
Each way punters.
Okay, I'm going to go favourite. I think it could be better than these in what looks an ordinary looking contest. Let's get to Callum's final thoughts as they begin to load.
Bin Muazzaz for me, absolute stab in the dark, jumps out of stall 1, gets weight all round. Horse number 15 is the pick for me. Stephen Powell, it's all yours.
Yes, thank you, Callum. We've got around 6 or 7 left to load then for our 6th race. This maiden for Arabian horses. We're over 1,400 metres again. As Martin and Tom alluded to, Sunrise Al Shahai is the favourite, 7-4 on the international markets. The ones for money include 17, Obeid Al Shahania. That's Tom's choice, down to 6-1 from 7-1. And 1 or 2 others just being nibbled as well. 2 Al Wazir, 15-2 from 8-1, for example. They were just trying to load 13 in there. That was Apache who just backed away. 2 Al Wazir going in out wide. Still waiting on Rajes Al Khair and also Obeid Al Shahania. Those will be the final trio to complete our lineup then. Just waiting on those 3. They're just trying to line up Apache and Abdullah Al-Orfi. Not really playing ball at the moment. 4 races for this one, and hasn't shown a great deal of form so far. Blindfold's been added on, and that hasn't worked, so they've taken it off again, and the handler's getting closer. The horse is rearing and trying to resist a little, but in the end has been put forward into stall 4. Here goes Raj Al Khair and Obeid Al Shahania to complete the lineup. Goes into stall 9 and Adal Al Faradi, and that's it. So we are ready, 17 of them. And racing, off they go, and very awkward there, and unseating the rider, I think was 12. Sunrise Al Shahai leaves in the stalls possibly. Was very awkward leaving the gate there. Coming through the early stages then, Apache's one of the first to show with speed from Nail Hamas down towards the inside. These two have raced on. From in 3rd position, we've got towards the outside Apache being joined by Afdal Mugia. Next in the field, down on the rail is Bayada Al-Khaladir. Wider out on the track is Samod. Bada Al-Sham is also fairly handy with Obeid Al-Shahania. Then came towards the mid-pack Musib, who's racing alongside towards the inner and under pressure ES Naham. So they swing around the turn, and it is Afdal Mugia who has a narrow lead to the outside of Nail Hamas. 2 lengths away in 3rd place is Apache, who's 1 off the rail and racing in company with Obeid Al Shahania. Then out wider on the course, trying to close in towards the inside is Bayadir Al Khaladir, and bang there is Hammam Judah as well. So now they're in line for home. in this Arabian Horses Maiden, and it's Nail Hamas who's just about taking it up from Afdal Mugir, who's backpedaling. Nowhere to go for Hammam Jadou down towards the inside. Apache's battling on, and right down the middle is Bayada Al-Khaladia, and from the back Bin Muazzaz is beginning to finish as well. Close up front, Nail Hamas the far side being collared by Hammam Judah, who got the gap. Keeping on in third place is Samod down the outside with Bayada Al-Khaladia, but it is Hammam Judah who's won. From Nail Hamas in second, Bayada Al-Khaladia, and then Bin Muazzaz, who was running on in behind. So a lightly raced winner here, Ahmed Al-Shrar in the saddle on number 7. That is Hammam Judah, owned by Mohammed Yaha Diwan, and has managed to extricate himself from a not particularly promising position down on the rail. Was really desperate for room and had to maybe once and possibly twice take evasive action, but in the end did get a clear run in time and has stayed on well to win. Hammam Judah on his third start. Beat 16 at Nail Hamas in second place. Close in the end for third, I think 15 Bin Muazzaz has just edged out 14 Bayada Al-Khaladia, and they were well on from Apache in 5th place. So 7, 16, 15 and 14, the first 4 home in the 6th race. 2 1/4 lengths and 3/4 the winning distance. Victory goes to horse number 7, Hammam Judah, and Ahmed Al-Shrar winning at the 3rd time of asking.
The main thing that we're good to see is Alex Moreno is up okay. Don't you walk past me? I thought you were going to come this way. Just make sure you're right. How are you? Are you okay?
Yeah, man, I'm good. Did
the horse just jink out the stalls and then just left you on the floor?
Yeah, you know, he stepped back after he break, so he just pulled me down, yeah.
But you're okay, you're up okay, and you'll be riding for the rest of the card?
Yeah, sure. Just
a little bit scared. You're never scared. Go on, go get ready.
Yeah, good to see Alexis walking back after. That's the tail of the race, really. You've had some really unfancied horses come to the fore in this. A big price winner on the international markets, but the favourites, chance blown, leaving the stalls.
Yeah, it's disappointing for anyone who bet the favourite. And to be honest, having seen the result, I'd be surprised if he didn't play a major role. Yeah. But it happens, you know, especially on dirt. It happens quite a lot in the US, and we do see it from time to time over here as well. The first stride, a horse can stumble as they put their feet in the dirt. The ground kind of moves underneath them and they crumple onto their knees. And yeah, it's great to see Alex is absolutely fine after the incident. Yeah, there'll be another day for that horse, Sunrise Alashai. But that allowed an opportunity for another horse to take the win. And Hammam Judah was the one. If you gave me 15 chances pre-race, I wouldn't have put this horse up.
No?
No.
Well, 2 runs so far. Open company first time against Asfan Al-Khaladia.
Sure.
That was over a longer trip. Came right back to 1200 last time.
Yep.
Same result. No good.
Yep. Beaten 64 lengths on the debut, 22 lengths last time up, so 86 lengths combined in 2 outings so far. Yet to finish in the top 9. Impossible.
Well, let's see if we can shed a bit more light on the victory of this horse back with Callum.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, just worth mentioning the result here. The first was the 7, the second was the 16, the third was the 15, the fourth was the 14, and the fifth was the 13. It's well worth noting that 15, 16, and 17 were 4-year-olds taking on the older horses, getting weight for age in these purebred Arabian contests. I think that's going to be a key line for the rest of the season. These exposed older maidens have got pretty much nil ability. It's those horses who are 4 and coming up are the ones
to find. Broke slowly from the inside, manages to get across to the rail in the yellow silks, as we saw Sunrise Al-Ashai just get rid of Alex Moreno at the start there. The winners in the yellow silks currently in 4th place on the fence. Look, maybe rail riding is a bonus today, maybe there's a bias towards that. He's also not far off the speed, so there's another reason why he could have won today. But equally, what he'd shown today, predicting this outcome,
it's impossible.
Impossible. It was literally impossible. If you did predict the outcome, get in the YouTube comments because we'll shout you out. The 2nd, 3rd and 4th, the runner-up, Nail Hamas, had never run before, so it was very much a guessing game with that one, so that's fine, whatever. The same for the 3rd place finisher, Bin Muazzaz, and the 4th, Bayada Al-Khaladir, at least had run okay last time up. But the winner just, I don't understand how this has happened. And also, there's a lot of scrimmaging coming into the home
He's had to
straight.
box with position.
Yeah, right here. He's full of horse, but there's nowhere to go. He's in behind the 2 front runners who are kind of faltering at this point. He tried to move out there under Ahmed Al-Shara, couldn't get out. And then he tries to go between them. And there is a lot of scrimmaging here. There's a couple of bumps he takes from the inside and the outside. And it's to his credit that the horse continues running because these Arabians, normally when something goes wrong...
He's been brave, hasn't he, for one of these?
Yeah, Arabians normally give up when it's like, oh, it gets
constantly from before the turn in.
Yeah, they usually
had to
give
fight
up
for his dinner.
He hasn't given up today, he's won. I don't know what he's beaten, but he's done it well, and this is a big, big step up on what he's shown so far.
I was just looking as you were talking there as well. The final race today is an Arabian contest. It's a filly and mare's maiden. So from Callum's logic, only 2 horses can win that, 8 or 9.
Interesting.
There's only 2 foils. One of those is international favourite. But let's have a look at the market leader for this, losing Alex out of the stalls. Just jigs right and then just puts down.
It looked like he clipped heels actually with the Adel Al-Faredi horse on the outside. His front right leg and Adel Al-Faredi's horse, Abid Al-Shahani's front left leg. And then, yeah, completely pecked. Head went to the turf, chewed some dirt, and Alex had no chance.
But he comes back absolutely fine. There'll be another chance, no doubt, for that horse.
I suppose Connections will be a little bit annoyed. Obviously, this is a very winnable race. And they'll probably find another one, a similar kind of event, because these are for older horse Arabians. And, you know, generally they've had loads of chances and they're super exposed. But this would have been the right opportunity for Sunrise Al-Ashai, and any future plans will have to go on hold.
9,500 reels for the winner have gone begging for them.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been nice as well. And these Connections have a good strike rate. So, yeah, they'll be disappointed that their favourite couldn't produce here. But it happens in racing, doesn't it? Things don't go right. And you have to kind of pick yourself up and go again.
Well, they'd had 84 runs between them, and it's one of the less exposed in the field. Haman Judah, who sheds the maiden tag at the 3rd attempt in race 6. Well, the sun has set here in Riyadh. We're heading into the latter part of our card here, into the evening part. Race 7 is going to be our next. This is for horses who have won either no races or one race. And I thought this was one of the more competitive events of the evening, Tom.
Definitely. I'm really looking forward to this.
OK, well, let's get more on who's going to be taking part in race 7. Back with Stephen.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. All of them have actually won one race in this field, so it should be a competitive contest for race 7. They're headed by number 1, Al Hidabi, the mount of Khalid Al Mamoni. 2 is Barhez and Alexis Moreno. 3 is Quador and Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 4 is Caberni and Camilo Ospina. 5 is Kawad and Abdullah Al Orfi. 6 is Leth Lath, who's ridden by Tariq Al Mansour. On to number 7 then, Murashed, who's ridden by Abdullah Al Kradis. 8 is Nema Al Moghtarah, who's ridden by Nawaf Al Mudiani. 9 is Nayatsi and Rakan Al Abaid. 10 is Quadrak Ali, who's ridden here by the next horse in the lineup. After that one, we move on. Fawas Wanas is the jockey. Is 11 Takni and Ricardo Ferreira. 12 is Taf Al Badr, who's the mount of Fahed Al Faredi. 13 is Al-Haz Al-Karim and Muhammad Al-Daham. 14 is Boshar and Mohammed Al-Yami. 15 is Ibn Laboon and Adel Al-Faredi. 16 is Mezen Al Sahab and Muhammad Al Nasser. 17 is Narkel, who will be ridden this time by Abdul Aziz Al Faradi. And 18 is Saif Al Samleya, Abdullah Al Saidi. With the final two to look at 19, Tatul Al Giyam and Ali Al Mutib, and 20 is Wood Korla, who's ridden by Mohammed Al Hubail. 20 runners, a full field for Callum to cast his eye over, and he's gone to see them in the pre-parade ring.
You're absolutely right, Stephen. I've had a look at them down in the pre-parade, and I wanted to talk about one of the really interesting horses in this race. This is Ibn Laboon, an absolutely gorgeous horse, running for Abdullah Mishrif Al-Qahtani here, who is certainly a trainer on form, already with 2 winners today. This horse is just so imposing, big, strapping, looked fantastic in the coat as well. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on here, but the story is really what he did in Taif, because he hasn't been seen since Taif, and those 2 runs were largely disappointing. He had put up some really good performances earlier on, and he's been off the track for a little bit now and returned, so you can clearly see he's carrying a bit of condition. But again, I've been told many a times that the Red Stable runners tend to be a little chunkier than their rivals. A little bit of sweat in the hindquarters now. If we just wait behind him and we just get a shot of his hindquarters here, you can see there's just a bit of sweat in behind there that would just suggest he's probably ripped up and raring to go. Now, I think he will come on for this race for fitness, but for me personally, he's a very nice looking horse, and they'll be hoping that he runs a bigger race here than he did last time we saw him. Now, watch for the ground. There you go. He nearly tripped and fell, bless him, earlier on going around here. And now, while they're still in here, Nawaf, we'll pull off and we'll go to horse number 4, who's on the other side of the parade ring. So we'll just pull back, head over to Cabernet, because I know that's one that everyone will want to hear me talk about. This is the White Stable runner. He's just in behind the 3, who's getting really revved up here as well. So we'll just make sure we keep our distance between the 3 here, because that is the 3. In fact, let's have a look at the 3 here. This is the 3, just come towards us now. This is Cuador, who comes into Nawaf, be careful. My goodness, remember, the front end bites and the back end kicks. And this is Cuador, who had a win on the last start, and that form line runs quite strong all the way through, but it's clearly blowing up right here in front of us. And then in behind is Cabernet, the 4. Lads, come back to me when they're in the parade ring, but here, if I had to judge them by how they looked in the pre-parade, I'd be really excited about Ibn Laboon.
As would, I guess, you, Tom. You'd back up Callum's enthusiasm there?
Yeah, I think he's way the horse to beat, and it's not just my personal opinion. If you look at handicap ratings, he has £16 in hand over the likes of Cabernet, who's the second favourite in here.
But Cabernet's had the chance to really prove himself up into that level.
Yeah, correct. He's only had 4 outings, and we'll see a bit of Cabernet now, and maybe we can see that he's still a little bit raw. He's on the outside here, White Stable Silks, white blinkers. He runs home okay for second. He's a relatively strong stayer at the trip. He was a maiden winner over 1800, so we know that he stays further than this. But at this point of the race, you expect him to win. But he's been run down by a horse called Largel Theatre, who's had plenty of chances. And yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed he didn't get the job done this day. He now bumps into a better horse in Ibn Laboon than the horse that beat him here. I don't know. He's not for me, but I can certainly see why people like him.
Well, that was Handicap Company last time out over 1400. He was over 2000 prior to that, 18 before that. They did come a long way clear of the third.
They did. It wasn't a terrible effort by any means, but once he hits the front, you expect him to run home and win decisively, and that wasn't the case. He will beat the majority of horses in this field because his handicap rating suggests that will happen. He's also unexposed. He draws relatively well inside, and the White Stable are solid, as per usual. But in Ibn Laboon, there is a real outlier in this contest. He's had plenty of chances, 19, but his official rating of 91 just puts him on a pedestal.
And his sole win came in a maiden race over this kind of a trip, and it's essentially a cup horse taking a big drop in grade.
Exactly that, yeah. He's been contesting cup races and opens for, well, ever since he broke his maiden, virtually. He hasn't tasted success in over 3 years, so at a short price, you're taking a risk that this horse is still capable of winning. However, any of those recent runs in cup races are good enough. Just a repeat of that should beat all of these horses.
And you look back through to this time 2 years ago, we've got the custodian of the 2 holy mosques next week, and yet he ran in that race 2 years ago.
Exactly, and now he's running in a conditions race, a non-winners of 2 event. This is just super winnable. He's also been pitched in on a Thursday, so even a weaker kind of race for less prize money, just to get his confidence up, I presume. If he
or
doesn't win
they've
today,
just given up and it's a has-been, they've got to throw him in somewhere to try and get a win into him.
there is that, but I would feel like Connections would have offloaded him if that was the case.
Okay.
But we'll find out, I suppose. If today isn't the day, like if he doesn't win today, Ibn Laboon, then I feel like we can very much say that he's not the article anymore, but I think he'll win.
Okay, well, if we head back to you, Callum, Tom's definitely with you that the 15's the one to beat here.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I will comment on Tom's comments later on when we talk about Cabernet, horse number 4. But let's look at Cuidor, who's calmed down now in the parade ring. A completely different build to everything here. Very petite, very effeminate, no condition whatsoever. Comes in for a decent win last time. Just keep the distance here now, Afka. He is a little bit keen and on edge. We'll pull back to Cabernet, horse number 4. I don't think that's a bad form line from this horse here, who finished second last time out. Lajul Sati, who was the winner, although he's got a pretty dreadful record, Lajul Sati was dropping into 0 to 75 handicaps and was absolutely chucked in that day and won like a horse he was chucked in. He was very cosy at the end. Now, I don't think Cabernet is on Lajul Sati's level, but I also don't think Ibn Toulon at this stage, having seen those last 2 runs in Taif, is at Lajul Sati's level either. So I don't think Cabernet was too disappointing finishing second behind that one, and maybe this could be a little bit of an easier contest. I read this slightly differently. About the horse, he's a lovely looking type. He's certainly going to have fitness on side. You can see, typical for the white stable, very well turned out, but they've had a couple of duds so far today already, so they'll need to bounce back. Let's drop back to the 6th. This is Lathith. Oh, sorry, that's not it. It's Leilas, who is horse number 6, just coming towards us now. This is a gorgeous individual. This is the best looker in the race so far. Certainly a really, really good-looking type here. Really catches the eye. Comes here with some terrible form to the name, a row of duck eggs. But for me, if you were looking for the one that you'd want to take home, it would certainly be the 6. We'll pull back a couple more now to the 11 and 12. The 11 is Tackney, who is the ride of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Obviously, Ricardo coming off such a wonderful day's racing here on the Saturday, where he had the 5 winners. He'll be looking to get his first winner of the week here. Remember, we've had only Saudi jockeys winning today, so Ricardo looking to do one for the imported riders, and he'll be riding this horse, number 11, Tackney. Now, if you look at this horse in the flesh, he doesn't blow you away, but he's quite a well put together sort. He's in fairly decent form. That win on penultimate start was a well-earned success. Got a little ring bit on and the tongue strap too. He'll be plenty of control. But I think the horse behind is the winner here. This is the 12, Taf Al Badr, who's just coming towards Nawef now. This is the 12. I love this horse. I thought he was probably the best bit of footage you'll see all season with the way he won. Travelled up really nicely, was never asked to go a yard, and won cosily. Finds himself in this level of competition. I think he's got a massive, massive, massive chance here, and he will be the pick for me. 12 is the pick for Callum here in this wildly competitive contest.
You know what? You know what, Tom? I'd never take him to a horse sale. He'd go around the boxes, I like that one, I like that. He likes the 15, he's like the 4, he's like the 12.
He's come down on the 12th, but I thought he said at one point the 6th was the best looking horse. So.
Well, I thought he said the 15 when he first started.
Yeah. Wow, he wants all of them, doesn't he, Callum? Greedy man, greedy man.
Yeah, he'd be a nightmare at the sales. He'd be buying everything. He'd go on broke. A word on the 12 that he took. He has to be highly tried.
He has, but, I memean, his recent runs have been terrible. I don't really care how highly you can try a horse. If they're not running well, they're just in the wrong race, are they not?
Well, you could say that about Ibn Laboon.
No, he's been running well, though. He's been running midfield. This horse has been completely smashed in those events. He gets Tariq Al Mansour, takes a kilo off. That's a positive. But on official figures, he's got plenty to find.
OK, we get then down to horse number 13 on the international market, also around 8 to 1. Alhaz Al Karim, who's had 6 runs and has got winning form here, but has got to overcome quite an absence.
Has only been seen once on the track in the last 2 years. Do you want to take 8 to 1 about a horse like that?
No.
No, me neither.
Okay, well, let's move on.
Yep.
Horse number 8, which is Neymar Al Motara, 75 rated, 1 win from 4 starts so far. Was in a better class of race last time.
Yeah, this horse needs to lead, but if he does lead, then he's a danger to some of them in this field. He's 10 to 1. If he gets to the front, I wouldn't be surprised if he makes the frame, if it finishes second or third maybe, but he's drawn out wide.
He's got his work cut out from 18.
Yeah, now Mediani's going to have to produce some magic to get across. The likes of Caberni and several others actually drawn inside of him, I imagine, will be ridden more aggressively, and that'll keep Nima Al-Mukhtar out wide and covering a lot more ground than he would want.
And that brings us then down to the bigger prices on the international markets, 20-1 and bigger than remainder. It just really shows that it's almost the established performer in Ibn Laboon. If he can really produce his very best, he's going to be the one to beat, or an upcomer like Cavalieri, who could improve past him if he's on the downgrade.
Yeah, they're the two. It's always, with these kind of races, conditions event, nominals of twos, it always feels like it's the proven quantity against the improver, and that's very much the case here. There are a couple at big prices that I want to briefly mention. Horse number 11, Tackney, 40-1. Can't believe that price. He should be half of it. A maximum of 20-1 in here. Ricardo Souza Ferreira.
He is now.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay, unsurprising.
He's now 20s.
Yeah, 40s one was ludicrous. He draws inside in gate 1. He bolted up in a weak maiden on the penultimate start. He was outpaced last time in Cup Company, and that form would basically suggest he's got no chance with Ibn Laboon. But at least he's in good form of late. He won on his penultimate outing, and he could take a step forward from a good draw. I wouldn't be surprised if he outran his odds. And horse number 3, Quidor, as well. He's rated 70. He won last time up. Again, another horse in good form. Produced a big late surge that day. If others get tired up front, he'll be coming through with a big late roll. And also he draws inside in stall 2. So those two can outrun their odds at big prices. However, I expect Ibn Laboon to win, and I think he'll win cosily, to be honest.
And where do you expect him to sit in the run?
Just in behind the speed. Adele is a jockey who doesn't like to be on the front, which is strange, being around here, but it works to great effect. I think he'll just get the horse in a nice rhythm, maybe sit in 4th, 5th, towards the rail, and try to move through from there. If that happens, I'd be shocked if he lost, but in some of these conditions races, we tend to see some surprises.
Okay, well, the warm market leader, number 15 on the international market, Ibn Laboon, Cavalieri, second best. It is attracting support, 3.5-1, 7-1 and bigger than remainder. They're arriving down at the start. We're heading towards the latter part of our card this Thursday here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We're back again for 2 more days tomorrow and again on Saturday. Got turf racing tomorrow, a couple of cup races over the course of the next couple of days, and a massive weekend next weekend. All the key trials 4 weeks out from the Saudi Cup, which comes up towards the back end of February. So 8-13, pretty short for the market leader. I wonder when he ran on the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques 2 years ago, whether they envisioned him turning up in a winners of 1 2 years later.
No, it feels like they are dropping him to win in this contest. It feels like this is a bit of a last resort, but it's understandable. When a horse doesn't win for so long, 3 years, then you're going to try and find them the best option. They have been plying their trade at much higher levels to try and win some good prize money, but it's just not worked. And he hasn't been disgraced at those kind of company either. So, yeah, I feel like they're trying to get a victory. They should get a victory out of him. He deserves to be a short price favourite. The price is accurate, if not representing a little bit of value maybe. And yeah, I think today's the day. I don't know where they'll go from here with him if he does win. Probably back into open and cut races, I suppose. But this is very much a we need to win this contest kind of race for him.
And great shots of the racecourse there. All eyes from around the world will be tuned in and firmly fixed on King Abdulaziz on the 22nd of February. Laurel River, the world's best racehorse.
No.
Dubai World Cup. That's what the figures tell you.
Yeah, but rubbish. It's rubbish.
Bootpats come out and say, look, that's what the figures say he definitely is.
He's done 1 good race.
The figures say he's the best. He's got to take on Romantic Warrior, Factor Cheval maybe.
Romantic Warrior, very good horse. Factor Cheval, different kind of horse, soft ground turf performer. But yeah, interesting.
Senor Buscador, the lead is taken by Esposito, but right on the line, Senor Buscador might have tipped him out.
That's all to come next month, 21st, 22nd of Feb. The Jockeys Challenge as well on the Friday. J-Mac, who will ride Romantic Warrior in the big race, confirmed for the Jockeys Challenge on the Friday, along with Jcsa and Christophe Soumillon. I think we know, Tom, answer this question. Who wins race 7?
Horse number 15 to me should justify short price.
Okay, I'm going to go with the 4, Cavalieri. And Callum's with the 6, the 7, the 9, the 12, the 4, the 1. Come on, Callum, nail your colours to one horse here, will you?
It's so easy. It's Tarf Al-Badr, the 12, third behind Tackney on penultimate start over a trip that was far too short, 1,400 metres, and then over today's course and distance, beat Cuador, who's currently far better fancied in this race. That horse went on to win a race. Tarf Al-Badr, grossly overpriced in this contest, team. Looked fine in the parade ring, and he is going to be the pick for me. Farhad Al Faredi, the best smile in racing, is on board as well, and hopefully he can guide this horse to success for another winner for Saudi jockeys who have been dominating affairs so far. They are loading up, and they'll be doing it plenty quick. Stephen Powell, it's all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Callum, who's decided there with 12 Tarf Al-Badr. The international markets is currently a 16-to-1 shot, has come down from 25 as the loading process begins for race number 7. Non-winners of 2 here over the 1,600 metres. They've all won one race, all 20 of them have been in the winner's enclosure as well. The favourite on the international markets, Ibn Laboon, number 15, very short amount of Adel Al Faredi at 4-7. Cabernet, number 4, is 100-30, and 6 Left Laugh is 15-2. It is 11-1 bar, but there are 2 that have been supported. 11 Tackney down to 20-1 from 40s, and the aforementioned 12 Tarf Al-Badr 16 from 25. They are loading quickly here as well, down to the last 3 or 4 now. Bawashar going into the middle there, and Al-Hazza Al-Karim and Ibn Laboon look as though they'll be the final 2. Our best part of 60 seconds to load 20 horses. Impressive stuff. All in, ready. And racing, off they go, 1,600 metres the trip here as they jump away for the 7th race on the programme. A little bit slowly away there down towards the inside as they jumped away was Cuador, and out wide on the track also deep out is Kawad, having been slowly into stride as well. One of the first to begin is Tattoo Al Gayam, who's racing forward in company with Bawashar. Murashed is also right up there as well. And then down towards the rail coming through, Ibn Laboon is also not too far away behind the pace early on. They're being followed next in the field down towards the rail by Tackney, yellow sleeves and cap, and Tackney's racing just in advance of Maiden Al Sahab. Further back in the field at this stage as they turn, Bawashar struggling to hold a position. Bahez is out wide. Al Haydabi is just in the next wave of runners with Cabernet, the green cap, is deeper out on the course. They come to the top of the home straight then, and the leader is Murashed against the rail towards the outside, moving well is Tatul Al Gayam, and also bang there as well as they swing around the corner is Saif Al Samlayar. Nemer Al Mogtarar is also coming through, and Nemer Al Mogtarar is the one who struck home into the straight. Cabernet is the one who's going off in pursuit in second place. Quador from the back running on down the outside from a weakening Tatul Al Gayem. Into the final 300 metres they go, and it was Nemer Al Mogtarar who's been joined and passed by Cabernet. Cabernet's gone on now. In third place running on is Quador, but it is Cabernet who's striding away here for Camilo Ospina. It is Cabernet who's going on to win at the line and win comfortably, beating to second. Quador, I think, has maybe just got up from Nemer Al Mogtarar. Maiden Al Sahab, number 16, was next home. Number 4, Cabernet, has won, lightly raced beforehand, 1 win from 4, placed 3 times, has now 2 wins from 5, and has stayed on well. A winner for Martin in the studio there as well, driven home by Camilo Ospina. Was flat out from quite an early stage, but has grounded out well, reeling in number 8, Nemer Al Mogtarar, who'd travelled up well for Nawaf Al Mudiani on the outside and kicked for home, slipped them probably 4 lengths, but couldn't withstand the run of Cabernet, who's kept on strongly to the line. Third, Nemer Al Mogtarar, because he was collared right on the line by 3 Quador, and then we had 18 Saif Al Samlayar back in the 4th place. So 4, 3, 8 and 18, the first 4 home. 2 3/4 and ahead. 2 3/4 and ahead the winning distances and Cabernet. Now, we're putting together a nice profile with those 2 wins, 2 placed efforts in between. He's upwardly mobile, I think is the saying, Cabernet, as he does the business again in race 7.
Bernie gets ahead in front, having finished second to Lajos Sarti last time out. Had the feeling that that form was probably quite decent, as Lajos Sarti, the much better horse than a 0-75 campaigner, and he's done that in really good fashion, almost identical tactics to what he did last time, coming round widest of all and winning well this time, not getting reeled in. He beat Cuador, who finished in second. That's continuing the good form that horse has shown. Namir Al-Mokhtar there in third, with the rest of the horses trailing in behind. Ibn Laboon, the favourite, short price favourite, ended up finishing sixth, running on late, just never really got going. But Camille Ospina is our winning jockey, and we will grab a word with him after he weighs in. And worth noting that the first, second and third in the Jockeys Championship have all had winners today. That is going to run right down to the wire. And we'll grab Camille, make sure he doesn't do a runner straight away. I'm sure he's all good. Everything seems secure. Camille Ospina, very, very well done there. Cabernet finally getting the head in front.
Thanks, guy. You know, thank you to the print meetup in Abdullah always for giving me support. Talal bin Sharain, the manager, Hagman Neheri is doing a great job with the horses. Yeah, today I have problem the start. You know, he started a little bit late, and another horse he closed me. But thanks, guy. Just try to come step by step. I try to put in good position by difficult, but thanks, guy. He's coming step by step, and then the last meter he respond very, very good and keep going until wire. Thanks, guy.
In his last race, he got tired and got caught on the line. On this occasion, he seemed to have a lot more towards the finish. He wasn't slowing down at the end.
Yeah, you know, the last race is 7 furlong. I had to use him a little bit in the first meter. But the another filly, she won the race. She's coming very strong. You know, my horse, he never stopped. He continued the pace. But today is good race. Thanks, guy. You know, there is one horse for the Prince Faisal, and I'm scared with him. But thanks, guy, my horse today, he's coming much better, and he won the race.
And the Jockeys Championship still getting very, very close. You've had a winner, Adele's had a winner, Mohammed's had a winner. You're all chasing that title.
Yeah, no, I think the good position is second and third. You know, Adil is going in front, far away. You know, he's very good jockey, and he rides very good horses also. And I just try to find with Mohammed. Mohammed is my friend also. You know, I know him from young guy. You know. And I'm happy to fight with him.
Well, let's hope the fight continues to the end of the season. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, the win goes the way of the White Stables. All three of the leading riders in the Jockeys Championship had winners tonight. This time it was
Yeah, we're all good mates here.
Wide around the bends, had one horse to chase down, but halfway down the stretch he knew he was going to come home on top.
Yeah, he stays strongly over this distance. We've already talked about his stamina pre-race, over the 1600 and 1800. And once he loomed large around the home turn, it was kind of game over. Nima Al-Mokhtari, you can see in the yellow silks on the inside, he plugs away for third, but he's just no match for the eventual winner, Cabernet. And Quador, who I did mention as one on my shortlist at a big price, ran home well, stayed on strongly for second. That's his running style. We'll take it from the start here. I don't think it was a good start for any of the market leaders. Cabernet took the brunt of a bump at the start.
He was slow away and got bumped, didn't he?
Yeah, he wasn't slowly away. He jumped on terms. He just got squeezed out in the first stride, and that put him last. So he's done very well to win. Ibn Laboon, on the other hand, red silks, 3 from the rail at the back of the pack. He broke on terms and then showed little early speed and ended up being last into the home turn. Confusing run with him. I don't know why he dropped out in the early part of the race. He's got much more early than that. But anyway, that was the reason why he lost. He should have been much closer than he was, and he's out of shot right now. Whereas Cabernet managed to find himself in a midfield position at this stage, in around 10th on the outside. 4 horses up front, vying for the early advantage. That includes the third place finisher, Nima Al-Mokhtari. He's in the yellow silks on the outside, and he probably does the best of the pace animals, despite being drawn wide in 18. But this is the real moment where Cabernet starts to make his move. On the outside of the pack, in the white silks, just moving into around 7th place right now. Going to move up into 6th, 5th, and then suddenly launch his challenge on the front runners.
And he was caught late home, which we thought was quite a disappointing effort, but he's been strong through the line today.
He has. I don't necessarily think he's faced much in terms of strong stayers up top. The strong stayers are kind of staying on behind him for minor money. Quador being 1, Ibn Laboon stayed on for about 6th or
It's amazing the ground he's made it when you watch that overhead shot.
It is, yeah. There was a lot of dead wood in the middle part of the field, but you know he's done well. He showed some middle gears, he quickened up nicely, and Nima Al-Mokhtari didn't really put up much of a fight when he came alongside. Quador's the only other horse in shot right now. He's going to stay on into 2nd with the blue disc on the outside, and yeah, I don't think Cabernet wants to go much further than 1600, to be honest. Once he hits the front, he doesn't stretch that advantage, but over this distance, he's very dangerous.
Okay, well, he beat it a second, Quador, who is a big priced runner and has done well, certainly in regard to the international markets, and Nima Al-Mokhtari back in 3rd place. There were a fair few of these were unexposed, but you can make quite positive comments about the first 3 home.
Yeah, definitely the winner, definitely the second, who will be better suited to 1800 metres, or maybe even a stronger run 1600 metres. The 3rd home, Nima Al-Mokhtari, just needs a better draw, and he'll find a spot in this kind of event. I suppose the remainder, there are question marks moving forward, especially Ibn Laboon, who I just don't understand the early part of that race. I don't know why he showed no early gears, but you know, next time up he might be kept in this company, or we'll see him for different connections.
And you would excuse him that run? I mean, the right horses on the figures have fought out the finish.
Yeah, they have. The unexposed and lightly raced types, the informed horses, that's for sure. I expected him to win the race, so I'm a little bit disappointed, but yeah, we'll see what happens with him next time, whether it's a longer trip or whether he just has a problem, which is why he didn't show any early speed.
Okay, that was race 7 as we head back outside into the dark, and I guess today it's getting a little bit colder, and rejoin Callum.
Thank you, team. Yes, just a little catch-up on the horses from the last race in the wash bay. You're currently looking at Taf Al-Bada, just getting washed down. He's loving it, by the way. He's having the time of his life in this wash bay, standing like an absolute lamb and really enjoying getting washed down. He ended up finishing at about 7th there, sticking on late after starting slowly, but getting the good old wash down. We'll go down one more. This is Kawad. He's just getting the bandages taken off here, so you can see we need 2 handlers for this, just to get the bandages removed, and then he'll get turned and the other bandage will get done, so that's one off, and then he'll spin around and we'll get rid of the other one as well. They just make sure all the bandages come clear, and then when that is done, we'll be able to give them a proper wash down on the rest of the paston there as well. So just going to whack him out of here and they'll walk him down. I wonder why they've not removed that one. They'll probably remove it in the next bay down. Let's move down one more. We've got another one getting washed in. This is one of the later ones. This here is Maiden Al Sahab, who came in here, who looked quite light in the parade ring. It's good that we can get a good look at him now, actually, because Mehsen Al Zahab is quite a light-looking individual. He's got plenty of bone, but hasn't quite filled in that frame. Now, he's only had the 6 starts. That was start number 7. I imagine he's going to come on from that a bit more. As you can see, he's not so much of a fan of the hose to the face. And as I mentioned before, it's all warm water they get sprayed down with. It does get a little bit chillier here in Saudi Arabia at night, so they do have to use warm water to wash them down with. But he's having a good old time and he's fine. So we'll just come back round now. I have to give them a little bit of space as we see the previous horse we mentioned just coming down out of here. And they'll be taken down, they'll be scrubbed down. We'll actually follow a little bit further, actually. They'll be taken down and around this corner, and then they get swashed down once they get around here. You've also got the ponies that are down here as well. Nice picnic setup down to my left too, with the outriders all enjoying a little bit of a break. Obviously, busy day for us on camera. Even busier day for these boys who are all busy working in every single one of our 12 races. And you'll see you've got the horses all tied up as well. I like to say the words working hard or hardly working, but they are actually putting some work in. We could grab a quick word with Faisal, the boss here. Come on. Just going to say, hang on, we'll just wait for him. He doesn't even know we're coming. Oh, he's on the phone. That's why he's on the phone. He's terrified now. He's talking to all his fans and just making sure that all the Snapchats are going out. How are you doing?
Good, good.
I was saying everyone's taking a nice little break and a relax, but it's been quite a quiet day so far today.
Oh, yeah, very quiet day, especially Thursday, always quiet. Now actually we almost end the season, so everything quiet, thank God.
And you've got the 3 ponies here, 1 pony for each outrider. Now, 12 race cards are a long, long day for any horse. Is that always an issue for you? Do you have to come up with some plans for these 12 race cards?
Actually, sometimes, when we know, sometimes we chase a loose horse on the track and we know that our pony a little bit tired, so we switch him. And the pony, like if you understand about, endurance races, with the training, the horse used to it. So our horse is used to it with the time. When I bring a new pony for my team, I just ride him for 6 races and then I switch him until he, grow up with it, and then, I use him for races. Actually, too much, 12 races, but thank God, we're used to it right now.
You're getting used to it. And also, with Saudi Cup coming, it's a big, big time for you because the eyes of the world are on you and you can really show off how you and your team catch these loose horses, and you do such an amazing job. Your social media followers just go through the roof, I imagine.
Thank God. Actually, we try our best always. We treat all the races same. Saudi Cup, normal race, maiden race, we treat him same because we working here to help everybody. And in the Saudi Cup, you're going to see maybe 6 or 7 outrider with me.
It's going to be a full-on team. We'll wish you the best of luck for that. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us and enjoy the little break.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Stephen Powell, give us the runners and riders for our next contest.
Yeah, thank you, Callum. We're on to race number 8 on today's programme. This is a maiden for local bred horses. We're over the 1,600 metres, 3-year-olds only, and a big field again. Number 1, Ayers Hale, is the mount of Nawaf Al Mudiani. 2, Al Tib Ghanim and Fahed Al Faredi. 3, Beachco and Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 4 is Dabi and Muhammad Al Daham. 5 is Gaze Makkah and Alexis Moreno. 6, Interlac, will be ridden by Abdul Aziz Al Faredi. Over the page to 7, Jania, who is Mohammed Al Hubail. Scratch number 8. 9 is Online and Sultan Al Mamoni. 10 is Saudi Victory and Muhammad Al Habib. Scratch 11. 12 is Shadow, Muhammad Al Nasser. 13, Yafael and Camila Ospina. 14 is Yeglik and Rakan Al Obeid. Scratch number 15 as well. So next is 16, Dozan, who will be ridden by Abdullah Al Kradis. 17 is Modhera and Ayed Al Turisi. 18, Moja Weha and Ricardo Sousa Pereira. 19, Sakura, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 20 is Shoar Al Muhammadiyah and Adel Al Faredi. And 21 is Rahik Al Jazeera and Marsalian Kolmakej, leaving us with just one more. That is 22, Tijeb, who will be ridden by Khaled Al Moni. So another large lineup then for race number 8. Horses in the paddock, jockeys 2. We'll go to the studio though and speak to Tom and Martin.
Indeed, Stephen. Welcome back on this locally bred horses maiden for the 3-year-olds over the 1,600. We're talking early on today, Tom. I thought Camilo Ospina might have a good day. It's taken a bit of time for him to get the win on the board, but he's got every chance of following up here with Ya Fa'il.
Yeah, it looks like the most logical winner, and we're going to see this horse in action right now. Camilo Ospina rode this day as well, I believe. Actually, no, he didn't. He wasn't on this day on the debut. It was Alfa Ruz on first time up. The horse was scrubbed along from an early stage, the top of the turn. This is the bottom of the turn. So a long way out. He kept plodding on, kept finding for pressure. He didn't win, obviously, he finished third, but I thought it was a creditable effort. And today he just needs to show a little bit more tactical speed to get the job done. It's not the best of maidens. There is one horse who we're going to see straight after this, who is the danger on form. But otherwise, it looks like Yafael is the leading player. You can see this latter part of the race, he's still staying on, and in a few strides he gets into second. Very much a plodder.
Backing at what you were saying though.
Responding to pressure.
Yeah, that's what he did for much of that second half of the race.
Exactly, yeah, kept finding. Here's the other horse. This is the big danger to him today. This is Shawat Al Mohammedia. I hate that name, it's very hard to pronounce. But
I'll go with that.
Yeah, she runs home really well up the inside. She was held up in the early part of the race. She was drawn wide. Today she's drawn a lot better. She gets Adele Alfaradi on board today, positive. And if she can take another step forward, then she's a major player. I think she has more speed than Yafael, but Yafael is a better stayer and could have more talent.
Okay, well, two runs for that filly. As we head back out to Callum, he's reached for the green jacket. It must be getting cold.
Must be.
Just a walking, talking fashionista, aren't you, Martin? There's no doubt about it. That is what you are. And now we're having a look at some nice horses for this local bred maiden contest. The 10 is the first one we'll look at. This is Saudi Victory. Mohammed Al Habib is on board. This horse has just had the one start. Didn't pull up any trees on that occasion. But I thought looked quite nice in the parade ring here. Lovely shine to the coat. Really beginning to look good. I'd say the walk isn't going to blow anybody away, but it's not stiff, so I wouldn't be too concerned. But plenty to like about it. I would just hope that we can see a little bit more of a step forward here in this company. Obviously, connections aren't so well known, so you'd say there might be some more dangerous runners in behind. One of those dangers could be the 13, Yafael, who's the next horse we're going to have a look at here, just coming towards us for the White Stable, who will look for a quick-fire double after the victory of Cabernet here. Yafael, no negative for me, a lovely short back type, really powerful individual. You can still see there's some development to go in the back end. The front end is still quite powerful, but the back end might just need a little bit more development. He is quite narrow in behind. Now I'm having a look at him and he doesn't have too much of a wiggle in the hips, but Yafael will look to build on quite a promising debut where this one managed to finish third. We'll drop back all the way to horse number 20, Showa Al Muhammadia, is one that I'm really keen to see here. Just coming towards me now, the grey horse, horse number 20, just coming. Here we go, Showa Al Muhammadia. This is a really gorgeous individual. I'm really keen to see how this horse gets on here. Adele Alfaradi has been booked in, which is always a positive. That second last time out with a real eye-catching performance. She is a little bit woolly. She's fully in that winter coat, but she's the only one of these ones that I've mentioned that is in the winter coat. That would be a negative for me, so that would slightly put me off. But she moves well. She had a promising run last time, and Adele being booked is all a positive. But just because of the way she is in that winter coat, I'm probably going to lean towards Yafael in this race, boys.
I don't know about that, though. I'm going to take issue with Callum there.
Go on.
Surely he's the walking, talking fashionista. I'm sitting here on a stool. Yeah. He's walking and talking.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You haven't done much walking. You've done quite a lot of talking, though.
Yeah, I'm trying to abbreviate it, but I can't abbreviate it. The WTF, it can be that.
For a number of reasons.
Would you ever wear a green jacket?
I might bring one out tomorrow, actually.
Like a suit jacket?
No. One like this, a shacket.
A shacket, okay.
Yeah.
But not like a suit jacket?
No, I'm not that brave.
I wonder if he's got the trousers to go with it, like it's a full green suit.
No, I'm sure he does. Yeah.
Right, let's concentrate back on this. We've touched on the top two leading chances in the field, their numbers 13 and 20. Where would you want to go next? Because on official figures, you probably go down to 12 Shadow.
Yes, I have Shadow third in as well, behind the top two market leaders. So I am a little bit surprised that he's 16-1 in the international market, or was anyway. He's had the 6 starts. He's been very consistent so far. Finished third last time up, and he seems to be mildly progressive. That run last time came in a 0 to 75 handicap, so this is a different kind of race, obviously a maiden. He could face horses with a lot more potential than the ones he faced last time, but equally, he was against horses that are rated a lot better than them. So there's a good chance that Shadow runs a place in here, and he's a fair price at 16s.
He is indeed. The one I just can't get my head around being the price that he is on the international markets. The third favourite at 5 to 1 is horse number 18, Mojuwea. Okay, Ricardo Ferreira de Souza is on board, but the finishing positions in 2 runs today, and it is the Red Stables, last of 12 and 14 of 20.
I have to admit, I put this horse 4th in.
Really?
But
Tell me why.
I can't. It was a. I've gone through all these 20 horses. I've come down on my 3 top ones, and I couldn't find a suitable 4th. So I've defaulted on the Red Stable horse with powerful connections as my 4th pick.
I mean, she's been against the fillies the last couple of starts. She's against the boys as well today.
Yeah, on form, she's done nothing. You're completely right. The one caveat to that is that both of those outings came in October. She's been freshened up since. Maybe she needed the runs, maybe she's been a little bit backwards, and there is a chance that she could improve, but at the same time, I would never take 5 to 1 on a filly like her. She just was the best of a terrible bunch in behind the top 3 for me.
20? Okay, what? If you look at international markets, where should she figure?
Probably
20s?
Probably 16s, 14s. You can't send a Red Stable horse off at 20s, in my opinion, but on form alone, she could easily be, one of the rags. But on connections, you have to respect them a little bit in terms of price. I wouldn't bet her any shorter than 14s or 16s, though.
Chances for the 10 Saudi victory? 1 run so far, stepping up a distance today?
Yeah, stayed on powerfully, actually, in that one outing, over 1,400. That came a fortnight ago. I've got written down here, not totally dismissed, which suggests I could have put the horse in as 4th favourite. I just didn't love the draw. Stall 18 is going to present a problem.
Alexis on board the 5 Gaeth Makar, 2 runs so far. 1,200, 1,400, another one coming up in distance.
Yeah, just failed to lay down a strong challenge on both of those outings. That came at the back end of last year, obviously just a month ago. We are in January. The hopes are obviously hinged on the jockey switch. Alex should provide a positive kind of angle in the saddle. Whether this horse is good enough is to be seen. Again, a wide draw presents an issue.
You said you're interested in Shadow. 16s, now 9s on the international market, so.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting to finish 3rd, potentially.
Okay. Shadow then maybe to hit the frame. The most likely winner though?
Yafael.
Yafael, could it be a double for Camilo Ospina? Took the previous race. This horse responded to pressure well to sail for 3rd. He had a big field in behind him. He was 3rd to 20 that day over the course and distance. Stall 10 okay?
Better, yeah. Middle draw is good because it allows Camilo the opportunity to find his spot. Just needs to show more early speed. The first 10 strides, I think, are crucial for Yafael. If he can get into that top flight, maybe the first 5 or 6 places, then from there it's going to be very tough because he's such a plodder that he'll be hard to grind away at and pass. But if he is behind Showa Al Muhammadia in the early part of the race, then he's going to have to hope that filly doesn't produce the same turn of foot. That's the one concern. Camilo's aim will be to get on the front, I'm sure. This is a typical white stable Camilo Ospina kind of horse. Get on the front, grind out success and not see another rival. If he makes the front after a furlong, 200 metres, I think he'll be a 1 to 2 shot in running.
Okay, they've both got the course and distance form. Both finished 3rd and 2nd. Moving on to race 8. 3 more still to come on the back of this and 2 more days of racing here in Saudi Arabia to come Friday and Saturday. Ahead of a massive weekend next weekend, and then Saudi Cup on the 21st and 22nd of February. So going behind the stalls, Yafiel really solid in the market, on the international markets. The only one being backed of the bigger prices was Shadow at 9 to 1 and back into 10s. Your comments are welcome, of course, on the chat section on YouTube. Do send us any of your thoughts and selections or anything you've spotted during a race. Tony Montana's given us a comment. I'm not able to decipher exactly what he means there, Tom.
No, me neither. If you could put it in English, that would be very much appreciated, just purely from a translation point of view.
We are an international channel, but
we are.
The English language does help to communicate with us.
When we're reading out, especially.
Yes.
Obviously, if you're communicating with other people in the chat, then that's, by the by. But for us to read out, it needs to be in English, please.
Unless he's just kind of suggesting what we're talking. Lie.
Yeah, it could be that. It could be that. Or Callum, maybe.
Whatever. Right, at the start and circling, I think we're both in agreement, are we, that 13's going to win?
Yeah, we are, yeah. Hopefully a good start, gets to the front and dominates.
Did we get Callum's selection?
We're about to.
Well, let's just, walking, talking fashionista, remind us of your pick here.
I walked into that one, didn't I? Raphael is going to be the pick for me. The 13 is going to be where I'm going to go in this contest. Raphael, and the only reason I made that selection was because he just looked a little bit better in the coat than Showa Al Muhammadia. Now, there's nothing against Showa Al Muhammadia, who looks in good shape and has a positive jockey booking, but I was just slightly concerned about how she was turned out. Majewa, the 18 here for Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, needs to step forward from those two pretty average performances to lay a glove here. But again, it's not the strongest contest, and you imagine these horses, once they've had a couple of runs, can take a big step forward. Of some of the others that caught my note, Dabi in the 4 horse here looked a really nice prospect going forward, still carrying a bit of condition, but a big, strong type. Jani as well, the 7 on debut, might be worth keeping an eye on that one. Mohammed Al Hubail on board there. He's had quite a good season, so he'll be looking to continue that form. You can just see the 4 in shot there, just walking away from our gorgeous cameras and the brilliant shots we get here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse as we build up continually to both the custodian of the Holy Mosque Festival and the Saudi Cup itself. Really looking forward to that. And yes, lovely to see so many of you in the chat watching the channel as well. That's great to see. Continue to let the boys in the studio know what your thoughts are. Boys in the studio, a little bit of advice here. If the comment comes to you in Arabic, right-click, translate, it'll work for you perfectly fine. So boys, they are loading up in the stalls here for this contest. Stephen, it's over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Always full of little nuggets is Callum. And the field are loading up for the 8th race. This local bred horses Maiden were over 1,600 metres, 3-year-old only. Just the one newcomer in the field. That is number 7, Jani, first time up here in this lineup. And just confirming that 8, 11, 15 and the reserves 23 and 24 do not run. And the field loading up fairly quickly. Altib Ghanim just going forward there towards the outside, still 14. We can see 6 out the back, 6 to go. Here's number 17. This is Modhera, who's going in. So too is 14, Yeglik. Raphael, the across-the-board selection for Martin, for Tom and for Callum, just about to come forward into stall 10. Goes in alongside 18, Mojaweya. 10 to the outside, Saudi Victory, and there's 6, Interlac. Interlac will be last. 19 of them this time, all lined up, ready to go. 1,600 metre start, just a bit of rocking and rolling in the stalls there. And 1 or 2 of them very much on their toes. Shadow, that was rearing there briefly. Starter still holds them, but now he's let them go and they're off and they're racing. Newcomer Jani was very slow to leave the starting stalls, and towards the outside Rahik Al Jazeera was also one that was not fast away, and the same can also be said as well for Online. One of the ones that did break well though was Dabi. Dabi getting out and across in the red, white and blue to lead the field here from Raphael and Yeglik, who are 2nd and 3rd. 4th towards the outside is Mojawaha, and they're being followed through down on the running rail by Showa Al Muhammadia. Wider out on the track is Altib Ghanim, and tracking Altib Ghanim through as they go towards the turn at the end of the back straight is Gate Makar. And then we've got Modhera and Tijab in behind those as they now go into that far turn. Dabi skipping along about 2.5 lengths clear from Raphael, Yeglik, and on the running rail still in there pitching as well is Showa Al Muhammadia, as going backwards now is Yeglik. Picking off places is Altib Ghanim, that's in a yellow and black checks. He's racing as they turn just in front of Shadow. And then further back is Gate Maka, Beachco from the back making up some places. And then Saudi Victory as they're at the top of the lane. And it is Dabby. Dabby out front by a diminished margin now because Yafayal is winding up on the outside. Wider still in third place. Shadow trying to keep on, has moved past Shoa Al Muhammadir, who's one pace. Then further back to Saudi Victory, and behind those is LT Beganim, but having swept to the front, Yafayal is galloping on and galloping clear of the field. For Camilo Ospina, it will be another winner. Yafayal this time, after a promising debut, is going to follow it up with a good victory. Yafayal beating to second place Saudi Victory. They were followed through by Dabby, the early front runner, LT Beganim, and further back was Modhera. A win for number 13, Yafayal, then, in the hands of Camilo Ospina, has stayed on very well here after that good debut last time out. And a clean sweep for Martin, for Tom and for Callum. All thought that this one would be very hard to beat. And when those stars have aligned, who are we to argue? A win for 13, Yafayal. A comfortable success. In race number 8. You can see him coming clear of the field. He won by 5 lengths, beating number 10, Saudi Victory. Third was number 4, Dabby. And fourth was number 2, Altib Ghanim. So 13, 10, 4 and 2. 5 lengths and 3/4 the winning distances, with Yafayal winning race 8.
So now Bin Sharaim is winning connections here of Yafayal, and he's just got on the phone here. So we'll just wait for the phone call to finish. It's just finished just like that. Perfect timing. Well done, Talal. Fantastic result.
Thank you. Thanks God. Alhamdulillah. Big congrats to Prince Mitib and all the white stable team. Alhamdulillah. He ran very well. Second race in his history. Hopefully, inshallah, he got good rate, inshallah, for King Abdulaziz Cup next week. You know, we racing with the time now.
I'm about to say, it is a bit of a tight squeeze. We've had a few trainers discuss the King Abdulaziz Cup as an option, and it's going to be very tight to get these horses in.
Yes. You know, 2 years old, they face some problem in the beginner, but alhamdulillah, now he's good. I hope, inshallah, next week he got a good rate to run him in King Abdulaziz Cup, inshallah.
And other horses from the white stable that might be in that race as well, who could feature for you?
Inshallah, good horses, inshallah, there will be. And we're looking to tomorrow, inshallah. Hopefully, inshallah, we have good quality horse, inshallah.
Perfect. I'm really looking forward to the likes of Jeddah Beach and a few of those horses who are really exciting.
Yeah.
Falakair as well.
Yes, hopefully, inshallah, next week it will be tough races.
It will be
week. Yeah.
It's going to be a tough week, but the Saudi Cup is coming, so you have to find out how good your horses are.
Inshallah. We have good quality horses, and we need the luck, inshallah.
Well, hopefully the luck will come, and Yafayal certainly looks like a very lucky horse for you. What did you make of that winning performance there? He did it very easily towards the end.
The trainer he mentioned before the race, inshallah, he's good horse, and he think inshallah he won this race, and alhamdulillah he won this race. I hope inshallah we have good horses, inshallah.
The boys in the studio say 2,000 metres may be this horse's best trip in the future. Right now, is that where you're looking to go?
Which horse do you mean?
This Yafayal.
Yes, I think long distance he will be good horse, inshallah. And we have good horses in long distance. And as you see now, all the races 6 furlong. Yes. But I hope, inshallah, in the future they prepare the program, inshallah.
And that has been the questions for lots and lots of traders, is a program for these horses who want further. There's a very small amount of races for them.
That's right. But I hope, inshallah, in the future they will fix all the problems, inshallah, in the program.
Well, go and enjoy Yafayal's victory. Yeah, no problem at all. Yes, Yafayal just coming in to the winners' enclosure here under a jubilant Camilo Ospina. We'll grab a word with him as well. And I think it's a very interesting point there to make regarding the race program. With these horses who do want to go further, there are very limited options for them, even if they go through their season injury-free. Yeah, injury-free. Yafayal didn't go through this season injury-free and clearly has had some problems. This is only his second career start, but he's now got a first career victory and did it in good style towards the end. Derby kind of got out on the lead but wasn't able to hold on. That one ends up finishing third. And then we also had a good run from Saudi Victory, who we saw in the paddock finishing second as well. That's probably a horse you want to keep on the right side of as well, Saudi Victory. Nice looking type, will certainly do better from there. We'll grab a word with Camilo once he weighs in. Just going to come through with the weights, just make sure he gets the all clear. He's got 58. There's a nod. It's been very efficient today from the team. He's going to get congratulations all round. No, we'll wait for you, Camillo. Don't worry about it at all. He comes here. Camillo. Talal mentioned to me that he had some problems early on in his career, and that's why he's taken a bit of a long time to come to the track. You've mentioned there in the mornings. Is he growing up? Is he getting stronger and better as time goes on?
He's nice horse. From the beginning, he looked very good. You know, he was breathing very good, but he's coming a little bit late. But he has sometimes the horses has problem. He went to tie. You know, some horses and tie is not good. And he's coming here. He's growing. You know, the trainer is doing a great job with him, and he's coming step by step with him. You know, but today he was very good. I feel very good. You know, he was in very good form today, and thanks God he ran it and he won very good.
King Abdulaziz Cup is next week. White Stable will have plenty of options for that. Who would you like to ride in that race? Like to Falakher, Jeddah Beach, all hugely exciting horses. I know Fawaz Wanath will probably keep that ride on Falakher, but would you like to be on Jeddah Beach?
I think so. You know, next week is the bigger race for us. You know, it's the King's Cup is qualified to the Saudi Cup. There are many races. You know, the King Abdulaziz Cup is very important for us, for local better. And I think he got willing. We have very good horses, and I just try to do our best job and try to win the big races.
Well, best of luck with winning the big races. But for the time being, 2 winners today. Congratulations.
Thanks, God. Thank you. Thank you, Kaji.
Thank you.
The White Stable go back to back, and a horse who showed a bit on debut has put in their similar performance, kept on responding once again, Tom, and gets off the mark second time up, building on that debut run.
Yeah, it was game over on the home turn when he turned in second, to be honest. He's such a plodder, very one pace, definitely wants up to 2,000 metres. He has no turn of foot, but he keeps grinding out, and yeah, he was always within range. So good ride from Camilo. He got the horse bounced out of the stalls in a nice position. I was quite surprised he didn't go and make the pace, but didn't matter in the end. And he's got a big future. He's a nice looking type, isn't he?
He is, and wins ease down, and as you said, backed up by the trainer further's going to suit him as well. But it was Derby who probably got away best and gets up on the speed early. Yeah, Camilo does break well. You can see the green cap just in second place right now, white body. But he wasn't keen to make the start. Derby made the start under Mohammed. Aldahan made the front, sorry, not the start. Crossed over with a 2-length advantage, and turning for home, it did look like he had a nice lead, but... Well, they've given him a very easy lead. Yeah. Nothing's really challenged him. Well, Camilo knew he just needed to be within range, so I don't think he was rushing, and the others didn't want to push forward. So, yeah, he was allowed his own reign up front, Derby, and he eventually finished third, but maybe he was flattered by that, considering he got everything his own way. The horse that finished second was the 10, Saudi Victory, who we talked about producing a nice staying on display on debut in 6th. So the form is relatively strong, I think, behind the eventual winner, who was Yafael, and the horse that we both liked. We're on a pretty good day from a tipping perspective. You've got 4, I've got 3. You hold the early lead in the studio competition. Not that you're counting. We do every week. Every single time we're here. It's a competition, and you know what? That means more to me than anything else. I can see it on your face. Yep. Last time you were here, I think you did a bit of presenting at one stage. I did. Rory was the pundit. Who came on top there? Rory actually beat me in week 1, and I was very gutted. But then week 2, it came went back the right way, and yeah, I've got to maintain that winning streak this time. And it was only 2 weeks with Rory. It was, yeah. Okay. Yeah. We got 4 together here. 4 weeks. We have, yeah. Oh, it was no contest with Daryl. The viewers can't hear the producer. I've just answered the producer's question. Yeah, last time it was no contest with Mr. Williams. Hopefully you're tuning in, Daryl. Daryl beat you comprehensively? Yeah, of course. Okay, well, I've had, 4? You've had 3? Yes, and Callum's on 2. So we're all doing pretty well, with 4 races left to go. Okay, well, we've got, races 9, 10, 11 and 12. Local bred Maiden upcoming next. I'm just thinking what else I really liked on the back end of the card. Nothing. I don't think there's any standout. I think the good ones have all been, really. Yeah, it's trickier. There are no short. What you've just said there is there's no short price favourites that you're keen on, is what you mean. They're all wide open. Yes. Yeah. Well, they are, but I just refer you to it's transferred at advised 10 to 1. We both had that one. We both had 13 to 8's not, as he was on the international markets, not a short price favourite. Completely. No, I agree with that. It's a nice price favourite. Yeah, he's short enough, but yeah, he deserved to be short price there. It deserved to be favourite. If he was a short price favourite, it would have been 4 to 6. We have a different
description's a short price, I think.
Right, one man who I'm sure would agree that 4-7 is a short price is Stephen. He's got the field for race 9. Back to you, Stephen.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. Having agreed with Tom earlier about staying or not staying, I agree with you this time, definitely short. Favourite is, field is ready for race 9, then this local bred horse is Maiden. 4-year-olds only on the dirt, 1,600 metres. One Abdul Yalul, the mount of Hamzat Saad. 2 is Al Qiyas and Ali Al Mutib. 3 is Anna Al Batab and Abdullah Al Saidi. Scratch 4. 5 is Gala Saad and Ahmed Al Taya. 6 is Haaland and Alexis Moreno. 7, Huaishan and Nawaf El Mudiani. On to the next page, we have 8, Iterfe and Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 9 is Kasab Al Tayala and Marcelian Kolmakaj. 10 is Sawas and Camilo Ospina. 11 is Tarud Al Majd and Abdullah Al Kradis. 12 is Turfi and Fahad Al Faradi. 13 is To Al Nur and Muhammad Al Daham. Next we see 14, Al H. Lalea even, who is ridden by Mohammed Al Hubail. 15, Hamra Al Riyadh and Osama Al Sharani. 16 is Garib and Mohammed Al Yami. 17 is Sir Sirana and Abdullah Al Lawfi. Then we have 18, Tahin Dam, Jeremy Carrier. 19, Tazka and Muhammad Al Nasser. 20 is Wadini and Tariq El Mansour. Scratch 21. 22, Mada and Jose Rodriguez. So that completes the lineup for the 9th. Another local bred maiden on the way for 4-year-olds this time. So let's go and rejoin Martin and Tom.
Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, thank you for agreeing with me as well.
No, I'm not happy about that. That was not what you asked me. You said 13-8. 4-7 is a short price.
And I'm sure you heard the whole conversation, Stephen. He wasn't just responding to the latter part. It was the
dubious.
It was fine.
Dubious, very dubious. 4-7 isn't very much a short price. 13-8, I disagree. This is an interesting race, though, isn't it? 1,600 metre maiden, wide open. No short price favourite in here, that's for sure. But
3.5 to 1 the field.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like quite a few traders have no idea what's going on here. We're going to watch a couple of inserts.
Well, only one because one of them's a non-runner.
Yeah, there was 2 on the running order.
Garib's one we could look at, who's 5th best on the international market at around 7-1.
Yes, interesting horse, this horse number 16 in the field, as you say, 7-1. This was a big step forward on the previous efforts, but very one pace in the latter part of the race. White Stable winner goes away and clear and basically dominates, and Garib just sticks on. It's an okay performance. Does she deserve to be favourite or close to favouritism on the back of it? Probably not, but she's around the right price at 7-1. You know from her that she's going to run her race.
Well, we've got joint favourites on the international markets, 12 and 14, Turfi and Elj La Lea. So they are in the paddock there. We can see horse number 3, Anna Olmoth Harb, who's had just the one run so far. And our, what did we call him again? Our walking
fashionista.
Walking, talking fashionista standing by.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, let's look at horse number 5 here. This is Gala Saad. Has had plenty of chances, but looks absolutely immaculate in the parade ring. Just absolutely stunning. Plenty of muscle definition, fit as a fiddle. You can see the hip pointer on show. The poverty line is on show. Everything is what I want to see. And Gala Saad, straight away, pick of the paddock for Callum here in this wide open contest. Really like him. Let's pull back one for all the Man City fans, as Haaland is the next one we're going to see. This is horse number 6 coming towards me now. Just make sure now I've pulled onto the correct horse. Yes, horse number 6 is here now. And this is the one we're going to look at. Another one who caught my eye in the parade ring, especially in the pre-parade. As you can see now under the lights of the parade ring, he's a little bit woolly on the belly, but I wouldn't let that hold him back too much. He was having a bit of a shout and a scream in the pre-parade ring, which is interesting considering he's already been gelded, but he was having a bit of a shout and a whinny. He seems to be a bit more settled now, got the tongue hanging loose, he's got the tongue strap on, that's why he's having a bit of a chew on that bit, but I'm sure when they get going he'll be absolutely fine. He's had the one run, will need to take a step forward from that performance to feature here, and arguably could just take a step forward physically. We'll pull all the way back now to horse number 12, who is Turfy. The mount of Farhad Al Faradi. This is the horse in the red blinkers coming towards us now. Had a look at this horse's debut. I thought it was a fairly good run for a very long way before getting tired. Was well fancied on that day. You could understand why there might be support for him again today. He doesn't blow you away in the parade ring, but this isn't the strongest of contests. I think he's been quite well placed. The Red Stable team have been in fine form already. This one goes for Fawad as well, so hopefully they will get some more success here. Fawad Al Faradi in the plate, hoping for a victory. But guys, Galasard, the 5, has to win. Gorgeous in the parade ring. That's the pick for me.
Thank you to our walking, talking fashionista. Going with a big price of the international markets, Galasard. Maybe the cold's getting to Callum's head, is it tonight? 13 race maiden.
This horse looks inconsistent. And in my opinion, it's up to him whether he performs. It's very much a mental thing with Galasard. Sometimes he looks okay, sometimes he just completely decides he doesn't want to run. So, look, he looked okay in the prelims, so I understand why Callum put the horse up, but on form, couldn't have him.
Turfy heads international markets 3.5 to 1 currently in the Red Stable colours. 6th on debut of 19 runners. Steps up in trip today.
Blazed an early trail on that debut and then faded in the latter part of the race. Just needs to sustain the effort better today, but he's stepping up in distance, which doesn't really bode well. I think this is very much a case of traders knowing this horse is Red Stable and just putting the horse in as jolly.
El Jaleel is close in behind as regards international prices. This is horse number 14. 3rd of 20, the local bred fillies, Maiden. That was best part of a year ago, though.
Yeah, it was a respectable third as well. It was a decent effort, but the long layoff is a worry for me. Again, both of these two jollies just have big concerns. Turfy, the trip, and Edge Lalea coming back off the long absence. Either could be good enough to win, but I wouldn't want to take a short price.
And there's money coming in behind that. Now, joint second in the markets is number 10, Soas, who was 8th on debut. Alex rode on debut. Camilla takes over today.
This is my pick. Yeah, horse number 10, Soas. I like the jockey switch, and that's nothing against Alex, but Camilo's more aggressive. Actually, he's probably not more aggressive, but I feel like he's going to be more aggressive today from an inside gate. On that debut, when the horse finished 8th, he was wide throughout. I think he was pitched 6 or 7 deep on the turn. And from then on, he just had no energy for his home straight kick. Today, he should save some ground. And he's by Liam's Map, so the distance should be no issue whatsoever. Liam's Map, a very good horse and stallion over in the US. Used to be trained by Todd Pletcher, I believe. So hopefully, Soas can make it second time lucky. I think he's way more solid than both Turfy and Edge Lalea.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. There's a lot more upsides to him. It's just hard to find any sort of dent in him, really, whereas the likes of El Ajay, we know he's got to come back from a year off.
Yeah, exactly. Soas could easily take a step forward. So could the two market leaders, but they've got bigger questions to answer, whereas Soas is solid, as we've already talked about. He should be favourite, in my opinion, and it's more due to connections that he's not. I think Turfy is just put in as the default jolly due to the Red Stable, and I'm not quite sure why they've gone so short on Edge Lalea, maybe just because the horse ran 3rd on the debut, but yeah, that was 12 months ago.
Okay, the Al Noor is top rate.
Those, horse number 1, Afdal Yelul, used to be trained by Mr. Alphasan, who's on the Arabic channel, our equivalent, but now is represented, well, the name under the horse is actually his assistant, Mohammed Alfahan, but so the horse is still in the same yard, but different connections. Draws out in stall 20, very difficult to win from there, and fitness would be a worry after 11 months off. Horse number 2 is potentially one of the most interesting, actually. I have him second in behind the selection, Al Kayas. Had 8 outings. He's 12 to 1 in the international market, but draws well. Posted a clear career best performance last time. Stepping up in trip should help. I wouldn't write off the 2, but there's a big jockey switch. Ali Al-Matib's just not the best. I prefer Camilo on the 10.
And so does the international market as well. That's now gone into favouritism. Soas. Number 18, Tom, give us a word on Tar Hindam, who has had just a 1 start so far. But that was back in March of last year in a local bred fillies made over the course and distance.
Yeah, 10 months off. It's very difficult to assess what these horses are going to produce when they come off such a layoff. She ran okay on the debut. you know, on that evidence, she's got a chance, but I don't know. I wouldn't be able to take a price on her. I'd want maybe 25 to 1, whereas she's much shorter, 10 to 1 right now.
Okay. In fact, just eases a bit out to 12 or 14 to 1, but the international markets really just can't see past the 10. It's attracting lots and lots of support.
Yeah, well, unsurprising, I think. We've both given him the vote of confidence. So hopefully Sawas can justify that market shift, and he looks like he should be favourite. Hopefully he gets a nice rail skimming trip just in behind the lead or on the front, and from there he'll prove tough.
And Camilo, of course, looking for the quickfire hat-trick, having won both of our previous races. Money also around for the 2. So we're in agreement here, Tom. I'm with you, I'm afraid, on this one.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a good thing so far. You've had 4 winners from 8, so yeah, I mean, we've teamed up to good effect as well already today. Hopefully Camilo can provide us with another winner. What
was the product? There used to be a product. Was it sweet corn, the Green Giant?
Yes.
With the, it could be the Green Giant.
He could, yeah.
I wonder what he prefers. Does he prefer the Green Giant or the walking, talking fashionista?
I think fashionista, considering that's what he called you.
Yeah, I think it's probably more appropriate than the Green Giant. Because the walking, talking fashionista could apply any day of the week, whereas the Green Giant can only apply. Although he's also got the green microphone flag in his hand, so
he does, yeah.
The Green Giant with his microphone.
I hope he's listening to this.
So do I as well. Right, arriving down at the start. Soas been really well supported. What were you 1, 2, 3?
The 10 to beat the 2 to beat the 12.
10 to beat the 2 to beat the 12.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is race number 9 of the evening. Still 3 more to come on the back of this. Confident selections of the latter few?
Let me have a brief look. In the next race, I suppose so. In the next race, yeah. In the last 2 races, not so much. Going for a rag in race 11, a big price. And in race 12, it's an Arabian maiden for the older horses. So,
but there are 2 4-year-olds, which apparently the horses to follow these days.
Not going to be my pick, but the market has come down on one of them. But yeah, I feel like the last 2 races are pretty tough from a picking and punting point of view. The next race, race number 10, after this one that we're about to watch, is a little bit easier.
And a touch of quality about tomorrow's card?
Yeah, loads of quality. Smaller fields as well, which is great for studying and producing race comments. But yeah, it's a good day of racing. We've got 3 turf races over a variety of trips, plenty of dirt races too, and there is a cup race to end the card as well, featuring some nice types, including Western City and also Defunded, who is the highest rated Saudi trained horse currently.
He came off the top of my head from Bob Baffert running the Saudi Cup last year.
Correct, yeah. You do some work.
That's memory.
Yeah, that's not even
I remembered that from last year.
Yeah, he's a 2-time Grade 1 winner over in the US, and he's making his 3rd start over here.
Look, all this didn't write itself yet.
I'm only teasing.
Right, at the start then, we have got this local bred horses maiden over the 1600 metres for the 4-year-olds. They're on the dirt here. We're in agreement that Sawas is the one to be within the international market. Certainly looking to agree with us. Been backed into clear favouritism ahead of Turfy, who also did run with a bit of promise on debut, beating around 8 lengths on that occasion. Goes for the red stables, but Camilo Ospina looking to complete a hat-trick, having won the previous 2 races. Yeah, we're both in agreement, Tom and I, that Sawas Callum is a good thing here. We're just wondering though, would you prefer the Green Giant or the walking, talking fashionista?
Well, now my mum's watching, I'll probably have to ask her and find out what she thinks more appropriate, whether she feels like I'm being bullied on air. So, Green Giant is probably more for today, as I'm in the green with the green jacket on. But walking, talking fashionista, I'd like to hold all the way through there. That would, again, Mother would be happy with that. I think she'd be more happy with walking, talking fashionista, as my fashion sense is stemmed all from her presentation. But in this contest, Galahad was the horse that presented the best, and I am going to stick with the 5. In regards to your selection, Sawas, going down to post, had a good old look at that. Kamir Ospina was not entirely comfortable, sort of took a hold of the bridle and sort of ran away with him a little bit. Camillo did get the horse back underneath him, but the head was up and he was having a good old look around. It was a little bit of a negative, but it wouldn't be enough to put anybody off him, and I think he was totally the wrong price when the market opened up, and I think you guys are right to be following him in here with just the one start under his belt. You tend to want to look towards the more unexposed runners, which is the complete opposite of my play Gala Sard here, who's had 13 starts today, making start number 14. You'd just be slightly concerned that this is a 4-year-old contest, and worth mentioning, horses that have only had 1 start and are now 4, you'd argue that something's probably gone wrong in the past there for them to be in that sort of position. So that would be the one thing that would put me off Sawas, but totally understand if you like him. But they are loading up. I'll let you know that my final selection will be the 5, Gala Sard. Stephen Powell, it's over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum, there, for his thoughts ahead of this 9th race on the programme. And he's with horse number 5, as he said, Gala Sard, the amount of Ahmed Al Tayyar, the most experienced runner in the lineup, 13 without success so far. As the field are going in, just going in is 7, Huaishan, and also going forward is 15, Hamra Al Riyadh. Still got probably half the field left to come forward for race number 9 over at the 1600 metre start. Don't forget we have got a reserve in the lineup as well. Number 22, Madar, who does run, and is the mount of Jose Rodriguez. They're just in shot, taking a turn before being put forward is 19, Tazker. And going in is 12, Turfy. And 2 coming in as well, Al Kayas now. Ali Al Mutib aboard. 4 to go, plus Tazker. Once Tazker's gone in under Muhammad Al Nasser to stall number 14. Just taking 1 or 2 more pushes, as you can see. Still at the back is 11, Tarud Al Majd, and also 13, To Al Noor, and 17, Sirana, and 22, Madar. All yet to come in. Madar's just got a little bit warm between the hind legs down at the start. But will be the last one to go in, right on the outside. With To Al Noor, Muhammad Al Daham, just backing away, due to go into stall 4. Yet to win in 8 races, but 3rd last time out was a little bit better than some previous attempts. And the horse really doesn't want to go in at the moment, so handlers continue to get behind To Al Noor. The rest of them pretty much in. Madar looks to be slotting in on the outside. And having just been turned around, they lead To Al Noor forward once more. And the handlers now all join forces and get behind To Al Noor to try and persuade him to go in. And he's got a bit closer now, and he's there. That's it, we're ready again. Line up, set, race 9. At the 1600 metre starting point, down the back straight in the chute. And they're off and racing. They jump away then for another maiden contest here. There was a little bit of an awkward start out the back there for Kasab Al Tayyala, who's just lost a little bit of ground. So too out the back is Hamra Al Riyadh and also Tahindam. Ones are at the back early on. Ones at the front include Sawas, who got a very good start. So too towards the outside did Irtefeye, and these 2 racing on early on, followed in 3rd place by Haaland, who's down towards the inside rail. Then came Tarud Al Majd and To Al Noor. In between that pair is Turfy with the red jacket, and they're being followed through by Gala Sard, who's down on the running rail. Deep out on the track is Wadini in yellow. Mardar's wider out again, and widest of all going into the bender, and they're being chased through by Gareb, and behind Gareb is Al Jalea, and behind Al Jalea as they turn the corner, Al Kayas trying to make ground up on the inside rail, coming to the top of the home straight now, and it is Sawas who's disputing the lead alongside Tefay. These two being joined on the outside by Mardar, and then 2 lengths in 4th place. Gala Sad is running a blinder, followed further back on the outside by Reb, and they've broken clear from Alcayas as now Mardar given the office by Jose Rodriguez, and he bounds for home, bounds clear. From in 2nd place is Sawas, down the outside still keeping on is Reb, and then Gala Sad in behind them, but it is Mardar who's striding away here, and Mardar is going to be a big winner of this maiden. It's his 12th start, it's a first win under Jose Rodriguez, and he's come clear at the line, and he's won by probably 6 lengths. He's beaten Reb into 2nd place, close 3rd Alcayas with Afdal Yelul, who was one of not many who made some late ground. So the reservers won, number 22, Mardar, and Jose Rodriguez. He was another, and not for the first time today. He was racing deep on the track early on. He was caught out in a 4-5 wide pitch rounding the bend out of the home straight, but once he swept into the lead, he never looked back as he galloped clear to get off the mark at the 12th attempt. 4-year-old son of Tapazar, and he's won comfortably by 6 1/4 lengths. Beat number 16, Reb, who was in 2nd. One Afdel Yalul got up to be 3rd, just edging out to Alcayas, and then back in 5th, Gala Saad. So 22, 16, 1 and 2. The reserve is the winner, Mardar, and has won by 6 1/4 lengths under Jose Rodriguez in race number 9.
Is your winner here of this contest, maiden contest, and he's turned it into an absolute rout, ridden by Jose Rodriguez, and we'll grab a word with Jose. I'm very excited to talk to Jose because I've not spoken to him yet, so it'll be hugely exciting to grab a word with this man who has guided this horse to success, and a very impressive success it was. Horse rated 56, that was the 12th start and the first victory. We're probably not looking at a world beater here, but I imagine he might go up to a rating of 60. I can't imagine him going any higher than 60, despite winning this by quite an impressive margin, which would put him available for 0 to 60 handicaps, where I imagine a horse with his bit of ability might be able to thrive and maybe put up a bit of a sequence here. But Jose Rodriguez is our winning rider, and we will grab a word with our winning jockey here as he weighs in. And he has jumped on once he gets in. And we'll just wait for him to go wait in. He's asked us if he's okay for the wait, and I can't confirm that or deny that, but we'll grab a word with him and see what we can find out. Noted, you've got no one to pick his tack up for him. He has to do it all himself. Poor Jose. But we'll grab a word. Jose, congratulations.
Thank you very much. I want to give you the thanks to the trainer, the owner, for the opportunity. I know this horse in the time very good chance. Last race for me, 1,200. He come in the last 200. He coming strong. So I tell him, trainer, no, I need the little bit distance more. So this time I set 1,600. So he looked the race.
You were absolutely right. He has enjoyed stepping up to going further. Were you always very happy when you were riding him? Was it very easy, this race?
So I think I have a good horse in my hands. So I lose the race. I go to the start good. So I think when I look me in the 800 easy, I think so I win the race.
It must feel wonderful to have a winner here at this beautiful race course as well.
Yeah, so I know the trainer, the owner is good, so I give it thanks the other team.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I got it.
Well, well done. This horse was into the race as a reserve and moved up menacingly, Tom, as they came towards the turn towards the home stretch.
Yeah, made a big, bold, sweeping move at the top of the turn. Kept a couple of horses in, including the early morning favourite, Turfy, who tried to look for an out, and the eventual winner, Madar, kept that horse in. And when he moved up into third, he managed to sustain his run all the way to the line. It was a remarkable performance from a horse who was 0 from 11, rated 56, gets in as a reserve, and the previous form figures state 09997. Showed very little in the majority of those outings. Just tough to find, especially considering he was a reserve, and not the first reserve either, the second reserve in this contest.
He beats into the Minor Honours Owen Garrar, who we saw a little bit earlier on today. New rider on board, 3 runs so far. That runs second, and number 1, Afdal Yalelul, takes third place. But it was hard to be positive about too many of these coming into it.
Yeah, it really was. The runner-up broke from stall 17. The third place horse broke from 20. So wide draws have dominated. Madar, you can see at this point on the bottom right of your screen, Green Silks, about to go into the turn now. He just keeps a couple of horses in. I think Jose Rodriguez is going to be summoned to the stewards just for a little talking to there. Tazka, horse number 19, was squeezed out and probably cost plenty of places. So I think Jose will be in a little bit of trouble, maybe get a day, nothing more than that. But he's produced a horse at the right time if he didn't move left on the turn. And at this point, the race is already over and they're not even in the home straight. It was quite impressive how Madar managed to sustain the effort all the way to the line. Usually after such a big early move, the horse can get tired and flatten out, but that wasn't the case here.
And just we can see weakening back into the field. Didn't even manage to hold the position, weakened well into the field in the closing stage. It was the international favourite, Sorwas. An aggressive ride over this longer trip today, and he's really found the stamina and the petrol gauge running light late on. Yeah,
he was a little bit keen in the early part of the race as well, which obviously Camilo wanted to be aggressive and get a forward spot, but I don't think he wanted the horse to be that lit up. You can see him against the fence. He's a big unit, isn't he, Sorwas, and maybe he's a longer-term prospect. He eventually finished 5th, so yeah, he faded back into the pack, but it wasn't a terrible run. Maybe next time he'll be seen to better effect. He just needs to settle. That's one thing he didn't do today.
And would you keep him over 1,600 or coming back down to the 12 with him?
Difficult one. Maybe 1,400, the intermediate trip, where you get a mixture of sprinters and milers.
Settle like, better and maybe
they'll go quicker.
Aggressive.
Yeah, quicker up front. That will allow him to settle and he should stay well enough. I don't mind 1,600 in long term for him, but maybe right now he's a little bit too raw and backward for it.
Okay, that was Madar, who gets off the mark at the 12th attempt in race number 9. Still 3 more races to come here on a bumper card as well. We've got a local bred horses handicap for those rated 0 to 65. But is it true you dropped your phone in the shower this morning?
Yeah, it's ringing wet.
It's bizarre, that, isn't it? All yours, Stephen.
to race number 10 this afternoon. A local bred horses Handicap is on the way here. We're over 2,000 metres, 4-year-olds only, a field of 9. And number 1 is Khaled Alayez. The mate of Tariq Al Mansour. 2 is Raf Ya Alem and Adel Al Faradi. 3 is Amir Al Maidan and Mohammed Al Hubail. 4 is Asil Al Faz and Abdullah Al Kradis. 5 is Anfal and Mohammed Saeed. 6 then is Laga Rabah and Nawaf Al Farouz. 7 is Tafa Alexis Moreno. 8 is Al Debel and Khalid El Mamoni. And 9 is Caroline and Ahmed Al Tayyar. So just the 9 of them for 10th race on the card. And let's shall we go back to Martin and Tom. Let's see what else they've been up to.
You wouldn't believe it, Stephen, but you might find out over the next couple of races.
Yes, indeed. I do want to say to the viewers, I did get put up with that joke there by you.
Did you?
Yeah, you came along with it. Yeah. Not the only joke that we've been told off camera. Plenty more to come.
Yes, stay tuned. Back tomorrow as well. Local bred horses handicap then, race 10 on the cards. We've got 9 runners to have a look through here. Smaller field again for the next. Caroline's down the bottom of the field there. Not had 3 so far. Khalid Al-Aziz is the top weight in here of 62 kilograms alongside number 2, Raf El Kalam. They're the top 2 in the handicap here. I thought Khalid Al-Aziz was interesting here. Yet to win a race in 15 goes, but got bits and pieces of form that would suggest it could have a bit of a play.
Raf Yalam?
No, Khalid Alias.
Oh, Khalid Alias, yeah. He's the my second selection in this race. Not my main pick, but the horse I would have second in. He's a long-term maiden, 0 from 15 so far, but he ran a clear career best when second to Mostem second, a 0 to 75 handicap here in December. A repeat of that would have him bang there at the finish, Khalid Alias. Mostem Sec would destroy these, would win by a wide margin. So to finish runner-up to that one is a solid effort. His 2 recent efforts have been disappointing when he finished 8th, but it wouldn't be surprised if Khalid Alias bounced back to something like his best and played a major role.
Okay, well, let's have a check on the markets as well.
I think Raf Ya LM is favourite around 9 to 4, or was anyway.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, 9 to 4. I think that's a fair price. This would be my most confident play of the remaining 3 races. Adel Al Faradi takes the mount on this colt, and he's drawn well in gate 2. He's a 1,600-metre maiden winner. That came back in November, but he's failed to build on that in his 2 subsequent runs. He finished 2 places actually behind Khalid Alias on the penultimate outing. That was in the race that was won by Mostem Sec. So on that form alone, you'd suggest why is the 1 10 to 1 and the 2 9 to 4? But Raf Yailem has proven that he can win a race, whereas Khalid Alias hasn't, and that could be the difference.
I just wonder that with the 2, since the win, he's been held to a couple of handicaps off this mark today, whether he's just struggling to break through again off his new mark.
Yeah, there is potential that is the case, but I don't know. Adel Al Faradi booked from a good draw and a nice weight swing with Khalid Alias. Maybe the 2 will bounce back.
And conversely, if we're talking about sort of handicapping weights and measures, Khalid Alias as well, second at a course and distance handicap of 60 in a better class of race. This is a slight ease again today.
It is a slight ease, yeah. They're closely matched, the 1 and the 2. There's no way they should be 9 to 4 and 10 to 1. I would have them both as the 2 most logical plays. So from a value perspective, the 1, Khalid Alias, who we can see in shot right now, is probably the play.
Yeah, it looks in pretty good condition as well. Let's get a closer look, though, on this horse, who's a 10 to 1 chance on the international markets, back with, and what are we calling him?
The Walking, Talking Fashionista.
Thank you, team. Yes, a lovely moving type here, the 1. Khalid Alias has taken everything in stride here. I'd love to see this thing over a hurdle. Beautiful, beautiful looking type. big, strapping, ranging, looping, relaxed walk. Everything you want to see here from a horse going around the parade ring, looking incredibly comfortable. He certainly is moving around here better than a 10-to-1 shot should be. So looking forward to seeing how he goes here. Now the horse in behind, Raf Ya'alem, is the 2. Also looks in great shape here. Has a little bit of a walleye, which I'm always told you cannot trust, but you don't need to trust them. They just need to run fast. And hopefully Raf Ya'alem can do just that. Del Al-Faredi in the place with a positive. Lovely back on this horse. He's got a beautiful flat back. His withers are quite high, but his back is also quite high. He's a gorgeous, gorgeous type. Some really good lookers here in this 0-65 contest. They're both rated 65. Now in behind is number 3, Amir Al Maidan. He's only rated the 60, but gives him every chance here. Looks in great shape, in really good nick. You can see the muscle definition in his hind quarters. Just a much smaller type than those we've seen before, and certainly looks to be coming into that winter coat as well. Asil Al Foz is the next one we'll look at. That's horse number 4. Very different to what we've seen before, isn't it? A much less attractive looking sort. Certainly wouldn't be the play for me, but Asil Al Foz has been in fairly decent form recently, failing to finish outside the money in each of his last 5 starts. So he's been a joy for owners. Hopefully he can go a couple of places better today. Now in behind is the 5. That is not the, is that the 5? It is the 5. It is Anfield. The colours may be slightly different to what you see in your race cards. Less of an orange, more of a yellow, and this Anfield actually put up a decent effort when 3rd last time out. You can see there's some quarter markings on this one as well, which is lovely to see. Very well turned out, but others I'm more attracted to in this contest. Anfield would need a career best effort to win here off a mark of 57. The horse in behind that is La Garabar, who's horse number 6 on your race card. He comes here off a mark of 56. Coming towards us now, much better turnout. Looks in really good nick, this one, doesn't he? Horse number 6, La Garabar, really taking everything into stride here, this 4-year-old. Now he comes here making only his 7th career start, put up a very good effort to finish 2nd last time. I think he's a player in this contest. He's a really well put together sort. Look at the strength he's got in his neck. He's all power, he's all muscle, he looks great, certainly cannot be discounted. He would make the shortlist. Then we go to the 7. This is Tafa. The next one we'll look at. This is the mount of Alex Moreno. Comes here off a mark of 54. 5th last time out. Just not doing too much for me in the parade ring. We'll go straight back to the 8, who the same can be said for. Probably coming into the winter coat as well. Now Alf will just pull a horse back now to horse number 8. When we go...
Raf Ya'alem has a better jockey on board. And that's not a slight on Tariq Al Mansour. He's a very good young apprentice, but Adele is the best around here. And also, he's drawn better and he's proven that he can win a race, whereas Khalid Alia's hasn't. From a competition that we're having in terms of winners this week, I will pick the 2, Raf Ya'alem, but I wouldn't be surprised if the 1 came out on top. And if I was at home watching this broadcast, I'd probably play the 1.
Yeah, I'd be. The 1 was the one I highlighted. You got a couple, though, making a quick turnaround around here last week. Like Harabar and also Anfield, they were 2nd and 3rd here over further. Come back onto the track quickly, back in distance.
Yeah, exactly. This is just a really kind of interesting contest. And I feel like that race where Khalid Alia's was 2nd and Raf Ya'alem was 4th, when they're behind Mostemsek, that's the best race on offer. If either of those 2 performances are replicated today by the 1 or the 2, they should dominate this race. They are top weight and they have to give weight away. That's obviously how handicaps work. But they are the best horses in here and their class should come through. The other 2 runners in this contest that interest me from a likely winning perspective are the 2 that are 4-1. Lagaraba, horse number 6, ridden by Nawaf Al Fayrouz, was a good 2nd last time up, but held a huge advantage turning for home, like a massive lead. That came over 2400, then got tired. Drops down the trip, which should help. And I wouldn't be surprised if the 6 took a really big lead early on again from the inside gate. If that's the case, there'll be lots of speed in here and stamina will come to the 4. The other horse worth noting is the 4 horse. That is Asil Al Foz for Abdullah Al Khadis. This horse is just really consistent. She's a filly. She's got a deep closing running style and she's kind of been crying out for this longer trip. But from a class perspective, the 4 has a little bit of a question to answer. I think it will be 2-1, 1-2, either order, finishing 1st and 2nd, and then the 6 followed by the 4. That'd be the one I'd focus on. The 1 horse I feel is a terrible price is the 5, Anful. who's actually 130 in the international market, but has just been plugging on basically over 2,400 metres. Surely the drop in trip doesn't help the 5. This gelding is an out-and-out stayer.
Okay, and Alex Moreno's on board the 7 as well, Tarfa, who was 5th over the 1,800 last time out, and he actually rode that day as well.
Yes, he did, yeah. Some of these jockeys will stick on their horses. I mean, look, there's clear standout jockeys in here, like Adele, Alfaredi, Alex Moreno, Khalid Al-Mamoni. But the younger riders, the apprentices especially, will stick on their horses when they get the opportunities, and especially when they start to develop a connection with them, they're not going to give up the ride. So, yeah, we get some opportunities in here for jockeys on Amful, Amir Almeida and Khalid Al-Aiz, etc., and they'll look to take advantage of it. But I think Adele Alfaredi probably runs the roost here.
Yeah, and it's on board a horse who's a bit of a chance as well at a decent price on the international markets. We've got the market leader as Rafra Yalam is the current 2-to-1 market leader.
What price the 1 now?
Into 7s, was 10s.
That's still a fair price. I mean, 7-to-1, there isn't much separating the 1 and the 2. I'd have that horse maybe 4-to-1. Rafraf Yalam around the same price that is currently available, around 2-to-1. And then the 6 would have been my 3rd in, I reckon.
Okay. The narrow in the market, there still is a big differential between them.
Yeah, exactly. That difference needs to be amended, and it will be by post time. We can see the 6 going down to start. That is La Garaba under Nawaf El Fayrouz. As I've already touched on, the tactics of this horse, of the 6, not the 4, the tactics of the 6 will be crucial to how this race pans out. I think he'll be ridden very aggressively. I think he'll go straight to the front, and he may even be given a big advantage from gate 1. If he leads by 5 or 6 lengths in the early part of the race, then he could be tough to catch, but we'll see what the tactics are on the 6.
We're arriving down at the start, heading towards the back end of the cards.
Shall I talk about a couple of the long shots?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, horse number 8, Al Dibble, Al Dibble, I suppose. 52 rated colt, will break from gate 9. Khalid Al-Mamoni will take the ride. The recent runs for this horse just haven't been good. But he did post a career best effort over the 1,200 metres not so long ago, and maybe the stamina here will be a little bit too far for him, which is why it's such a big price. Caroline, the 9 horse, she's a filly. She's rated just 48. Only had the 3 outings, slowly improving, but is out of the handicap and can't be supported as for that reason. The 3, Amir Al-Maidan, 1 start from 21 victories, on a 12-race losing streak right now. Put up a terrible effort, really, when unplaced 2 weeks ago. That came over 1,800, and there's no real reason to suggest that he'll be able to get back to winning ways today. And the only other horse we haven't talked about is horse number 7, Tarfa, who's a 4-year-old filly, breaks well from gate 3, had the 9 outings, winless so far. Connections have tried an array of trips and haven't come down on the right one. So they're gambling here with 2,000 metres and hoping that she'll win, but it looks unlikely.
Okay, I'm in full agreement with your analysis of it, but I would put the 1 on top.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. I think it's between the 2, really. And the 6, depending on tactics. But yeah, I have no issue with the 1. I feel like he...
And the international markets are flashing red with Khalid Al-Aiz as well.
What's the price now?
10s into 6.
Yeah, 10s into 6, yeah. I feel like 5-to-1 is probably about the right price. 5-4-to-1, maybe it'll be one of those 2 prices come the off.
And what was Callum with again? We had 1 or 2 sound issues when Callum was downstairs. I missed what he went for.
Me too. No idea.
Maybe we can find out from the man in the green jacket. At least he's on brand with the colour around the racecourse.
Yeah, I'm sure that's why he's done it. Actually, no other reason.
Actually, I do have a green shirt with me. I might wear that tomorrow.
Not with that green jacket, surely. You're not going to do the combo.
He can throw it back at me.
Yeah, I might wear my green jacket as well, and we could all do it. The Green Giants.
The Green Giants?
Yep.
Right, I'm on top with Khalid Al-Aiz, the big gamble here, who's into 6-to-1 from 10s on the international markets.
Raf Yalem, horse number 2 for me, but watch out for the 6, Lagraba, in the early part of the race. If they give this horse too much rope, too much leeway, then he could be away and gone.
Okay, arriving down at the start. Callum, I've gone with the 1. Tom's with the 2. Are you with either of those 2, or have you got something else for us?
I am with both of those two, like them both, but I'm going to just side with the one. I was really taken about how Khaled Alaïs handled himself in the prelims. Tariq Al-Mansour taking off that extra kilo as well could be crucial. Adel Al-Faradi aboard the two, Raf Ya Alem. It's certainly positive jockey booking. And what Tom said is absolutely correct about La Garabar, who might just get loose on the lead and be very hard to catch. But if it turned into a stamina contest, I quite like Khaled Alaïs, who just looks like a horse who would thrive over soft ground at Sandown, over some hurdles. So looking forward to see how this one gets on, going over 2,000 metres today. It will probably be quite a tactical affair with just the 9 runners, but I could draw a line through Debel and the 9 Caroline. I just thought neither of them really blew me away in the parade ring, but they're loading up very quickly here. So, Stephen Powell, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, they are getting ready to load. One of them has just been dismounted there down at the start for attack adjustment, but we have touched post time for race 10 of 12 on today's card. Looking forward to this contest very much, and also the latest Saudi boy band as well, the Green Giants, Martin, Tom and Callum, all bringing their own individual and unique talents to that triumvirate, and I'm sure more will be revealed in the coming hours and days as well. Meanwhile, they are coming forward here. Going in, that tack adjustment on Anfield, number 5, was a pretty brief one. 9 Caroline is out the back still, and it might be Caroline that we're just waiting on actually to complete the line under Ahmed Al-Taya. Here we go, rest of them are in. And Caroline stepping forward into stall 6. And that's it. They're all in. Stand by, race 10. And they're off. Racing, they jump from the 2,000 metre starting point then at the top of the back straight, and away very well in the centre there was Amir Al-Maidan. Through on the inside, Laga Rabar is also now coming through to push on a little bit as well, and will stride into the lead by 2 lengths going down the chute from Raf Ya Alem in second place, Amir Al-Maidan third on the outside. Fourth back down on the rail then is Tafa, followed half a length away in fifth by Caroline, who's wider out. Behind Caroline is Khaled Alaïs. And then we have Asil Al-Faz, who's joined second last with Aldable, and last of all at the moment is Anful, as they link up with the course proper, and they've not gone off at a frenetic gallop here, and that allows up front Laga Rabar and now Waf Al-Farouz to go along nicely at an even tempo down the back straight with a 2-length advantage. In second place is Amir Al-Maidan, third towards the outside, the pale jacket of Khaled Alaïs, racing next to, at this stage, Caroline, and they're closely followed a little bit wider on the course as they turn by Asil Al-Faz. Back down red jacket on the rail is Raf Ya Alem, and then under pressure following those through as they turn now is Eldable. Trying to make some ground is Tafa, and still out the back is Anful as they come round the turn, which will bring them on the run towards the home straight. They're through halfway, and it is Amir Al-Maidan who has the lead, but he's under pressure with Laga Rabar trying to hold the position red and white, but looks to be hanging out towards the middle of the course. Has opened the door on the inside for Raf Al Yalem. Widest of all, Khaled Alaïs is picking up in there, pitching Eldable. Look for the black and yellow of Asil Al-Faz just in behind them as well, and then further back is Tafa. Down the straight, Khaled Alaïs has taken it up for Tariq Al-Mansour in second place towards the outside, and running on again is Laga Rabar, and they're being followed through by Amir Al-Maidan. It's Khaled Alaïs, Amir Al-Maidan, and Laga Reb, who hung off the turn and threw away many lengths, but has been straightened up on the run for home and has come through late. Khaled Alaïs fighting back, and it's on the nod. Well, Khaled Alaïs and Laga Rabar in a fantastic finish there. Laga Rabar, if he's got up to win, will be a remarkable effort considering the amount of ground he's surrendered coming round the home turn. And he's a close call between them. Khaled Alaïs travelled best of all, took it up coming down the straight and looked as though he might have had enough to win here, but number 6, Laga Rabar, had an early lead down the back, hung around the turn off the straight and surrendered maybe half a dozen lengths or so, but once he was straightened up again down the lane by Nawaf Al-Farouz, he's come through and has won. He's been called the winner. 6, Lagarabah has got up on the outside. Well, he's snatched a victory there from the jaws of defeat in defeating 1 Khaled Alayez by a nose between them at the line. And those two drew on for a remarkable finish, our closest finish on the card as well. And, well, remarkable that Lagarabah has got back up to win, really, when you'll see again shortly with Martin and Tom how much ground he gave up coming around the turn. And you can see it was just a nose between them. Back in third was 2, Rafraf Ya Alem, and fourth was 3, Amir El Maidan. It was also fairly handy throughout. So 6, 1, 2, 3, a nose, and 2.5 lengths between them in a tremendous finish, and definitely the most remarkable finish of today's programme as well. Lagarabah's got back up to win.
Here in race number 10 at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. I genuinely, my jaw had hit the floor when I saw this horse re-rally, because he's thrown it all away on the turn, but managed to get back up to win in good style. And it's wonderful to see so many connections here celebrating this success. There were wonderful scenes just outside the winner's enclosure as this horse got back up. Hopefully everyone stays careful and remembers, because there is one small child here in shot. We don't want that young man getting hurt, but lovely scenes all the way around. And Lagarabah, look at that, ears pricked, knows where the camera is, and is now just about admitting that he's had enough. So great scenes here, and well done, Nawef Al Farouz, who was last seen, his last winner came in a purebred Arabian contest in a race where Rory, Delagi and myself were like, he can't lose this, surely. He surely can't lose on this occasion, and he didn't. And he's done well to guide this horse to victory. Lagarabah now getting a first career win. That was start number 7, and over this trip, probably quite an interesting horse for the future. We mentioned in the parade ring, he's a lovely looking type, got a gorgeous neck, nice body, but certainly needed to put up a career best effort, and has done just that. And Nawef Al Farouz, a winning jockey. All smiles here after race number 10 at King Abdulaziz Racecourse.
Well, a remarkable victory. He's come from a near impossible position off the bend to nail Khaled Alayez in the closing stages, who into the stretch looked every inch the winner, but has just been nailed at a head bob of a finish.
Yeah, there was no excuse. I suppose there was an excuse for Khaled Alayez, but not as much of an excuse as there would have been for Lagarabah. We'll see it from the full replay, and we'll probably talk through it there. But the fact that Lagarabah hung off the home turn cost him and 3 others valuable ground. That allowed the perfect split for Rafraf Ya Alem up the inside. He just was not good enough. We'll take it from the outset now, and Lagarabah was ridden aggressively as predicted. He's a very forward-going type, and he had a massive lead going into the race after 2,400 metres last time. He actually missed a kick against the fence, but immediately he's rousted up for early speed by Nawef Al Farouz, and responds. He takes the front, he goes a length clear, 2 lengths clear, and at this point he looks like he's got a comfortable advantage. Obviously, he's gone plenty hard enough to get there, though.
If you were to stop the tape there and say, given their positions, who would be the most likely winner, you wouldn't be looking back to the 1, would you?
No, exactly.
Near enough towards the back of the field.
But you also wouldn't be saying that the 6 came from off the speed to chin the 1. I mean, how's that happen? We go past the intersection here, so there's around 1,500 metres to go in the race. And Lagaraba's got a 3-length advantage. You can see back in third is Rafrafi ALM, the market leader. In fifth is the eventual runner-up, Khalid Alays. And the race is about to take shape as we come into the home turn right now.
It is. The pack's starting to move up on the outside. We can see that Rafrafi ALM towards the inside is going to go for the gap that's there. It's this where it starts to get interesting.
Yeah, Nawafay Farouz is trying to get the horse to stick to the fence coming around the home turn, as they're about to do right now. But you can see he's slowly edging right, constantly edging right, and hampering the 3 horses on his outside, including Almir Al Maiden in the maroon silks. The horse with the white cap is Al Dabul, I believe, and right on the outside is the eventual runner-up, Khalid Alays.
And you thought at this stage that the horse in the reds, it's opened up like the Red Sea for him to scoot through.
What a split, a perfect split up the inside. If Adel Al-Faradi had the horse, then he would have gone and won the race, but Rafrafi ALM's just not good enough. At this point, Lagaraba, who led and was 4 lengths clear, has now dropped back into 6th in the red and white silks, yet somehow he's going to re-rally and come back and pass the leader right now, which is Khalid Alays, one of the horses that we gave a great mention to and was your selection. It's a remarkable performance. You just have to think, if the horse didn't hung off the bend, how far would he have won by?
Yeah, and Nigel Fruser just couldn't get him around the corner, could he?
It was weird because he was on the right lead as well. It wasn't like it was a steering fault. It was just a horse was not wanting to go left-handed, which you don't see too often anywhere in the world, really. But yeah, great battle. Khalid Alays has fought back as well as soon as...
I still can't believe he got beat.
Yeah, it was definitely a head bob situation. I thought Lagaraba had his head down on the line, and I think that's proved to be the case. But before and after the line, Khalid Alays is in front.
It's a shame that he's got his tongue lolling out, that his tongue just didn't loll forward right on the line.
That'd be a remarkable success. But yeah, it's a tough beat for the runner-up. However, it was also a justified success for the winner because he was the best horse today.
It could be the first ever horse to be declared a winner in the world by a tongue.
Yeah, I'm sure it must have happened somewhere, or a whisker, or some sort of, not a nose.
Yeah, it's a shame it's lolling the wrong way, really. But,
yeah.
Okay, well that was Lag Harabar winning our 10th race of the evening. An unlikely victory, but he gets off the mark at the 7th attempt, having come back from the 2,400 metres last week. 3 runs so far this season, works his way into form and lands the victory. But given it was a handicap, I'm sure Connections will be not glad of what happened off the bend, but he's not going to be punished too hard for this.
No, he won't be. What was he racing off there?
He was racing off 66.
66, yeah, sure. He's not going to go up too much more.
No, sorry, no, 56.
56. He's not going to go too much more, maybe up to 60 at max, I'd say, and then he can run again in 0 to 65. But this is a horse who's going to have a bright future over 2,000, 2,400, providing he turns left on the bend, because if he does that again, he'll be game over.
Okay, we're going to go back to Steve. We've got race 11. Before we do, Tom, I've got to tell you, I bought a belt here in Riyadh today, made out of watches.
Oh, that must have been a waste of time.
You're Stephen.
Rapidly downhill things are going, and that's not the racing I'm referring to. Race number 11 is a maiden for Colts and Geldings, 4-year-olds only on the dirt, 2,000 metres. 1 is Autumn Foliage, the mount of Muhammad Al Nasser. 2 is Daisk and Anthony Campos. Scratch 3, Scratch 4. 5 is Jilwan and Fawaz Wanas. 6 Kaifani and Fahad El Faradi. 7 is Lahab and Camilo Ospina. 8 is Loud Enough, the mount of Luis Morales. Next is Manshoud, number 9, and Rakan Al Obeid. 10 Morkib and Abdullah Al Kradis. 11 Mushtarek and Osama Al Sharani. 12 My Runner, Adel Al Faradi. And 13 is Rayan and Muhammad Al Daham. 14 is Rich Max, who will be ridden by Khalid Al Mamoni. On the next page, we'll see 15 Rumar and Abdul Aziz Al Faradi. 16 Sayek Al Kia and Ahad Al Tarisi. 17 is the King's General and Ali Al Mamoni. 18 Wassan, Alexis Moreno. 19 is Zamir and Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. 20 Zilyar and Abdullah Al Orfi. And 21 is Samui and Abdullah Al Sayedi. So another big field, 3 reserves out, 22, 23, 24 for the penultimate race on the card, and they're in the paddock, and so too is Callum Helliwell.
Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, this is a corker of a race. I cannot stress how many good-looking individuals we've got here. This is the first of them, the two Daisk. Really nice type here, makes fourth career start today. Nicholas Bachelard doing the training for Prince Saud bin Salman bin Abdulaziz. Obviously the connections that landed a big race a couple of weeks ago with Carucci. Just had a word with him, congratulated him for that. He said all part of the plan, Callum, which I imagine the plan will be for this horse to run an even better race on this occasion. Made a bright start to the career with the second on debut, but has struggled since. Now over 2,000 metres, intriguing in this contest. I'm looking forward to see how he gets on. Remember, this contest is available for imported horses as well, and you'll see with the shape of some of these runners, they do look very, very good. Looks in really good nick here, the two. Lovely back, a lovely bit of condition, some dappling around the middle of this horse too. Plenty to like about this one. Let's drop back though to the 5. This is Jilwan, horse we know plenty about. You talk about horses that are turned out well. Jilwan certainly is. This is a son of Frosted, not your typical son of Frosted with his colouring, but he's a gorgeous type, and hopefully he can run a big race for Connections. Career best effort last time out when finishing second, and Fawaz Wanas takes the ride. Let's drop all the way back now to the 8. This is Loud Enough, something that's been told about me plenty of times, but Loud Enough is certainly a good-looking individual. Big frame for him to fill here, this runner, and I imagine he will come on from the experience, but these Connections know what they're doing. Big race, Louis Morales in the plate as well. He had a winner last week. He'll be looking for more success here today, and he's certainly the #1 jockey in these colours. Back from a bit of a tough wrist injury he had back in the Thai season, and now hopefully back to his best. We will now pull back to horse number 13 is the next one we'll have a look at. This horse coming through. The 9's also a good looking type, but we'll give you a full catch up afterwards. But the 13 is the next one we'll have a peep at. This is Rayan here, named after one of the other cameramen here working in the parade ring. He's partnered by Mohammed Al-Daham, who's looking for a double. He looks in very good spirits. This is a big, strong boy, isn't it, Rayan? He's a gorgeous looker, fills the eye. He's probably carrying just a little bit of condition as well. I imagine he'll come forward from this. Has had the 3 starts. We'll probably need to show a little bit more to feature here, but does look in really, really good nick. We'll drop all the way back to just one more is the last one I'm just going to have a look at. Rayan just getting a little bit impatient there. Let's pull all the way back now to the 20. Haziliar is the last one we're going to have a look at. This goes in the FMQ colours. He's just passing me now. This is the next one we'll take a peep at. Ziliar, poor Nawaf running all over the parade ring to get the shots here. Gorgeous type here. Booked down to have Khalid Al-Mamoni on board, but that is not. That is Abdullah Al-Orfi in the saddle. That's my best friend. Look at him. He knows. He knows. And it's a gorgeous horse here as well, Ziliar. Now, he's had plenty of experience. This is the 12th start for this runner, but he's been in fine form recently, and you kind of can set your watch by him at this point. He'll be up there. Whether he's good enough to win is another story altogether. But lads, this is a really tough contest. Come back to me for a paddock pick.
We will come back to you for a paddock pick, Callum. We talked about at the beginning of the afternoon, Tom, that this could really be not the race of the evening, but it contains some really interesting talking points.
It does. It also contains a favourite who's way too short a price. But he's an interesting horse. He's potentially the most interesting horse on the card, and that is the King's General, horse number 17. Was bred by Queen Elizabeth II, obviously, being a son of Dubawi out of Daphne. The pedigree's there. Just why has this horse come here? I don't understand. He only had 4 outings for the Gosdens. They weren't terrible runs. He ran okay, but he's been sold subsequently. He runs here from a wide draw. And gelded. Sold, wide draw, gelded. First time on dirt. Why is he 11 to 10? I don't want to take any part of that. They've looked at the official figure and they've gone, well, this horse has head and shoulders above the rest. And he could be from a talent perspective, but we don't even know if he handles the surface, let alone the other imponderables in here. So I want to take him on.
Would you get many Debawis here trying this surface?
Only ex-UKs, and no, generally on dirt. No. There's one that runs tomorrow called Calculation. He's a Dubawi, out of estimate.
He's been around here for a couple of years now, so
yes, yeah, but he runs on turf. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this was just a pipe opener before they go on turf. But you don't normally see these connections, and I don't want to say this in a bad way, but lowly connections that don't have many winners, they don't usually pick up this type of horse. It's normally the bigger boys over here, the bigger guns who pick up these UK imports.
Well, he didn't go for fortunes, did he? 45,000 guineas when he was sold.
Exactly, but still, it's a horse that's very interesting, but I don't want any part of him from a betting perspective.
He's interesting, but also next to his name is about 10 question marks.
Yeah, precisely that. And when
how's he training? How's he developed since
Yeah.
he left the surface?
The market tells you he's got a 52% chance of winning. I
No
don't
way.
think
No. And the fact that Gosden's tried him in cheek pieces on his last start at Windsor as well.
Yeah, and it wasn't. I watched the race. It was an okay performance, and you know it's hard to obviously compare that to these performances from horses over here. But he didn't seem to be in love with the game. That's for sure.
Well, the international market have the second in as number 20, Zilyar. But then he's get to a win in 11 starts. He started off with a handicap mark of 80. That's dropped down to 70. So he's obviously certainly not building on that 80 if anything has been regressive.
I had him as my fourth pick, Zilyar. He's super consistent. That's the one thing you can say about him. It's highly likely that he's going to hit the frame. His best efforts have come over 1,600 metres, so the one problem is the stamina for Zilyar, but he could still grab some prize money. It wouldn't, as I say, it wouldn't be a shock if he was there at the finish.
8 to 1/3 on the international market, number 2, Jcsa, who's had 3 starts to date, went from the 1,200 to the 1,400 the last couple of starts. Can he improve again up to the 2,000?
It's a big jump up, isn't it? He's been outpaced over the sprinting trip, so you'd suggest he needs further, but 2,000, that's a big jump. I'd prefer to see him over maybe 1,800. He draws wide, he's had a long break between his penultimate and his most recent outing, so this is second back off the layoff. Again, he has question marks, but he's an unknown quantity, and Nicolas Bachelard does very well with his small string.
And a similar price for horse number 7. This is Le Havre, who I've got 2,000 metres down as a question mark. 0 from 11. Did run over the 2,000 if you go back in his career. But last time out, Tom, he finished 10th, beaten by Honky
Tonk.
Man.
Yes, and he definitely prefers the shorter distances, as you say. Camilo Ospina's a good jockey booking for him. He's on for the first time. Draws inside. He's probably going to show a lot of speed, but I think he's definitely beatable in this race. There are some more interesting rivals than the likes of Le Havre, who's plenty exposed now.
Would one of those be number 19, Zamir, for Jimmy Jerkins, who we heard from a little bit earlier on, was 8th over the 1,200 on debut, and then went up to the 1,600 last time and goes up again in trip today, having, I thought, stayed on quite nicely last time.
Yeah, he caught the eye, didn't he, over the 1,600. This trip is likely to bring about further improvement, and he was my third selection in this race. Let's double check that quickly. Yeah, I had him third in, Zamir, just ahead of Zilyar. We haven't even talked about who I had first and second in at this stage, and they're both bigger prices.
I think who you had on top may be a horse who's making his debut who cost quite a bit of money.
Yeah, horse number 8, Loud Enough. First-time starter for Shala Aladiani, Prince Sultan bin Michal. Louis Morales, who hasn't had many rides today, he takes the mount. This horse costs $375,000 as a yearling. Boasts a beautiful US pedigree as well. By Audible, he was a Kentucky Derby winner for Bob Baffert. And out of Downside Scenario, who's a talented horse as well. He looks a picture in the looked, obviously not in there anymore, looked a picture in the paddock, and hopefully he can make a winning start, but he's drawn wide and we need to show professionalism. I've got him on top. I thought he was just the most interesting horse in the race, but I am half guessing and reading between the lines. The other one I want to mention is horse number 1, Autumn Foliage, who is 65 rated, and on that basis you'd suggest that he doesn't really have an edge, but he's been highly tried so far in his career. He posted a career best display in an 1,800 metre conditions event last time. He goes up in trip, which should help. He's down in grade, and 16 to 1 he's overlooked. So I had it as 8-1, 19-20.
Yeah, the one is definitely interesting. 16 to 1 earlier on today, 11 to 1 now in the international markets. Around the winners of 1 last time out over the 1,800, comes up another 200 metres today. That could well improve it. So you're with Loud Enough.
Yep.
Number 8 on debut. I'm going to go Zamir, stepping up in trip once again, having gone 1,200 to 1,600 now up to the 2,000. We promised we'd come back to you, Callum, for a paddock pick, and we can do exactly that right now.
Thank you very much, team. Yeah, looking at the 6 here, this is Kefani. Doesn't have a jockey on board, just getting checked up there and trotted up. I imagine the vets want to have a look at that one. The pick here has been a real challenge, and to make a pick has been a challenge, but I'm going to go with Jilwan here. The Fawaz Wanas mount here, Abdul Al Manif, doing the training. This horse jumps out of stall 3, horse number 5 in those blue colours. I just thought looked a real picture in the parade ring, and hopefully will run a big race. Still checking out the 6 to make sure everything's okay. I think they're going to do another trot up. Those are the vets you see, the gentlemen in the coats and the blue jeans walking in perfect unison there. That's quite wonderful to see. Everyone walking in perfect unison, and they're just checking up if this horse is going to be able to take part. This runner, Kefani, making the 2nd career start today, did very little on debut. Probably not the most fluid mover, as you can see. You can certainly see why they're checking this out, because he's certainly not moving like a dressage horse. Of the others of interest, Man Showed was a horse we just missed in the parade ring, the 9. Lovely looker, but with a rating of 44 and having shown very little last 2 starts, probably best to look elsewhere for Rakan Alabay's mount. Of the others, I thought the King's General with the horse that obviously had got a lot of interest, clearly by the pedigree and the breeding. But like the boys have mentioned, if you end up doing what he's done in the UK and costing only 40-odd thousand, it means the vet found something at the sales and people weren't willing to take a chance. These connections have. Hopefully they get lucky, but I would be looking elsewhere. Zilyar would be the other play for me. Comes here with a rating of 70, certainly will be there or thereabouts, but the draw is a massive concern being out in 18. So the connection will be Jilwan, that is horse number 5. And Stephen Powell, they are loading, so for the penultimate contest, it's over to you.
Yeah, cheers, Callum. They are loading up for this 11th race on the card, a Colts and Geldings Maiden over 2,000 metres. And Tom's with 8 loud enough, Callum's with 5, Jilwan, Marty with 19, Zamir, who is very close to the loading process being complete now. 13 going forward, Rayan with 6, Kefani, the one that was being checked out, and 5, Jilwan. I think will just about be last of all. Yeah, it will be Jilwan, Fawaz Wanas going into stall number 3. And just backs away once more for a further push from the handlers. Gives us the full field in, ready to go. Race 11. And that's it, they're away. From the 2,000 metre start, they begin their journey. One that was a tad slow to begin was Rayan, and also towards the outside, Mushtarek is one that's got a little bit of ground to find at the end of the first 100 metres. Out smartly was Autumn Foliage, who's showing up well alongside Rich Max, also Kefani with the orange jacket down the middle of the course, right up there as well. The King's General's out towards the centre of the course, tracked by Daisk, and then we're back down on the rail for Watan, and Watan's racing just in front of Manshud. Behind Manshud, the red with the white cross belts is Lahab, and then wider out on the course as they go around the turn is My Runner. Ones at the back that are struggling at the moment include Mushtarek, also towards the back is Rayan, also out back is Sayek Alkir, and Rumour's got plenty on as well. Going then down towards the turn, which will bring them on the journey back towards home. 2 of the runners going on here, and it is towards the inside, that half jacket of the King's General, who's racing on. The King's General in company with My Runner on the outside, and also not far away is Zilyar. These 2 have raced clear of the field, followed by Rich Max, and then towards the inside is Daisk, and behind Daisk is Loud Enough, who's trying to pick up some ground. Autumn Foliage is further back. Samu from the rear is making some ground round the outside, and they're being followed by Manshud coming to the top of the home straight, and it's Zilyar racing up on the outside here of the King's General. These 2 have had a good battle. The one who's gaining is My Runner all the time on the outside. Lahab is turning in 4th in the red against the rail, and this quartet are clear of Autumn Foliage, who's picking off some places as they come down the home straight, and sweeping up My Runner into the lead on the outside. The King's General trying to kick back. Between them is Zilyar, still closing Autumn Foliage on the outside. He's got 3.5 to find on My Runner, who still leads. He's only 3/4 in front from Zilyar. Autumn Foliage still grinding away on the outside. My Runner's coming to the end of his tether, and Autumn Foliage is staying on best of all on the outside to get up and win. Autumn Foliage beating the second My Runner. Zilyar was 3rd, and they were followed by the King's General in 4th. A win for number 1, then Autumn Foliage for Mohamed, who's gone on to win there and stayed on very strongly to win. And given a good mention from Tom before, it's a first career success. It had 6 runs previously, and under Mohamed Al Nasser, just kept grinding away at the same pace, plugging away down the middle of the course, and as the others were battling it out and tiring each other out, My Runner just began to falter late on, used a lot of energy to get to Zilyar and the King's General, who'd done the early battles here, and Autumn Foliage just picked them off on the outside to win. Horse number 1, the winner, son of Footsteps in the Sand, to take that 11th. The Maiden for Colts and Geldings beat 12 My Runner into second. There was a neck between them at the line. Zilyar, number 20, was always fairly handy. He was the one who paired off with the King's General, who's come home in 4th place. So 1, 12, 20 and 17 was the result there of race 11. A neck and half a length were the distances as well in a busy finish. A race of 3 parts, really. We had a couple battling it out early, a couple who went clear coming into the straight, and then Autumn Foliage came over the top and beat them all. Number 1, Autumn Foliage, the winner of race 11.
Nasser, who's had quite a lot of success in recent weeks. I think he had 4 winners over the last 2 weeks, and is continuing that good form as well. He can do it on purebred Arabians and thoroughbreds too, and he's timed that run on Autumn Foliage to perfection. And My Runner, with the other horse finishing strongly in second. Zilyar ran a great race for a wide draw in third, and the talking horse, the King's General, has run a mighty race to finish 4th. All the pace horses being up there, because Lahab, who was up with the speed, ended up finishing in 5th as well. Wonderful scenes in here in the winner's enclosure, and Mohamed Al Nasser will get himself weighed in. This gelding by Footsteps in the Sand came here with a rating of 65. 0 to 70 handicaps beckon. I can't imagine the handicap will be too harsh bumping him up, considering Zilyar came into this contest, My Runner came into this contest with a fairly decent enough rating, and Zilyar, I think, was 73 rated. So good to see all the form coming to the fore here, and good to see Mohamed Al Nasser getting a well-deserved winner. Continues that good form, boys, and looks to be a young jockey to keep on the right side of.
He does indeed, and he's got this horse delivered right on the line to deny My Runner a victory at the 6th attempt. Autumn Foliage, you gave a good case for this dropping in grade as well today, Tom.
Yeah, I'm a bit gutted I didn't put this horse on top, to be fair. But it is what it is. He was my second in at a big price. I think he was 16 to 1. I don't know what the SP was, but he was.
He'd been backed into around, or the international market had got him down to around about 11s, I think.
Okay, fine. Still a fair price. You can see he broke from stall 6. He broke really well. He's the quickest away from the inside there in the blue silks. But he just takes back Mohamed Al Nasser. And it's an interesting race, isn't it? Because it takes a different complexion at the middle part. Stephen said this in the call. The King's General, who was the short price favourite, as we touched on, was a very weak short price favourite. Shouldn't have been that price. And also horse number 20, Zilyar. They went for home off the top of the turn and really set this race alight. But the jockeys in behind didn't panic. They knew they were going to come back to them, and that was the case. We'll see soon when that incident occurs. The King's General is currently in second, the short price favourite, red and black silks with the white cap. Watch out for Zilia right on the outside, silver kind of silks for an FMQ stable. He's about to rush up now because he doesn't want to be situated wide on the turn, and that's going to light up the King's General just inside him as well, and those two push clear, but they've gone for home way too soon.
And my runner's gone with them pretty much. He's set on the tail.
Yeah, he's ridden a little bit more sensibly by Adel Al-Faradi. At this point, he could have gone properly with them, but he sits 3 or 4 lengths back at the front of the next group. He eventually runs home nicely and for finishing second. But the front two have just been ridden super inefficiently, and they're way better than their finishing efforts here. They're probably a win in both of them in time.
Well, as much as that we had question mark about the King's General, he's actually acquitted himself pretty well.
Yeah, he ran nicely, and if he goes to turf next time up, then I'd probably fancy him to go close in a similar kind of maiden, but I don't think there are too many turf maidens, if any, here, to be honest. So he may struggle on dirt unless he's ridden by a different rider, because this is pretty poor from him today. You can see that my runner's coming on the outside in the green silks to come and claim the prize, but where's the eventual winner? Here he is, down the outside. Blue colours, autumn foliage, under Mohammed Al-Nasser. They get tired up front.
And there was a degree of inevitability at this stage that he was going to get there.
Yeah, they've just been... I mean, my runner was ridden efficiently, but doesn't find much in front. Zilia, he's done, really, and the King's General was very tired, so there was inevitability, yes, and he just gets up before the line to win by probably half a length.
Off a mark of 65, gives you a good overall guide to the form. Beats a 54 horse into second, the third was 70. And again, it just shows something very interesting about Tom. I believe he got thrown out of the Secret Food Society this week.
Yeah, kept spilling the beans.
Right. We are moving on to the 12th and final race on the card. It's a fillies and mares maiden for purebred Arabians, 2,000 metres. And number 1 is Bint Alam and Rakan Al Abaid. 2 is Hadla Al-Moghirat, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 3 is Jawahar de Violet and Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 4 is Out. 5 is Lamat Brock and Victor Guterres. 6 is Nebras Al-Amal and Abdullah Al-Fairuz. 7, Ratsina and Khalid Al-Mamoni. Over to 8, Nuf Al-Barak and Alexis Moreno. And the lineup completed by 9, Rawit Al-Bayarik and Ayed Al-Tarisi. So we have 8 runners, number 4 doesn't go. We've got the final race on the card today, and well, we've had a very enjoyable day so far, courtesy of Martin and Tom. I'm sure things are only going to get better over the next couple of days as well. So let's go and rejoin the Chocolate Brothers, shall we?
To me?
To you.
Aye, good. You've even watched that as well. Brilliant. Yeah. I don't know if I like the Chocolate Brothers or not.
Yeah, I don't mind it. They were funny.
No, but to be called the Chocolate Brothers, I think we're operating at a higher level.
You think a higher level? Maybe. We are a good double act. We should go into that kind of industry. I reckon comedy's for us.
The world, well, we're on a global platform here, so
yeah.
If you want to use the chat section to get in touch.
That's not going to bode well, is it?
Yeah, if you've got any jokes you want to throw into the chat section as we come towards the end of the night, so you're more than welcome. Right, we round out with a field of 9 runners for this filly and mares race for the Arabian horses. Got a bit of form to have a look at as well, and this involves Bint Alam and Nebras Al-Amal.
Yeah, this is Nebras Al-Amal, who's horse number 6 running today, but on this occasion you can see he's horse number 7 with the orange saddlecloth. Closes out the race well, but the race has gone beyond recall at this stage, and you know, she just plugs on at the 1 speed for second. I wouldn't watch this and say she's a next time out winner, but what she is reliable. She tends to produce her efforts. She is 0 from 38, and she's 4-1. I want to oppose her in this contest.
Okay, and we can touch on Bint Alam as well.
Yeah, went from the front this day. That came over 1,600 metres. Somehow gets collared in the latter part of the race, and when you watch this back, you are wondering why on earth Connections are stretching her out to 2,000 today. It makes no sense. She lacks stamina. She gets tired late in the day over a mile, so this distance today is not going to suit, and I am more than happy to oppose her as well.
Okay, well, on the international markets, Noof Al Barak heads the market currently just under 2-1 from Bint Alam at 3s. Hadia Al Mukarat is at 4-1. But based on what you were saying, Callum, I'm sure you're just going to focus all your attentions here on numbers 8 and 9.
You are not wrong, but I will look at some others as well, just for balance. But the two of the first one we'll look at, this is Hadla Al Mugirat. And I think this is a perfect example of why I'm looking towards the 4-year-olds here. Hadla Al Mugirat is built like a Shetland pony. She is tiny, and she will have a really tough time here carrying the weight that she's looked to carry. She's carrying 59.5 kilos in this contest. And look at her, she's an absolute tiny, dainty little thing. I think she'll find things tough here. She's a lovely mover, though. She's walking out well, and hopefully Connections will give her every chance. She's got a lovely, they've given her a fringe just under her bridle as well, just to keep that out of her face. So hopefully she can run a big enough race here for Connections, but I would be looking elsewhere. We'll go back now to the 5 here, who's this chestnut just coming towards us here. This is Lamat Brak, who's just coming towards me now in these purple colours. Now, this is, again, a very similar model to what we've seen here. 5-year-old mare. She's not the biggest of types. They're obviously hard to win with these ones. She's had the 3 starts, has 2 duck eggs of recent times, and I think she's going to find it tough here. But she's got to give weight away to these younger rivals, and you're thinking the younger rivals look vehemently more unexposed compared to what she's got going in this contest. Let's go back and take a look at them. The first is the 8. Horse number 8 coming towards me now after a string of greys. She is absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. We'll just make sure Nawaf just gives her a bit of space here, because she's clearly on her toes and she is getting quite revved up and warm. You can see the sweat on the neck. She's having a good old trot around as you're going to stare down Nawaf now. So just make sure Nawaf gives her all the space on planet Earth. This would be a concern for me. She is getting very, very revved up in these prelims. We'll pull back one more, Nawaf. We'll just pull back to horse number 9. This is the last one we'll take a look at. Another 4-year-old in this field, getting weight all round. This is Rawat Al-Berek, who's had the 1 start and has shown very, very little. But lads, on the form guide and on the paper, you can't look past the 8, but you have to admit there are some concerns about how she's handling herself in the prelims.
Yeah, she was a bit edgy, the international favourite, Noof Al Barak, who is top rated, Tom, off 66.
Yeah, probably is the one to beat in here. I am making a late switch for my selection, by the way.
You were initially...
I was with the 6, but I can't put up a horse that's not from 38. I obviously did the race comments for this and came down with a pick on the back of it. But I don't know, I don't think I can bring myself to do it. So I probably will be siding with the unexposed type, which is Noof Al Barak. I don't like her stamina for this distance. That's the main concern, but...
But we've seen today, you'll see horses win over a trip until they don't stay. So
that filly did not stay. This filly may not stay and still win as well. But look, I'm not confident with anything in this race. I'll keep it simple. Not confident with anything. I think Noof Al Barak is open to the most improvement. The others are much of a muchness. We know exactly where their level is. There are stamina concerns about Bint Alam. Hadla Al Mugirat's had plenty of opportunities. She's closely matched with Nebras Al Amal, who's 0 from 38. By default, I think I have to be with the 8 here. I don't like the price. I wouldn't bet in the race, but she's my token pick.
You know, this lot, 9 horses here. They've had 94 races between them.
Yeah.
It just gives you an idea. The upside as well with Noof Al Barak, given the exposed nature of the field, is that Alex Marino's been on board the last couple of starts. It's the back end of the card. Here in Saudi Arabia, it's the 8-10 race. He's stuck around to ride this again, having rode the last 2 starts as well.
Yeah, and she's got £6 in hand on official figures as well. So it's not like he just has an affinity to the horse. It's that she's the best in the race, and she's had limited starts. So she's got the potential for improvement. She's drawn well. It's just whether she stays. That's basically it. Out of the other unexposed horses, they just don't appeal. Lamat, horse number 5, is 0 from 3, but has shown nothing. Yet to beat a single rival in 3 career outings.
Stone last 16 and 19.
Lost by a combined distance of 310 lengths. I did the maths on that one because I saw it and I was like, well, got to tally that one up. Horse number 7, Razina, 0 from 2 so far. Tailed off both outings, including a course and distance maiden. This is a course and distance maiden, so I see no reason why she will get involved, and she's a 7-year-old as well. And then horse number 9, Rawat Al Bayrak. She's only had the 1 start as a 4-year-old, but she finished 17th of 20. She goes up in trip, is that going to really be the catalyst to improvement? I doubt it. So I'm going to take the 8, Nuf Al Barak. If one of the horses that's had plenty of starts beats her, then great. It means they get off the mark and they can run in other kind of races. But it feels like the 8's just so obvious here.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. And it's the top pick on the market as well. Alex Moreno, who came off one of the market leaders. Well, in fact, it was the market leader in the Arab race earlier on, wasn't it?
Correct, yep. Sunshine Alashai? Sunrise Alashai, yeah.
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 So maybe better fortune for him to come here. Maybe he walked past Callum and Callum just give him a little hint to stay on board this time as he went to post.
Yeah, I don't know how many times Callum can say that before Alex starts getting annoyed. He's a guy that takes a good joke, but he has a desire to win, and I think it will probably grind on him soon. But he'll win. I reckon he'll win this race, and he'll have a lot of confidence going into the weekend. I would describe him, and I know our producer agrees, he's kind of like the Frankie Dettori of Saudi racing, purely from a showman perspective and also a confidence perspective. When he's riding loser after loser, he gets downbeat and doesn't ride very well. But when he rides one winner, the next race, obviously there isn't one later today, but he tends to produce a better kind of effort on board as well. So it'll be interesting to see. Albeit, I am being fed news that Alex is not on the 8.
No.
Jockey change.
On the website he is, on the form I've got in front of me he is. So maybe our intrepid reporter on there could find out who is on the 8.
Abdullah Al Saeedi's on the 8, claiming a kilo. Okay, that's interesting. I'm not sure why that's the case. Maybe Alex didn't want to stick around. Maybe he's...
So that's my theory, if he stuck around to win the last.
Yeah.
blown to smithereens.
Gone. I mean, it's not a bad jockey switch, in all honesty, if you are on this horse already and you're wondering, well, we haven't got a veteran, well, not veteran, but an experienced and prolific rider on board. Abdullah Al Saeedi is one of the best young apprentices over here. He claims a kilo, so take weight off the filly as well. And yeah, I wouldn't say it's a negative by any means.
Not a negative, but if you like to follow jockeys, you've got to look
Of
at this
course.
today. He's head and shoulders above everybody there.
Of course, yes, exactly. It sounds like Ayad Al Tarisi is on the 9 as well. Tom Humphreys, who, if you've watched the channel before, hosted the show. He's a former jockey over in the UK. Hosted the show for a couple of weeks, and he loves Ayad Al Tarisi. So maybe that's a positive for the 9. The negative for the 9 is the horse has no ability, so it doesn't matter who's on board.
Even if you rode it?
If I rode it, the horse would probably get me off within one stride. I've never sat on a horse, Martin, so that wouldn't bode well.
Okay, you'd be like Alex on the favourite in the other Arabian
I would,
race.
yeah, I would.
Be
Yeah.
down on its nose in a second.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, I'm going to roam with you as well. I think Nuf Al Barak, there's lots of upsides to it, whereas you can just pick holes in so many of these.
Plus, this is a race where it's so easy to default on that horse because the others are just, as I'm being as nice as possible, the others are rubbish. And she may not be rubbish, Nuf Al Barak. She might be okay. So it feels like a race where you can just default. Of the remainder, I would prefer the 6, Nibras Alamal, to run second. She has stamina. She has beaten Hadla Al Maghirat last time up. So yeah, I'd pick the 6 to finish second, but yeah, it's got to be the 8 on top.
I mean, she was second last time out over the 1600. It's the 2000 today. That was back on the 2nd of January. Would this be a weaker race than she ran in last time?
Probably about the same. I mean, the winner last time was a cut above, so maybe, but Nuf Al Barak could be a cut above here. She did beat Hadla Al Maghirat and she stayed on better than the 2 last time, so I think she'll confirm that form. Bint Alam doesn't stay this trip. Bint Alam will show early speed and get past. So yeah, I'd have 8 over 6. Not confidently, but more just the default horse. Surely the 8 has to win.
Flashing lights around Nuf Al Barak as well into 6-4 on the international market, so they're getting very positive about this. We saw a lovely shot of the moon over Riyadh. We're into the latter part of the evening here, but of course back again for 2 more days. Beautiful day today, wasn't it, this afternoon?
It was.
In excess of 25.
Yeah, it was indeed. A lovely day, and hopefully it'll be a nice day tomorrow as well. We've got better racing tomorrow, so everyone that's tuning in now will hopefully join in again tomorrow, and we'll pick plenty of winners. When there comes better racing, there becomes better tips.
Well, that bodes so well for me tomorrow.
Well, exactly.
I'm going to be going through the cards.
Hey, look, we haven't done badly today. I'm
No.
happy with 3, and you're obviously on 4, so you've picked 33%
And you nearly had 4 as well with autumn foliage.
Exactly. And hopefully we both get the winner here. Noof Al Barak is our pick.
Yeah, many thanks to Martin and Tom for all their input today, even the jokes, as we are getting ready for this final race on the card, the Fillies and Mares Maiden for the Arabian bred horses, 2,000 metres, the Noof Al Barak, number 8, the clear favourite, coming out of stall 2. Just going forward there in the yellow and green colours. And the last couple, Lamat Burke, will just about be the last one, I think, going into stall 7 under Victor Guterres. And that will be our lineup complete. Stand by race number 12 to close the card. And they're off and racing. 2,000 metres, they jump away then for this Fillies and Mares Maiden for Arabian breds, and they all jumped out fairly well with a good run down the chute before they link up with the course proper. And out in the centre there, one of the first away is Jawahar de Violette, has jumped out well but been headed already at an early stage by Bint Lam, and Bint Lam moves on from Nibras Al Amal in Mal, a neck back 4th on the outside to Ratsina, with a similar distance again to Noof Al Barak, and then a break of 3 or 4 lengths to the rear trio at the moment. Lamat Brook racing just in front of Hadla Al Maghiras, and has relegated to be the back marker Rawiat Al Barak as they swing around the long bend for home in the finale at Riyadh. And with the lead, it's Bint Lam by 3/4 to Jawahar de Violette. 2.5 lengths away in 3rd is Ratsina from Nibras Alamel in 4th. Now being stoked up is Noof Al Barak, turning out of the back in 5th place, and 2 or 3 lengths further back then to Lamat Brook, who's followed through by Hadla Al Maghiras, who's struggling at the rear of the field as they turn for home. And also struggling is Rawiat Al Barak, top of the home run. Bint Lam has had an easy lead, and Bint Lam is 3, maybe 4 clear. Jawahar de Violette in 2nd position, Ratsina in 3rd, trying to stay on Hadla Al Maghiras. Further back behind them, Noof Al Barak did not pick up. Nibras Alamal is 1 pace, and Bint Lam is skipping along 4 clear from Jawahar de Violette. Nothing's closing for him behind. Ratsina's booked for 3rd, and it's Bint Lam shaken up inside the final 100 to make sure by Rakan Al Abeid, and Bint Lam is a comfortable winner. 12th run, 1st win, Bint Lam. 2nd was Jawahar de Violette. 3rd across the line was Ratsina, and 4th was Rawiat Al Barak. So the final race on the card at the King Abdulaziz racecourse today was a Arabian horses Fillies and Mares Maiden. It's been won by number 1 Bint Alam. Rakan Al Abeid in the saddle. Had made the frame before. 2 starts ago was runner-up and has gone 1 better today. Always fairly handy and travelled nicely and went clear in the home straight. Just driven out in the last few metres to make sure for a comfortable success in the last. Beat Jawahar de Violette in 2nd. Quite a long way clear, Bint Salam at the line. Maybe go 8 1/4 lengths, I'd say. Jawahar de Violette 2nd. Ratsina was 3rd. And in 4th, then keeping on was Rawiat Al Barak. So 1-3-9-7, 8 1/4 lengths, and 6.5 the distances in the finale.
Well, that was the final race here at King Abdulaziz this Thursday, race meeting number 79. And the final race has gone the way of Bint Alam, who wasn't for catching in the closing stages, a win at the 12th attempt.
Yeah, every horse has their day. This wasn't a very good race at all. She made the front, and to be fair, I'm willing to say I'm wrong here. She did stay, which is surprising because she didn't stay 1800 last time, but she got home today and it actually looked like she picked up in the latter part of the race. So maybe the fact they went slower in the early portion helped. That being said, there wasn't much in behind. The favourite was very disappointing and the rest are pretty average.
And that stayed a bit like in the Apprentice Handicap early on today. Sahab Al-Mogaf.
Yeah, she was good. She just outsped them from an early part of the race. She didn't get home. Go back after we finish the outro here. Rewind this live feed. Watch that race. What race was it? Race 3?
Race 4.
Race 4. Go and watch that race. And tomorrow, when we tune in, tell us if that horse stayed. I don't think she did.
Yeah, just cross her name out on the 4-length winning margin and just say she didn't stay.
She won, but she didn't stay.
Your highlight today, Tom?
My highlight was in race 2. Look, we had lots of maidens on the card today, 8 of them in fact, and I think race 2 was the best in terms of the actual winner of the contest. And it was a horse called Transferred, for Thumb Al Dahani, Mohammed Al Daham and Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah. You can see as we turn for home this 4-year-old's on the fence, green silks, big, imposing individual, grey horse. Mohammed kind of made a bold bid from a long way out. He was drawn in stall 5, basically put his eyes straight on the front. He broke well, moved across to the rail, but it was the move coming off the home turn that really impressed with this horse. Transferred. Back in trip this day, and Tharma in the post-race interview said that 1,200 metres we're going to see this horse in great light over the course of his career. And it'll be interesting to see where he goes from here on. It's not only a highlight because I thought the visual display was very impressive and he could be the most talented horse that we saw on the card, but he was also a nice winner for both of us in the studio, and he was well punted as well, wasn't he? He was 10-1 this morning or early this afternoon. He was sent off around 6-1, and it was a nice way to get things started this week for us.
Yeah, wins by 12.5 lengths in the end. And I just wonder with those first couple of runs, 1,600, 1,800, and then Sam was saying, well, yeah, Dark Angel, that they want shorter, whether they were just purely conditioning runs.
I think they probably were, and he's so good at placing his horses and knowing when they're going to win. He's also excellent at picking up horses from Europe, which not many people are over here. They tend to pick up the wrong ones, like the likes of Calculation, who we've talked about, and the older veterans tend to come over here and try and ply their trade, whereas maybe in the UK they're gone at the game or can't go at the same level. This horse and much of Al Dahani's stock are young, and they're just better suited by the task over here.
And I guess the other horse to keep an eye on, because the visual impression was so good, whether it could really kick on, would that be Halat, who won the maiden race for local bred fillies, race 3?
Yeah, first time up for the Red Stable. It was a good performance today. I don't know what the opposition was like, and I think there was a major pace collapse, but we'll see next time how good Halat was. Provided a winner for Adel Al-Furedi, which is great for him. He held a 10 lead advantage in the Jockey Championship race coming into today. I think that's down to 9 now. Obviously, he went 11 clear, and then Camilo had 2 winners. So it was a good day for Adel. Not a great day. His margin was reduced. Camilo will be going home today thinking, maybe I have got a chance.
I'm not suggesting she's going to be a superstar, but just given the manner of the victory, last to first, that turn of foot, would you suggest is maybe just her more staying on, given the way the race turned out? But it's going to be interesting to see where she goes. Camilo with 2 on the card as well. He won races 7 and 8. Carberni, pretty good.
Yeah, you liked him coming into today. I liked Ibn Yaboun, who was a little bit disappointing. Well, very disappointing actually at a short price, but Caberni was good. I think Yafael in the race after, Camilo's other winner, was potentially a little bit more impressive. Young horse.
Showed a bit on debut and has built on that again.
And will stay much further than the 1,600 today. He wants 2,000, and we'll see him in better light maybe next season.
Okay, well, there are 12 races here from King Abdulaziz this Thursday, meeting number 79. Meetings numbers 80 and 81. What we have for the next couple of days. We've got to be on the turf tomorrow, Tom?
Looking forward to that, really looking forward to it. We've got a 2,100 metre contest. I think that's race number 3. We've got a 3,000 metre turf race as well, so the stayers will be out, and there's a nice horse in there for Thumb Al Dahani, Mohammed Al Daham and Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah, again called Loving Feeling, who I'm very excited about. So tomorrow's going to be a good day, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be your nap of the day, is it?
Probably.
Well, that's going to be tomorrow. We're also back again on Saturday. Again, 12 races and cup races to look forward to over the next couple of days. Thanks to Calla for his work in the paddock. Thanks to Tom for his input as well. Thanks to you for joining us. We're back tomorrow with more racing live here from Riyadh.